Age of Elves start with 10,000 Master Balls. Chapter 101-150. Chapter 101. The Actor-Philosopher, 3rd. Looking back. Philomela was a little worried that Jinwoo would be angry with his previous self-assertion attack. That have always been beautiful and confident were a little timid this time, but when he raised his head and made eye contact with Jinwoo, his mood instantly became beautiful. The owner's eyes are still as gentle as always, and this gentleness is also mixed with a bit of pampering. Jinwoo stepped forward and lightly tapped Philomela's forehead. Be good, don't do such a dangerous thing next time. From the very beginning, Jinwoo didn't object to Philosophia's shot, just worried that it would get hurt. Oh concubine. Being lightly tapped by Jinwoo on his forehead, Philomela felt that he was so happy that he was about to float. The smoke slowly dissipated, just when everyone thought that the dragon beast should have lost its ability to fight under the attack just now, and was ready to clean up the scene. Squeak. A black and terrifying aura brewed up again. Also, not incapacitated yet. Run. After watching the battle just now, most people already know that this elf ordinary trainer is simply unable to compete, and going there is equivalent to giving away experience. So when they realize that the dragon beast still has the fighting ability, they immediately prepare to retreat. Boom. Along with the thunder, I saw a dragon shadow tossing up and down in the smoke. It's the dragon dance. Dragon dance. Dragon attribute skills, dance mysterious and special postures, thereby improving their own attack and speed. Close black lens bracket. Damn, it's already so strong. Is it still strengthening itself? Luo Hao gritted his teeth beside him. Then, with a wave of his hand, he threw his advanced ball, and the Bloodwing dragon appeared beside him. He turned over and mounted the Bloodwing flying dragon and flew to Xiao Yu's side. Mr. Xiao Yu, although it is a meager force, I will do my best to help you fight against this dragon beast. In Luo Hao's eyes, this dragon beast has become synonymous with disaster and scourge. At this time, he just wants to get rid of it and then hurry up. Xiao Yu glanced at him with a calm expression, and said in an unexpectedly calm tone, Mr. Luo Hao, I wonder if you have heard of Team Shadow. With Luo Hao's strength, he has a place in the alliance. He naturally knows something about the criminal groups wanted by the country. After Xiao Yu's reminder, he reacted in surprise and said, Mr. Xiao Yu, you mean, this dragon beast? The reason for the chaos is because there is a shadow team nearby. Since the darkened Latios is here, the man behind it should be nearby. Xiao Yu scratched his head, showing a harmless expression to humans and animals, and said shyly, Director Luo Hao, or I will leave it to you and I will help you find members of the shadow team. Luo Hao was a little confused. Hey, why don't you play cards according to the routine? If you continue with the current form, you shouldn't continue to carry it. I will fight and help you find members of the shadow team throughout the whole process. I gave it all to me, Luo Hao, but I clearly remember that Jinwoo also has a yellow electric cat. Elf, the elf's strength, is definitely not under the strength of this silver-white elf. Before, Luo Hao was afraid of the electric cat, so he didn't tug at Xiao Yu and the others. Luo Hao said with a bitter smile, Mr. Xiao Yu, this is not good. This kind of work to find someone should be the right thing to do. We, the federal personnel of the Sea City, are so called that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Mr. Jinwoo, you see. Yes. Jinwoo replied seriously. I found that a small person like me should not be strong, and it is most suitable to start a job. No, just hard steel. My spirit is now severely damaged. Xiao Yu quietly gave Philomela a color. As witty as Philomela understood in an instant, he immediately made a look of physical weakness, and when his waist was crooked, he leaned on Xiao Yu's shoulder. Ah concubine. While stroking her forehead, she groaned with a feeble expression, and deliberately blew the sweet breath into Xiao Yu's ear. Jinwoo. This is a great performance. Philomela's plan to pass, amount. Jinwoo wiped his sweat, was frightened by Philomela's acting skills, and coughed lightly. As Director Luo Hao saw, I have done my best. Next, I can only do some tricks, Faye. Lomez, come back. Said that, he took back the philomelody. When Xiao Yu passed Luo Hao, he patted the latter's shoulder. Director Luo Hao, you've worked hard for you, and I'll ask you later. Jin Yu is not a partner of justice. He doesn't need to resist this kind of thing. The sky is falling and there is a tall man against it. Before he took action to resist for a while, it has already saved face. And, the most important thing is, he feels that the whole thing there are some strange things, but some evidence, he is only guessing, and he can't bring it to the table. Of crisis in his heart all the time, Jinwoo didn't want to reveal all his cards at once. Luo Hao twitched the corners of his mouth, he could only bite the bullet, and greeted the guards at the center of the Elf Alliance, as well as the bodyguards in the dock, to form a defensive lineup. Strange to say, after Luo Hao and the others entered the battle, Latios restrained a little bit, but at this time, Luo Hao and others barely stopped him. Yu took this scene into his eyes, didn't say anything, just greeted Soja, Xiaoya and others to leave the scene. After getting in the car. Jin Yu, this is the first time I know that you are so powerful. Soja exclaimed as if she was meeting Jinwoo for the first time. Master Jinwoo, are you not injured? Qing Keqing, like Yamato Nadeko, cared and condoled. Jinyu smiled at the two of them and shook his head. The situation is generally clear now. There is a shadow team hiding in the dark and controlling Xiaoya's brother. How Latios did this is still unclear. In short, if you don't want things to get worse, you must protect Xiaoya. After hearing what Xiao Yu said, the two girls were stunned. Master Xiao Yu, how do you know that the dragon beast belongs to brother Xiaoya? To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 102, The Inner Ghost of the Shadow Team, 4th more. The girl's attention is really novel. Jin Woo is speechless. After seeing that the dragon beast is Latios, if Jin Yu doesn't know that Xiaoya is Latias, then his Pokemon is chasing him for nothing. However, these naturally cannot be explained, and they just shake their heads perfunctorily. These are not the points, the point is how to find out the shadow team hiding in the dark. Now I can trust only you two. The two girls were stunned for a while, then Qing Keqing said, why does Mr. Xiao Yu say that? Do you still doubt that the Federation still has members of the shadow team? Jinwoo shrugged with a noncommittal look on his face. There was an example of Xiao Wuyan's slutty pervert before, and it's normal for a ghost to appear again. With Latios' sympathy for the guards just now, it would be strange if Jin Yu didn't doubt it at all. The most important thing is that Jin Yu saw in someone that only members of the shadow team will wear the badge coordinates when they are in action. The coordinates can control the phantom beast of the level of Latios, and make it black. There must be certain requirements, and this time, it may be the Kadri level big fish of the shadow team. In fact, should he not be in this muddy water? Jin Yu couldn't help but raise this question in his heart. He has a system, as long as he follows the steps, he will become a master sooner or later, not to mention the shadow team of the gods, horses, labor and capital, even in the world at present the largest organization, the Elf Federation, must also respect him by 3.3. When he turned around, the thought faded when he saw Xiaoya's expression. Maybe the other party was not the lively girl he saw at the temple fair when he was a child, but when he first met, it really made him feel something from his heart. Touched, coupled with the trembling, helpless and pitiful appearance of Xiaoya at this time, it made him unable to bear any resentment. Instead, he just wanted to touch the girl's head with a smile and comfort him. Life, there is something to do and something not to do. Relax, I will try my best to get your brother back to its original state as soon as possible. After that, Jin Yu, Qing Keqing and others drove to the center of the spirit. Along the way, Jin Yu kept turning on the search map function. He paid close attention to every coordinate character on the map and the direction of action. At this time, Latios it has already begun to move, the target is the center of the spirit. Jin Yu squinted his eyes and suddenly had an idea. Although he had a preliminary guess about who the members of the shadow team were, it is best to further confirm it. There is a badge, and people don't recognize it when they are killed. The way. Ching-Ketching thought for a while, and then came up with several names. Among them, apart from Xiao Yu and others, only one person knew their whereabouts. Following Latios, they were about to arrive at the Spirit Center. At this time, there were already a large number of federal vehicles surrounded by the center of the Elf. Even the Elf Center asked the master of the Sea Market Gym, Chenjiang, to come to protect it. After all, the Elf Center in every city is like a totem of a city. Cause great damage to the Commonwealth. Signboard is also a great shame. As a gym owner who eats under the Alliance, it is naturally impossible not to help. In fact, Chenjiang really did a great job. He brought out his ace spirit all at once. Strong Crocodile, Lot Kappa, Iron Claw Lobster, and the mosquito-repellent frog that Jin Yu had seen before. A group of elves surrounded Latios, but they were still beaten so badly that it was horrible to watch. Being whipped is one step away from hitting the street. The poor Chenjiang pavilion owner came all the way, and ended up being sent off. Boom. The door to the room where Jin Wu and the others were opened was opened. Mr. Xiao Yu, there is nothing we can do, please help, let's take action, now, only you can stop this monster. Miss Ching, please help to persuade Mr. Xiao Yu to. Walked in with a pitiful face and an unkempt appearance. When he raised his head and found that Jin Yu was alone in the room, he was stunned. Mr. Jin Wu, are you alone? Jin Wu shrugged. Luo Hao's expression was unnatural for a moment, and then he continued to cry in a sad voice. Mr. Jin Yu, you wouldn't have the heart to see that the Elf Center of the Sea Market was destroyed, and the economy was going backward for more than 10 years. Well, typical moral kidnapping. Jin Yu ignored Luo Hao's cry and said to himself, isn't this looking for members of the shadow team? Ah, I wonder if you found Mr. Jin Wu. Hey, far in the sky and close in front of you, huh? When Jin Wu said this, it was as if he was chatting, with a very casual expression. Luo Hao was stunned when he heard the words, then looked around for a while, and finally, after confirming that there were only the two of them in the room, he smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Xiao Yu, stop joking, how could I be a member of the shadow team? I'm still in the dock. They've been working for over 10 years. That's why it's scary. Jin Yu said, forgive me for not doing step-by-step evidence deductions on you like a detective, but, I believe that Mr. Luo Hao, you are from the shadow team. Hee, Mr. Xiao Yu, stop joking, now that the blue dragon beast has attacked, even if you don't help, you should at least complete the evacuation work. By the way, with you, Miss Ching-Ketching and the mysterious number 2, especially mysterious number 2, she is an important target for the dragon beast to pursue, and she must be protected as soon as possible. Luo Hao said with a look of consideration for others. Xiao Yu still didn't respond to his intentions, and continued to say to himself, actually, Mr. Luo Hao, if you want to clear your suspicions, it's very easy to lose your mind. Chapter 103. A Rake Fifth More. Luo Hao was stunned when he heard the words. Under normal circumstances, once attained elves will rely on the master's orders. I don't need to explain this conclusion. In many competitive games, it is because the trainer's reaction is slow at the critical moment, the elves will lose the game. And according to my guess, the darkened elves should have the same reaction as normal elves. No, maybe even more, because the darkening of elves will erode most of its emotional memory and make them change. 2. Like a combat weapon, once there is no order, it may stop all actions completely, not necessarily. Jin Yu touched his chin, his eyes fixed on Luo Hao, observing each other's every move. When he finished speaking, he clearly noticed that Luo Hao's eyes changed slightly. So, Mr. Luo Hao, if you want to clear your suspicions, it's simple, just let me knock you out. Luo Hao smiled bitterly, seemingly helpless. Mr. Xiao Yu, although what you said is well-founded, everything is based on the premise that I am a member of the shadow team, but I really am not. I'm not as good as Mr. Jin Wu, but at least I have a lot of people under my control, and they always need me to speak to the communicator and issue orders to them. Said that, Luo Hao raised the communicator in his hand. Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes. One of the communicators might be connected to Latios channel. Oh so, Xiao Yu sighed and said as if giving up. Since, Mr. Luo Hao is so unwilling to cooperate, then I will force you to clear your suspicions. Saying that, the closet in the room was suddenly opened, and Lalu Lassie rushed out of it. Up, from the small red triangle tentacles, a burst of hypnosis spread out. Jin Wu, don't go too far. Luo Hao seemed to be prepared, and hurriedly turned sideways to avoid Lalula's attack range. Don't worry, Mr. Luo Hao, in order to avoid hurting you, I specially let Lalu Lassie use the hypnosis technique. As long as you clear your suspicions, I will wake you up soon. Although Jin Yu said it very sincerely, how could Luo Hao let him succeed? Hey, Mr. Luo Hao, it must be really fast. While Xiao Yu kept talking with Luo Hao, distracting the other party's attention, he quietly let the ghost in his shadow slowly sneak into the other party's shadow. Jin Yu, that's enough. I'm the leader of a city, how can I allow you to be so humiliated? The two were talking when Gisi suddenly appeared in front of Luo Hao. Gauss. Ghost smiled and gave the other party a hypnosis accurately. But as expected, Luo Hao's dizzy scene didn't happen. Just hearing a crisp sound, Luo Hao's neck, a Class 1 jade object, shattered, and then, a halo similar to Mysterious Guardian rose up around him. Oh Mysterious Guardian, it should be Latios. Skills. Jin Yu smiled and continued to make up for the knife. This technique of storing skills in a container has only been used by Jin Wu in the Shadow team. Luo Hao lowered his head and did not reply. After a while, he said in a particularly gloomy voice, when did you find out? Ah, don't you pretend. Jin Yu smiled and said in a long tone, they known since you were still in Mom's Zigangli. Jin Wu. There was anger in Luo Hao's eyes. Originally, he thought that his 10 years of forbearance could hide from everyone's eyes, but he did not expect that he would be planted in the hands of a teenager today. Lalula's, the magic leaf attacked his contactor. Jin Wu immediately ordered Lalora's to attack the key point. If this thing continues to stay in Luo Hao's hands, it will cause extremely serious things. Luo Hao seems to have also sensed the importance of the contactor, and immediately throws a pokeball, intending to use it to block Lalula's attack, but, Lalu Lassie's action is always one step faster. At the critical moment, Luo Hao turned to one side and blocked the move with his body. Then, under the condition of being half-injured, Luo Hao smiled coldly at Xiao Yu, turned on the contactor without hesitation, and said to all the guards of the Elf Federation at all his docks, everyone pay attention, now I have a major event to notify. Jin Wu is the hidden Shadow team member. I have noticed his evil deeds, and now he is attacking me in anger. Suddenly, a group of people around the Elf Center who did not know the truth of the matter erupted in exclamations of discussion and exclamation. Damn! And instead of holding his hand, he directly threw Zeraora's Pokeball. Zeraola appeared, and without saying a word, he shot a current towards Luo Hao. The elf summoned by Luo Hao is a mind puppet. Psychic Earth Puppet Qualification. Blue level, level 45 attribute. Ground, super power feature. Floating gender, no size, 1. Close black lens bracket, high speed rotation. The psychic puppet itself is a ground attribute elf, which has a certain resistance to the electrical attribute skill. At the same time, it also uses high-speed rotation to disperse the power of the skill. Although it still bounces out after that, it can be considered as a takeover for the time being. Zeraora this trick. Taking advantage of this time, Luo Hao had already jumped out of the window, and at the same time, he had also summoned his main pet, the blood-winged flying dragon. Don't try to escape. Jin Wu was about to greet Zeraora to attack the blood-winged dragon in midair. However, as soon as he probed through the window, he saw several skills lacing from downstairs. These attacks were obviously launched by a group of people who supported Luo Hao. Xiao Yu clicked his tongue, knowing that even if his mouth was full, he couldn't explain it when he went out, so he had to leave here first, then find Qing Keqing and let her come forward. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 104. Xiao Yu's Plan First Update. Thinking of this, Jin Yu didn't hesitate to take back the other elves, leaving only one Lalu lassie by his side. Please, Laloras, teleport. Lula. After coming out of the Cave of Stone, Lalulas has been diligent in training, and now the teleportation skill has become more and more proficient. Within a kilometer range, it can move at will. Whoosh, whoosh. Lalu lassie teleported Jinwu several times in a row. When he reappeared, he was already at the Mirage Dock. The so-called most dangerous place is the safest place. The Mirage Dockyard is not far from the center of the Mirage Spirit. Jin Yu and Qing Keqing and the others split up before, so they took Xiaoya to the Sea Market Dock. Jin Wu, how about Director Na, is he really the Shadow Team? Soja and the others saw Xiao Yu teleporting over. They were stunned for a moment, and then they asked. Yu shook his head with a wry smile, and told Soja and the others what happened before. When Qing Keqing heard the words, she took a step forward and said, if that's the case, then I'll come forward and expose Luo Hao now. Xiao Yu called her back. I thought about it carefully. Now that you show up, you will at most confuse everyone, and you can't make people trust them completely, and, at that time, maybe you will be beaten back by that guy, and things will be troublesome. It's not always necessary to let that guy continue to run rampant. Soja was a little depressed. I have a suggestion. Xiao Yu beckoned and asked the two girls to come over, and he whispered to them in his ear, I haven't found the culprit, Xiao Yu. Luo Hao greeted everyone at this moment. While guarding against Latios' attack, he searched for Jin Yu on a large scale. It's amazing to say, since Jin Wu left, Latios seems to have really stopped moving. Luo Hao's explanation is this. This is normal, after all, that Xiao Yu is a trainer. Without a trainer, even this dragon beast will be slow to act. Everyone nodded in understanding, but because Latios' strength was too terrifying before, no one dared to get too close, just surrounded him. Director. Suddenly, someone rushed in front of Luo Hao and panted, although the prisoner Xiao Yu was not found, but Miss Qing Keqing was found. I heard that Qing prisoner Xiao Yu seemed to know him before. Director, look. Luo Hao's eyes flickered, and he thought, Qing Keqing came over at this time, is he the one who confronted him? After that, did Xiao Yu contact her? After all, she is the daughter of the King of Heaven, and she has no right to list her as a prisoner without saying a word. List. Pondering for a while, he finally asked, where is Miss Qing now? She is relatively close to the prisoner. She is likely to be bewitched. Let's meet first. If it's an accident, we can only control it first, and report to King Qing. Yes. Then, Luo Hao soon met Qing Keqing, who was accompanied by a Soja. However, I didn't see Xiaoya's figure. Luo Hao was not sure about Qing Keqing's attitude, so he opened his mouth, just about to ask, but Qing Keqing was the first to speak. I'm too immature to be deceived by the members of the Shadow Team for so long. Thank you, Director Luo Hao, for letting me know Jin Yu's true face. Ah. As soon as he said this, Luo Hao couldn't react immediately, but after all, he was a living adult, so he quickly laughed and said, Oh, this man is not a sage, how can you be right? Miss Qing can be so fast. It is also very valuable to recognize the true face of the prisoner. Qing Keqing smiled sincerely and nodded. This makes Luo Hao wonder, what's the matter? Wasn't the relationship between the two of them a good one? Is it because I think too much? Actually, I just know Luo Hao. When Luo Hao was at a loss, Qing Keqing continued. Luo Hao Director Hao, since Xiao Yu has fled in fear of crime, we can just capture the dragon beast he left behind. Anyway, since the master is not around, his mobility is definitely not as good as before. Wait, Miss Qing Keqing, in order to minimize the damage, let's go first and catch the leader Jin Yu. Luo Hao frowned when he heard that Qing Keqing was going to attack Latios, feeling that things were not easy. Ching Ketching waved his hand, as if I knew it. Director Luo Hao, that's the decision. I was deceived by that Xiao Yu so badly. In order to atone for my crimes, I brought a secret weapon this time, Luo Hao. Director, although I am not an alliance official of this sea city, but as the daughter of the 4 heavenly kings, I am still very concerned about the future development of the sea city. Ching Ketching said as he walked towards the area where Latios was located. Ah, Miss Ching Ketching, I hope you will think about it. Although the dragon beast is not in a riot, if it stimulates it. It's all up to me, and if something happens next, I'll take it upon myself. Ching Ketching swore an oath. But Luo Hao hesitated, feeling that things were out of his control. Does Director Luo Hao trust me or my father, Ching Tianzheng? Luo Hao was speechless again. The end, they could only silently follow Ching Ketching and the others to the area where Latios was located. Latios stared blankly and remained motionless in midair. Even so, the surrounding guards were still on guard. Ching Ketching took 2 deep breaths and walked to the front under the astonished eyes of everyone. Then, he took out a high-level ball from his bosom, and said in a voice that only he and the spirit in the spirit ball could hear. I know, you are the spirit of your father, except that you don't like to obey other people's orders, but I hope that this time, you can fight for me. This is about my reputation as a very important person. After meditating, Ching Ketching threw the high-level ball high. Arc flashed, and a huge orangutan-like elf appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 105, The King of Leave, 2nd. Leaving King Qualification. Orange Level. Level 64 Attributes. General Characteristics. Laziness is often inactive, generally nothing will be shot. Gender. Male size, 3. Master. Ching Tianzheng, the King of Leave, afraid of trouble. Pokemon. Looks like an orangutan baboon, with a pink pig nose. In fact, its work and rest habits are also very similar to pigs. Wake up and eat when they are full. Just sleep. Once you sleep, you can sleep for several days. As for how lazy it is, as long as there are turf grass roots around, it will not move its nest. Unless there is nothing left and only soil is left, it will force itself to get up and look for food. But even so, the fighting power of this elf is still beyond the specification. Although it is lazy enough to fly, once the fighting spirit is raised, the energy accumulated in the weekdays can be burst out at one time. That kind of surging power, a god. It should be said that it is the elf of the 4 heavenly kings. Just this elf can make countless trainers in the world stunned and rumbling. The moment the giant Leaf King appeared, the ground around him was shocked with energy ripples. There were some trainers around who were not determined, and they were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. This is King Ching's Pokemon. It's so strong, just looking at it, my legs can't stop shaking. Exclamations spread one after another. Even Luo Hao couldn't help swallowing at this moment. I heard that the Guy 7 went to attack Tianwang's house. I guess it was at that time that Qingtian felt that his daughter was not safe, so he asked the king to leave. Left it to my daughter. That guy is really stealing chicken without losing money, Luo Hao thought secretly. At this moment, Ching Ketching looked at the King of Leave in front of him. To be honest, he was a little uneasy in his heart. The King of Leave was erratic and uncertain. If he said he would strike, he would strike. Although his father ordered him to protect himself, it was estimated that it was normal, unless he when his life is in danger, the King of Leave will take action. Now, Ching Ketching ordered it to deal with Latios, which is completely outside the task. Therefore, the girl can't guarantee whether the King of Leave will help him. It's rare for the king to ask for leave to appear with his feet on the ground. He glanced at the girl behind him, and saw Ching Ketching's eyes full of anticipation. I don't know if I just woke up from hunger and took a walk, or I was really persuaded by Ching Ketching. In short, at this moment, the King of Leave really moved towards Latios. Seeing this scene, Ching Ketching was overjoyed, while Luo Hao behind her flashed a cold, wow. Asked the fake king to throw a random punch at sea, and immediately set off a strong shock wave. At this time, the ground on which his feet stood, even cracked open at this moment. Although Latios didn't have Luo Hao's instructions, he still felt a little bad instinctively. His eyes flashed with golden light, and a mysterious guardian appeared all over his body. Boom. Pity that I didn't hold on for a moment. This protective shield was shattered immediately, and Latios' body was shot back a few points at this moment. The surrounding grounds, countless security staff and dock employees suddenly burst into exclamations. The King of Leave actually repelled his opponent head-on. Previously, he fought against Jin Yu's spirit, and he didn't show any disadvantage, but the King of Leave just met, and he suppressed Latios, worthy of being the spirit of the King of Heaven. Long live the Leave King! Long live King Qing! Long live Miss Qing Keqing! Immediately, there was an applause all around. As the trainer of the client, Luo Hao had a gloomy expression on his face. If it was an ordinary elf, Latios would be able to suppress it perfectly even without his orders. Latios' IQ is obviously not enough. Right now, it is clearly in a situation of being beaten on one side. He slowly stretched out his palm towards his arms. Luo Hao now has two choices. 1. Summon the elf and slaughter Qing Keqing in front of him. But doing such a thing in front of everyone's eyes will completely reveal his identity. Not only that, but he will also be revenged by the Heavenly King who is at the top level in Central Continent's combat power. Although he is a cadre of the organization, it is unknown whether the organization will protect him when such a disaster arises. Then, there is only another way. Take out the contactor and give Latios an order to let him leave here for now. Just as he was about to pick up the contactor in his hand, he found that Qing Keqing's eyes were on him. It seems. Qing Keqing walked towards him with a smile and said, "Director Luo Hao, leave the next command to me. You can go to rest first." Saying that, Qing Keqing stretched out his hand and asked Luo Hao for a contactor. Luo Hao naturally couldn't give it, so he immediately looked away. "Haha, Miss Qing, this contactor was specially distributed to me by the Federation, and cannot be given to outsiders." Shish. At this moment, the mushroom that Soja had been holding in her arms suddenly spurted out a mouthful of paralysis powder, covering Luo Hao. The corner of Soja's mouth twitched, but she said with an emotionless stick in her mouth, "All-eye mushroom, you can't spray the paralysis powder. It's better to go after the treatment, and I'll take you to the treatment." Oops. Luo Hao doesn't care whether Soja is intentional or not. If he is hit by the paralysis powder at this time, he will definitely lose control of his body. Once the controller is in the hands of Qing Keqing, the consequences will be unimaginable. Although Luo Hao is unwilling to be sprinkled with paralysis powder, the opponent's skill is too large, not to mention himself. Even Qing Keqing is also in the area, and in the blink of an eye, he asked where can he go. Mysterious Guardian's compression skills have been used up when he fought against Jin Yu, and Luo Hao didn't have time to replenish after that. His face was pale, no matter what. No matter how unwilling he is, at this moment, he will definitely be recruited. Due to the huge dose of this numbing powder, Luo Hao only felt his tongue, and his eyelids were so numb that he couldn't move at this moment. Logically, Qing Keqing, who was in front of him, should have been caught in the same way, but Luo Hao pursed her red lips while the girl in front of him met pieces of sakura fruit. It's over. He only has this idea in his heart at this time. Please download Feifei to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 106. Debunking 3rd. Allah, Director Luo Hao, you are too tired. I will accept this contactor. You can rest well in the federal prison. Qingqing's red lips rose slightly, revealing a natural little devil expression. Resolutely grabbed the contactor from Luo Hao, who was unable to resist. Poor Luo Hao could only stare at him with anger, but he couldn't say a word. The contactor is in hand, and I have it in the world. Qing Keqing immediately checked several channels in the contactor, and among them, there was an object whose settings were unknown. Qing Keqing said to the channel, "Stop attacking." The sound, Latios, who was dealing with the King of Leave in midair, was stunned for a moment, and his movements were slow for a moment. Then, There is a move open black lens bracket rock blockade close black lens bracket. Latios showed a pained expression for the first time, but because of the order of the contactor, he did not continue to resist. Although it was a good thing to successfully suppress the dragon beast, the discerning person clearly felt that something was wrong in Latios's actions just now. Gym owners like Chenjong asked Ching Keching directly, "Miss Ching, what's going on?" Ching Keching pursed his lips and smiled, but did not answer, but at this moment, a voice came out of thin air. "Let me answer this question." Swipe. A figure appeared out of thin air, momentary movement, on the spot. "Brother Jinwoo." Chenjong immediately screamed in shock, and then he realized that he shouldn't be so loud, and quickly covered his mouth, but it was obviously too late. The surrounding security personnel heard Xiao Yu's name, and immediately subconsciously wanted to surround him. "Come." "Oh, it's okay." Facing Chenjong's apologetic gaze, Jinyu waved his hand and said that it was all right. At this point, he naturally didn't need to continue running. He walked slowly towards Ching Keching, took Luo Hao's liaison device from the other party, then opened the communication channels of various departments, and shouted, "Please gather, I will tell you the bad news below." The real identity of Luo Hao, the director of the Heishi dockyard is. When Jinyu made the matter public, most people were stunned. Chenjong was a relatively neutral person, but some unreasonable people directly shouted that Jinyu is a liar, and a thief still catches a thief. After all, compared to Jinyu, a trainer who was born out of thin air, they naturally believed more in Luo Hao, who had worked diligently in the dock for more than 10 years. Xiao Yu shrugged, not surprised by the result, but turned to look at the owner of Chenjong Pavilion, and said, "Master Chenjong, please help to search Luo Hao's belongings." Chenjong can be considered a relatively virtuous existence, and it can be considered fair for him to come forward. Qianzhong took a deep look at Xiao Yu, then nodded and walked towards Luo Hao for a while. This is. The more Chenjong searched, the more surprised he became. The guards around him also looked ashen, and a feeling of being deceived and being used as a gun emerged from the bottom of his heart. Shadow Team Badge, Compression Capsule, and Luo Hao's Elf, in addition to the blood-winged flying dragon, the other Ecstasy Eye, the Psychic Earth Puppet, are all transformation elves, with a thick black mist on their bodies. Jinyu then handed the contactor to Chenjong. Chenjong's face darkened again. It was obvious that he had discovered the command device that controlled Latios. Each of these is solid evidence, and as a result, there is no need to say more. Seeing everyone staring at him angrily, Luo Hao only felt that the future was dark. But at this moment, Jinyu frowned, and the system suddenly sent a warning sign, and an elf whose coordinates were fed to the skeleton was rapidly approaching here. The owner of Chenjong Pavilion, and everyone, hurry up and leave Luo Hao's surroundings. Soon as the voice fell, I heard a burst of, "Jia Jia Jia." Weird laughter. "It feels really sharp." An old voice came. Then, a powerful protective shield suddenly rose up in place, directly covering Luo Hao and Latios. Everyone was stunned, and Luo Hao, at this moment, showed ecstasy. Whoosh. Ah, damn it. Another blast of magic power came, and the pavilion owner Chenjong was unprepared, and the contactor in his hand was immediately crushed into pieces. Ow. Perhaps it was because he suddenly felt this powerful aura. The Leaf King who had been calm before suddenly became violent, and attacked in midair with a true chi fist. Dang. There were ripples in the air. Oh, isn't this King Qing's elf? I didn't expect this old man to be so lucky. Otherwise, it's really exciting to think about the elf of the King of Heaven. Jia Jia Jia. He spoke. Several black rings with terrifying electric current suddenly shot out from the void. As if provoked by the anger, the fake king ran wild and ignored it, trying to drag the unknown existence out of the invisible and invisible midair. But when the ring approached, immediately, the strength seemed to have been removed by more than half, and gradually began to become weak. Fake king to stare in anger, there is a kind of feeling that the force cannot be used. Jia Jia Jia, play for my shadow team. The old voice laughed strangely. Please leave the king. At this time, Qing Keqing also had a sense of ominous feeling in his heart. Quick, Keqing, use the pokeball to bring back the king of leave. Jinwoo quickly reminded him. Oh. Qing Keqing took out the high-level ball from his bosom, and shot it towards the leave king in midair. When the red light came into contact with the leave king, he found that the leave king could not return to the ball at all. Qing Keqing's face turned pale immediately. How could it be? Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Jinwoo naturally couldn't keep his hand, and immediately threw the pokeball. Go, Zeraora. Chapter 107. Commitment. Fourth more. Lightning Fist. Meow. Boom. In midair, Zeraora punched the black ring. Immediately, the black thunderbolt and the blue thunderbolt came into contact, causing a burst of explosions. Zeraora immediately activates its own characteristic power storage. Unlike the King of Leave, Zeraora has a high resistance to electricity attribute attacks. The black thunder ring didn't do much damage to it. Advantage of the situation, Zeraora will save the King of Leave. Boom. With a loud noise, the two elves fell to the ground. Ow. This time, the King of Asking for Leave is really annoyed. Since it has been promoted to the strength of the king, it has not suffered from such a bird. The whole body fluff exudes a golden current. Boom. A shocking thunder fell from the sky. This is the thunder learned from the skill book of the King of Asking for Leave. The 60-level elves have the power to destroy the city with every move, but under such a fierce attack, they still don't even see the shadow of the opponent. What a tough defense. When Jinwoo saw this, his heart smacked. Oh, besides King Qing, I didn't expect that there is such a young little king here. Gia, forget it, today I will look at this little king's face and leave first. The phantom in the sky had successfully recovered Latios and Luo Hao just now. Goal was achieved, he did not stop at all, and was ready to leave. Ah! At this moment, a pink figure slowly walked out from the crowd. Xiaoya looked sadly at the phantom carrying Latios away. She knew very well that even if she chased after her, she would not be able to save Latios. She knew very well that when she was still in the form of Water Drop of Heart, Latios ignored her own danger and used it as a bait to save her life. She knew very well that only when she became stronger would she be able to see her again. She knew everything about Latios, but she couldn't help shedding, tears. My words still count. I will continue to search for Latios until he is rescued. Crying paused, Xiaoya turned her head slowly, and at some point, Jing stood behind her, raised her palm gently, and placed it on the girl's head. Xiaoya's tears couldn't be stopped even more. She turned back and got into Xiaoyu's chest. Emil, Xiao intervened in the affairs of the sea market after that, and was not interested in intervening. After Qing Keqing told his father about what happened, the matter was over. As for Xiaoya's whereabouts, no one even asked after that. Jinwoo, where are you going? After the Mirage Temple fair ended, Soja was also ready to go back to Xincheng. Before she left, she asked a question. Xiaoyu was looking at not far away and Lalu Lassie was playing with Xiaoya. After the incident, the little girl neither cried nor made trouble. I can roughly guess that it was Xiaoya who took care of it. His mood was deliberate, so he wanted to find news about the guys in the shadow team all the time. I'm going to go to Radio City. I heard that it is a place with relatively developed communications. Maybe I can find the whereabouts of the shadow team. Jinwoo casually said that the coordinates where the shadow team left last time were also heading towards that city. Soja has such an expression as expected. Is that so? Girl's eyes were wide, and she had some thoughts, but she turned around, as if she had forgotten, and said lightly, then we are destined to meet again. Right, Xiao is by your side, you are not allowed to bully her, let alone do anything wrong. Brain. Xiaoyu rolled his eyes. After this incident, both Soja and Qing Keqing roughly guessed that Xiaoya's true identity is an elf. Saying this now is just joking Jinwoo. Hey, if I knew someone was thinking this way, I should have done something at the hotel that night. When Soja heard this, her pretty face immediately flushed and she barked her teeth coquettishly, "You dare." After speaking, both of them burst out laughing. Soja's eyes are faintly watery. "Take care." "Well, so are you." Jinwoo smiled and replied softly. That Soja was riding slowly left the port and disappeared into the sea. Jinwoo stretched his waist and greeted Xiaoya and his elves, and embarked on a journey again. This day, Jinwoo was in a suburb and found that there seemed to be an official event. Went up and consulted, only to know that this place is actually holding a gorgeous contest. No wonder, so many people. Xiaoya followed behind Jinwoo, holding Lalu Lassie in his arms. The two little guys were very interested in the atmosphere of the gorgeous competition around them. Jinwoo asked with a smile, "Interested?" Both nodded in succession. Xiaoyu scratched his head. He was idle anyway, or finished the registration process by registering his name. Xiaoyu looked at his identity registration and the introduction card for the competition. Was similar to the gorgeous contest process in his memory, roughly the elf skill show, and then the elf show. Most of the gorgeous competitions in Central Continent have only these two processes, and performance shows in other continents will have more processes, such as dress-up shows, and even food shows, etc. But the simple process is natural for beginners like Jinwoo. Is more friendly. Just as Jinwoo was walking around with his little card while studying, suddenly, a coordinating trainer made a mistake in training, and the frisbee in his hand smashed out of the field, just slicing towards Jinwoo's head. Although it is a soft plastic frisbee, it will still hurt to be hit at this speed, so the girl who trained the elf immediately exclaimed, "Sir, be careful." Although Jinwoo looked at the card in his hand, he had the system mini-map to remind him, how could he be hit by such a simple frisbee, and was about to turn his head to avoid it, but found that the disc stopped directly halfway. Hey, just now, he clearly put away Lalu Lassie. So now who put this psychic power? To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 108. Ancient Books About Latius, 5th more. Jinwoo subconsciously turned his attention to the girl behind him. I saw Xiaoya's two black eyes flashing with strange light at this time. She didn't run away. It was this girl who had grown to the point where she could unleash her skills, and it seemed that she would soon be able to transform into an elf. Or also textual researches from the ancient elves records. In fact, Latios and Latias, the two infinite Pokemon, were originally, very likely, they were all transformed from human appearances. Original text. A long, long time ago, on an island called Otamare, lived an old man and an old woman. One day, they rescued a pair of injured little brothers and sisters by the sea. The patient gradually recovered, but suddenly one day, an evil monster came to invade the island. Just when the island was about to be swallowed by the monster, the appearance of the little brother and sister in front of the old man and the old woman changed. They are the infinite Pokemon, Latio. Sladias. The two elves summoned their companions, drove away the darkness, and left behind a gem called Heart Droplet. Peace was restored to the island, and Latios and Latias often came to visit this place. The island where the water drop of the heart is located can be seen from the short story, that the brother and sister that the old grandfather and the old woman picked up are actually very likely to be the original form of Latios Latius. They only have a certain opportunity. Under the circumstances, they can change into their true posture. Jinwoo took the frisbee and was in deep thought when the owner of the frisbee ran over, took a deep breath, and bowed his head apologetically. I'm very sorry, sir, it was I who caused you trouble. It's okay, just be careful next time. Jinwoo smiled and handed the other person's frisbee. When their eyes met, they were a little surprised by the other person's appearance. They looked a lot like a person in the original book. Shaolin, who should have been the trio of Junshin Town, had delicate and beautiful cheeks, flaxen shawl and long hair, and was dressed in aqua blue. A shirt with a pink skirt at the hem, and his eyes are very clear, like glass, not stained with dust. That, as an apology, or I'll treat you to a meal. Jinwoo smiled and agreed. Unlike ordinary people who treat guests to dinner, as a dinner treat between trainers, usually, it involves each other's elves. Although Jinyu has made a lot of money in the secret realm of the sea, as a trainer, he does not dislike money. Many times. In addition, the other party is indeed a beauty, there is no need to refuse. This girl's name is Su Lanlin. Not only does she look similar to Shaolin in the story, but her name is also very similar. Of course, the most important thing is that she is very proud to enter the restaurant of the Elf Center, and she directly asks the breeder to bring each elves without saying a word. A top package. The breeders originally thought it was a good opportunity to make money, but after seeing Jinyu's gang of strange elves, they were dumbfounded. The other elves were okay, at least they were creatures. The key was Regilock, the Nema stone. What people eat is the same as ordinary rock attribute elf, but people have no mouths, whether it is energy absorption or heat energy. In the end, after a long time of tossing, it was Xiaoyu's reminder to solve the meal. Regilock's meal, it's stone, but eat. Somewhat different, Regilock will directly plug on oneself. The more high quality ore it is, the more helpful it is to its body. After loading the solid stone, Regilock will also secrete other unnecessary stones, which is equivalent to excretion. Finally, after eating and waxing it, Regilock's dinner is over. Giggle, Mr. Jinwoo, your spirit is really rare. Su Lanlin didn't care about the other party's meal at all. She ate tens of thousands of yuan in ore, and crossed the card with a smile. So, Mr. Jinwoo, it's your first time to participate in the coordination competition. Otherwise, we will have a friendly match later. Jinyu agreed with a smile. He just looked at the other party's elf during the dinner. There are a total of 6, of which the Kamui turtle has the highest level, level 32, and purple qualification. Next is a 6-tailed, level 26, blue aptitude. The other levels are roughly in the 10th grade. Bada butterfly, level 18, green qualification. Fat ding, level 15, blue qualification. Proud swallow, level 15, green qualification. Walking grass level 14, blue aptitude. The attributes are matched in a very average lineup. The most important thing is that this level of elves is just right for training his Kami turtle, Lalu Lassie. Of course, since it was a competition prepared for a gorgeous competition, it was naturally different from the previous competition where the opponent was defeated by powerful skills alone. Each skill must be carefully dressed up by the coordinating trainer, without losing power. Then go to Xiao Yusheng. The first elf I sent is it, Little Fat Ding. Level, blue aptitude, and Leloris should barely be able to handle it. Jinwoo throws a poke ball. Lalu Lassie. The little guy attaches great importance to the gorgeous contest, and as soon as he appears in the pokey ball, he enters the state. Rotating and appearing on the field of competition like a dance. Lula. Su Lanlin saw it. She covered her mouth and chuckled. Mr. Xiaoyu, your Lalu drawing has great potential. Thank you for the compliment. Lalu Lassie, try it with magic leaves. Lula. Lalu Lassie held her breath and mobilized a piece of colorful fallen leaves. Although the number of fallen leaves was less than before, the shape was carefully decorated, and dozens of colorful leaves were carved into the shape of a heart. Then, in the midst of urging, he shot at Fat Ding. Wow, so beautiful. Su Lanlin gave a sincere compliment. That Fat Ding, the body becomes round and go back. Su Lanlin's instructions are also a bit confusing, but when Xiaoyu saw Fat Ding directly using his body to hard connect the magic leaf, he was stunned, and just flew in front of Lu to remind you. Book 3 Things to Read. Chapter 109, Practicing Gorgeous Skills, First Update. I saw that after Fat Ding used Turn Round, his entire body became like a balloon, and that magic leaf smashed onto his body, and was immediately scattered by the unloading force. Iya, it really failed. This move was originally intended to bounce back the magic leaf. Su Lanlin smiled bitterly. Great idea, if it works, it will definitely score high in the flamboyant contest. Jinwoo didn't mean to look down on him at all, but instead praised him repeatedly. Sometimes, the skills of the gorgeous competition are really eye-opening, just like this trick that Su Lamlin asked Fat Ding to use. Just relying on the simple defensive move of circle, it can play a little mirror reflection efficacy. Regardless of is the next gorgeous competition or the regular competition in the future, Jinwoo feels that the use of diffuse thinking skills is definitely one of the required courses for current trainers. However, it's still lacking. Su Lamlin stroked her hair on the temples, and then continued to order, "Okay, this time it's our turn to take action. Fat Ding, use singing." Of Fat Ding's specialty skills. Don't you see how Fat Ding in the Kanto region used a song, singing, to make many ferocious elves terrified, and when the song ended, he couldn't fight. Dream Awake was also given a graffiti face with an oily pen. I don't know how the masters wiped it off at that time. Come on this trick. Since it is a sound-based skill, then use the sound to interfere. Lalu Lassie, we use it like this. The sound of charm. Lalula's nodded, raised her head, and began to hum. Lula. Two timbers are intertwined, which is surprisingly good, but the effect is naturally gone. Well, is there such a way of defense? Su Lamlin was stunned. Jinwoo smiled slightly and continued to try to weave the moves into the shape he wanted to use. Strictly speaking, this match was not a formal battle, so the two of them were mostly tentative, trying to arrange their own elf moves. Although there is no winner or loser, both of them are very satisfied with this match. Xiaoyu has learned many details of the extra points of the coordination competition from Su Lan's side, such as the elf ball shell. The real world has been officially released, and the appearance is very similar to the anime. There are translucent models, fully transparent models, and even opaque models. With the Pokeball sticker, it can release a lot of extra flashes and visual effects. Although this kind of props is small, once found in the secret realm, it can also be sold to coordinating trainers at a high price. See the Pokeball stickers, the more expensive it is. And Su Lamlin learned a lot from Xiaoyu's side. Expert makes a move, he will know if there is any. In the process of handing, Su Lamlin can vaguely feel that the level of Lalu drawing is a few levels lower than that of Fat Ding, but the two sides fought, and Fat Ding did not take any advantage during the whole process, even several times. They were all forced to the head by Lalu Lassie, if it wasn't for Lalu Lassie's skill attribute. Do not have the upper hand and cannot cause an effective attack on the opponent. It is estimated that even in a friendly match, Fat Ding will have to fight. After the two split up, Jinwoo thought for a while and decided to go to the props trading market. Every elf center will have this kind of trade organization. In addition to selling some common wound medicines, elf balls, and tree fruits, occasionally according to local activities, you can also see some rare items for sale. For example, there is a coordination competition being held here today, so there is a high possibility that Pokeball shells and Pokeball stickers will be sold. Jinwoo is not very interested in Pokeball sticker, the key is Pokeball shell. This thing is a good thing. The opaque Pixie Ball shell can hide the unique appearance of Master Ball. Master Ball is one of the biggest secrets in Jinwoo's hands, although no one has noticed Master Ball yet. It's special, but I'm not afraid of 10,000, so Jinwoo is going to buy some opaque elf ball shells to wrap it up to the destination. It's much more empty than I thought, but it's normal. After all, it is a town-level city. Even if there is a gorgeous competition to be held, it will not attract too many people all at once. Soon, Jinwoo found a shop that sold Pixie Ball shell. Welcome, what would you like to ask the guest? Quote. Is there an opaque Pokeball shell? Yes, how many do you want? Jinwoo made a rough estimate and bought 10 first. Okay, 10 opaque Pokeball shells for a total of 10,000 yuan. Do you need stickers? An opaque elf spherical shell costs 1,000 yuan, which is relatively cheap in the props market. You must know that the most common, orange fruit, also costs 1,000 yuan. It was much cheaper than he thought, and Jinwoo was naturally more confident. Well, give me 10 sets of stickers. Okay, "Sir, what style of stickers do you want? Our store currently has heart-shaped stickers, star-shaped stickers, and line stickers. Recently, there are also a relatively rare party sticker and foam sticker, but the style is relatively simple. The party sticker is models, foam stickers are models." Jinyu didn't know much about these models, so he simply asked the shopping guide to show him. The so-called party stickers are the moment when the Pokeball is thrown, the dazzling light scale fragments will fly, just like the colored balls in the party. The color of this model is white at the bottom and the border is lavender, which is quite good looking in terms of appearance. Jinwoo nodded, "This one can be bought." As for the foam sticker model, it has the special effect of flying out several blue bubbles. As soon as Jinyu saw this scene, he immediately thought that this should be used for Kamui. Also bought star stickers and line stickers. Jinwoo picked one of each style. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 110. Expensive stickers. Second more. Star stickers. There are several colors such as yellow, blue, green, white and red, many of which are special effects of rotation, and some are special effects of the moment when the Pokeball is thrown, like fireworks, among which there is another one in this store. The limited edition, which can change colors during the eruption, Jinwoo is very satisfied with it. The shopping guide estimated the price and was also very satisfied. Line stickers. There are not so many doorways. It is relatively monotonous, but it is expensive because of the many colors. Xiaoyu chose a black and a white one for Philomero. These two colors look like the purest and cleanest. When it was time to settle the price, Jinyu looked at the bill and was immediately stunned. "Hey, this price is a bit expensive, but the total price is 295,000. The store is very considerate to erase the fraction, euphemistically called a discount. The total is 290,000, one of which is a limited edition party sticker, 105,000, one foam sticker, 80,000, gradient color, star sticker, 70,000, and other bits and pieces." Being slaughtered and paying the bill, Jinyu sighed. No wonder there is no one here, not only because of the small town, but also because most trainers know that shopping in this place is all about eating people and not spitting bones. It's no wonder that so many trainers would rather pay expensive tickets for secret adventures than buy items from the item trading center directly. Hey. You looked at the balance in the middle, and there was still about 500,000 left. If he wanted to enter the intermediate secret realm, the money would only be enough for 1 or 2 times. Still earning too little. The registration fee for this gorgeous contest is 20,000 yuan once. Everything has to be planned, Jinyu muttered twice, and walked towards the gorgeous contest venue. The game started in the afternoon. Jinwoo didn't join in the race to win this time, he just wanted to let Lalulas and Xiaoya feel the atmosphere of the venue. Later, Xiaoya, wait in the auditorium, with Gisi and Philomelis to accompany you. Before Jinyu left, Philomero and Gisi were left behind. Ghost was a mascot, and the key guard was naturally Philomero. Philomelis still patted his chest with a proud look, indicating that everything was wrapped around him. Taking Xiaoya all the way to the auditorium, Fairmont's body leaked, and immediately a group of stupid male humans around became their most loyal bodyguards. This operation made Soy Sauce Ghost stunned for a while. "You can do it," Gisi silently raises his thumb. On the other side, when Jinyu came to the player area, he saw Su Lanlin, an acquaintance, and the girl waved at him vigorously. "Here Jinyu." The screen here can see what other players are doing in the ring. At this time, the first coordination trainer had already brought her spirit to the stage. Her elf is a snake pattern, and her acting skills are not very clever. She let the snake pattern bear away several tree fruits with its nose, keep flipping them, and finally send them all back to the trainer. Even so, the judges still gave a good evaluation. There are 3 judges in total, and each judge has 10 points in their hands. The comprehensive score is the success of the contestant. The first player scored 22. On average, each judge gave him more than 7 points, which is also considered extremely good. To put it bluntly, what this player showed was the elf's physical flexibility and tacit understanding with the trainer. The next game is also colorful, with water and fire special effects and eye-catching attention emerging one after another. Next, please coordinate the trainer number 32, Miss Luo Yunxi. As the host's voice fell, a beautiful woman in a white dress, the coordinator trainer slowly appeared. Jin Woo, pay more attention to her, she is currently the favorite to win the competition. Seeing this woman take the stage, Su Lanlin reminded her in a serious tone. Jin Woo nodded and looked at the big screen again. The elf used by that woman is a beautiful flower, a grass-type elf evolved from the stinky flower using the sunstone. The level is not low, there are 36 levels. Appeared, the opponent was accompanied by the special effect of falling leaves. This is the effect of the Pokeball sticker, but then, everyone found out that the shadow of the elf popping out of the Pokeball could not be found. At the same time, a faint floral fragrance wafted from the field, and the audience around the field smelled it, and all of a sudden it showed an intoxicated look on his face. Such as Jinyu who are separated from the screen seem to be in the scene at this moment, born in the sea of flowers. Moonlight. The combination of the night and the moon appeared in the ring out of thin air. At the last moment of the game, everyone realized that the beautiful flower was on the field from beginning to end. At this time, it was waving at the audience. Okay, so pretty. Countless audiences were amazed, but the group of die-hard fans newly collected by Philomelus were filled with righteous indignation. This kind of vulgar elf can't be compared with Lord Philomelus at all. Yes, that's right, if Lord Philomelus comes forward, it will only be equipped with shoes. Philomero pouted proudly and pretended not to care at all on the surface, but deep in his eyes, there was a vague desire to appear on stage. Player's room, Xiaoyu also showed some admiration at this time. This coordinator trainer named Luo Yunxi is in existence who has trained the appearance and skills of elves to a certain level. No wonder Su Lanlin said that it's a champion candidate. Hey, the level of performance is so much. After watching her competition, I'm a little less confident. Su Lanlin stuck out her tongue cutely and said. If this kind of thing is heard by little fat Ding, it will be sad, but it has always believed that it can help you win the next championship, and has worked hard until now. Jinwoo reassured him when he heard the words. Well, it's my fault. Su Lanlin hugged little fat Ding in her arms, and said with a chuckle, then it's up to us. Chapter 111. Lalu Drawing Performance, Third More. Next, Miss Su Lanlin, number 41, will come on stage. Let's go, little fat man. Bow Ding. Fat Ding did not appear in the form of appearing in the Pokeball, but he blew himself up, and gave full play to his image of balloon elf, and fell from the sky. This playful appearance has won the praise of the public at once. Then, Su Lanlin smashed the prepared plastic frisbee at Fat Dingna. Fat Ding propped up his belly full of anger and pushed the frisbees back one by one. Su Lanlin and Fat Ding played with each other and completed a good interaction. The end, Fat Ding caught the frisbee one by one with open black lens bracket chain slap close black lens bracket, and the performance was over. The elves and the coordinator trainers bowed to the audience in sync. 8. Total 23. Neither high nor low, the game is not over yet, and I don't know if I can successfully enter the top 8. Although Su Lanlin has brought her state and Fat Ding's strength to the best of her ability, when she returned to the contestant stage, she still seemed a little uneasy. Jinyu stepped forward to comfort him. Su Lanlin smiled and reassured Xiaoyu, and asked him to adjust his state quickly, because it would be Xiaoyu's turn to appear soon. Jinyu signed up late, but it was almost his turn. The trainer who will appear next, I heard that it is the first time to participate in the gorgeous competition. I don't know if he will become the dark horse of this competition as a rookie. Now welcome, contestant number 50, Jinwoo, come on sir. Tatter. Jinyu's footsteps are steady and his face is relaxed. He has no desires, so he has no pressure. The purpose of his participation in this competition is to make Lalu and Xiaoya addicted. Crash. The audience outside the arena gave a lot of respect, and when a newcomer Jinwoo came on stage, they all gave very warm applause. When Xiaoya saw Jinyu and the others appearing, she stood up from her seat with the same excitement. Fee. Not only did the pheromone commit nympho, but she also made the cheerleaders who were captured by her pheromones commit nympho together. Speak louder. Let Master Jinwu know of the existence of our die-hard cheerleader philosophia. Come on, Jinwu. Come on Lalu Lassie. Jinwu. Sweat. Where did this group of people, Philomena, look for Jinwu, shake his head, and put other things behind him, now, betting on the game. Mind, Jinwu stepped onto the ring, and in his hand, he threw the Pokeball with Lalu Lassie with a sticker on it. On the stage, Lalu Lassie. Lula Lula. Lalu Lassie debuts in gorgeous gradient paper. Shadow clone. Jinwu quickly entered the state. Laloras also kept up with the rhythm, and as soon as the command came out, the skill was immediately displayed. In the colored paper, there are several Lalu drawing shadows. Then, use shadow sneak attack. Then everyone saw that several shadows appeared in Lalu Lassie's clone. At this moment, it was as if all of them were free. Each of them was a different individual. Some were dancing, some were playing, and some were making faces at everyone. The ability to control skills is very good. It's not like a rookie, the level of skill that can be achieved. This is the newcomer, it's all monster series. 3 judges on the side made various comments in exclamation. Ah! Xiaoya shouted enthusiastically from the audience, probably meaning that she was shouting come on. Of slaves, while committing nympho. They winked, and the cheerleaders suddenly shouted like a broken voice, Master Jinwu is the best. This sound can be heard even in the player lounge behind. Poochie, Jinwu's cheerleading team is too strong. Su Lanlin chuckled lightly. At the same time, Luo Yunmiao, who was dressed in plain clothes, couldn't help but have a look of surprise in her eyes, and said with a smile, oh, it seems that the person who hindered me from winning the championship this time should be this handsome young man. And at this moment, Jin Yu's stage is not over yet, there are still more than 10 seconds left, what else can he do? Lalu Lassie, use the strange light to play the charming voice. Quote quote. Everyone in the audience didn't know why, but Su Lanlin, who had trained with Xiao Yu's special training, rolled her eyes and whispered, Xiao Yu, is he going to use that trick? It's really a double enjoyment of sight and hearing. While Lalula's was humming, a string of strange open black lens bracket strange lights close black lens bracket popped out from the 2 red tentacles. The strange light that was no different from a firefly suddenly changed into notes in Lalula's singing, and the notes seemed to have life. Jumping up and down. Oh, that's amazing. How did he think of it? The judges exclaimed again. Originally like a spot of light, strange light actually has a high degree of plasticity. As long as the superpower attribute elves use a little snack, it is actually relatively easy to change their form. Of course, in actual combat, this kind of strange light not only does it not increase the hit rate, but because of the obvious skills, it is easier for the target to escape, and after the light spot spreads, the effect of causing confusion will also decrease. Don't you just need to pursue visual enjoyment? In this terrifying scene, Jinwu and Lalura's performance came to an end. Rating, 9. Exclamation mark quote. The last judge said that he was very tolerant of the reason why Jinwu participated in the gorgeous competition for the first time. It is really commendable for a first-time novice to be able to do this level. The judge felt that he was very eye-catching with Jinyu, so, this score is given. Although there are personal factors, but after scoring this score, no audience objected, indicating that everyone still recognized Jinwu's performance very much. The first round of review is over. Jinwu's first gorgeous contest in the first round, with 29. The high score, became the second place in the first round. First place is Luo Yunxi, this girl is 0 taller than Jinyu. 1 point, and won the first place in the first round with a very small gap. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 112. The results of the first round of review, 4th more. The first round of review of the gorgeous competition, The other 6 selected contestants also slowly appeared on the public screen. Su Lanlin clenched her palm tightly, and I don't know when, it was covered with sweat. It would be a lie to say that she is not nervous. After all, she has worked hard for so long. Watching the places appear one after another, Su Lanlin's heartbeat is getting faster and faster. Now it's the 7th place, duh. When the last name appeared, Su Lanlin felt her heartbeat stopped for a beat, and then she exclaimed, yeah. Fat ding, we have been selected for the 2nd round of review. Congratulations. Jin Woo congratulated him sincerely. Thank you Jin Woo. Perhaps in a very excited state, Su Lanlin hugged Xiao Yu directly. Jin Woo raised his hands up in a gentlemanly manner and understood the other's behavior. Su Lanlin quickly blushed and reacted. She coughed cutely, and explained, this is inhaling European air. Yes, that's right, I was just inhaling European air just now. Xiao Yu, you won the 2nd place in the first competition. The name is definitely the Emperor of Europe. Jin Woo chuckled and shook his head. I think it's not just luck that Mr. Jin Woo won. At this time, a clear voice like a pearl falling on a silver plate rang from the side. The two looked at the source of the sound immediately. Luo Yunxi. Xiao Yu kept a respectful distance to the woman and nodded. Miss Luo looked at it highly. I was really lucky, it was only 3 hours before the competition that I came up with the idea of the skill. At that time, it was thanks to Miss Su who helped me practice the tricks. I have failed many times, and I simply have the mentality of trying it horizontally and vertically on the stage, but fortunately, my family, Lalu Drawing, worked hard and unexpectedly succeeded. Lalu. When Lalula heard Jin Yu praising herself, she immediately leaned into Jin Yu's face and rubbed him intimately. Seeing Xiao Yu being so modest, Luo Yunxi also smiled slightly. He didn't say much, but before he left, he couldn't help but glance at Xiao Yu. Beautiful women are always more sensitive than ordinary people. She instinctively felt that Jin Yu was not so simple. After that, in the ring, I learned Mr. Jin's great tricks. After speaking, he walked gracefully and left. After that, Jin Yu remained silent, as if he was thinking about which Pokemon to use in the 2nd game. Logically speaking, the 2nd round of the competition system allowed the coordinating trainers to exchange Pokemon, but this time Jin Yu himself was trying to get Lalu to play. Drawing to experience the gorgeous competition, I only participated in the competition, and it seems that there is no need to switch to other elves. He was thinking about it. He suddenly realized that Su Lanlin was staring at her at the moment. I just discovered this, and I don't know how long it has been. Xiao Yu was stunned for a while, and couldn't help but ask with a wry smile, Miss Su, I have something on my face. Su Lanlin shook her head seriously and said, Xiao Yu, I'm looking at a handsome guy. Ah. Jin Woo in a row. Su Lanlin explained, look, Miss Luo is a great beauty, right? Ah yes. Jin Yu responded subconsciously, and boasted casually, but Miss Su is no worse than her. Su Lanlin blushed and glared at Xiao Yu. I'm asking you now, don't change the subject. So I'm here, Mr. Jin Woo, are you a potential stock, or a trainer who is handsome and has strength? Jin Woo. In silence, he continued to listen to the somewhat dumb girl in front of her. My mother told me that she also met my dad on a trip back then, and it was only because the bastard looked at Mung Bean and saw the right eyes, so he was good at it. Xiao Yu touched his nose, chuckled and said, so, Miss Su Lanlin, do you want to follow your mother's example and get a husband back? Hearing this, Su Lanlin's face turned red again. No, I didn't mean that, I mean, that. Miss Luo would like you. Oh so, she won't agree. Why? Su Lanlin looked curious. If it was Miss Su Lanlin, I might agree. Su Lanlin immediately blushed to the bottom of her ears. After a while, she whispered, Xiao Yu, you are different from your appearance, and you are a bad-hearted person by accident. Before the start of the 2nd round, the players have a period of rest, so the elves and trainers can have dinner or something. Jinyu took the time to meet Xiaoya and Philomero, etc. Xiaoya saw Jinyu. She hugged excitedly. Jinyu touched the girl's head and asked with a smile, "Xiaoya, are you okay?" Xiaoya nodded again and again. Then Jinyu turned his head to look at Philomero, and said with the same concern, "It's hard for you, Philomeu." "Oh concubine." Philome's eyes with long eyelashes fluttered, and her face was full of love. As long as it was Jinyu's order, let alone taking care of the baby, she was willing to have a baby. "I met Jinwu-sama." And behind Philomelas was a group of die-hard cheerleaders. They lined up in a row and greeted Jinwu very imposingly. "Oh, thank you for your hard work." Xiaoyu shamelessly condoled. Or else, let's rub together." "Don't dare, what do you want to eat, sir? We'll get it for you." A group of people respectfully said. Jinyu's speechless face, is this the inherent characteristic of pheromones? I feel like if it has an idea, it can use this characteristic to dominate the world. Immediately in my mind, Philomerodis waved its hand, and a large crawl appeared under its feet. Pile of male men kneeling and licking scene. After the picture was too real, at dinner, Jinyu learned that Philomero also seemed to have the idea of appearing, but this guy unexpectedly had the demeanor of a big sister, and took care of Loloris's emotions, saying that if the little guy wants to appear, it won't get ahead. Chapter 113. Lalu Lassie's Shooting, 5th more. Dinner, it was almost 7 o'clock, and the gorgeous competition started again. In the second round of review, Xiao Yu, Su Lanlin, and Luo Yunxi were assigned to different opponents. Jin Wu's opponent is a girl with a fairly high score in the first round. He is close to him, with a total score of 28. Oh, I don't know if it's good luck or bad luck. I didn't expect that at the beginning of the second round of review, I met a trainer who was in the limelight in the first round. My name is Xiao Yu, please give me more advice. The coordinator of the other party politely revealed his home. Jinwu also gave a nod to the girl whose name sounds similar to his own. The competition is about to start, and unlike the first round of exhibition competitions, most of the trainers who made breakthroughs in the second round will be replaced by their own relatively strong elves. Example, this girl named Xiao Yu, the elf she used in the first round was only hunting swallowtails, and her level was only 12th level, but in the second round, the elf she used was Tana. Abila qualification. Green level. Level 15 attributes. Evil, ice characteristics. Spiritual power through the spirit of training. It will not be easily feared by the opponent's attack. This level can be dealt with by Lalu Lassie. Jinyu does not mean to change the spirit. Directly throw out the pokeball, and Loloris will appear in the colorful sticker special effects. Lula. Aren't you going to change your elf? Maybe you'll have a more sense of accomplishment by defeating you, Lalu Lassie. Xiaoyu chuckled lightly, and then, commanded Tisla to attack. Yura, use provocation. Shanla first use the skills that let Lalulas cannot escape the head-to-head confrontation. Provocation. Within a certain period of time, the opponent can only use skills that give damage. Xiaoyu has also studied Lalu drawing a little before. In the first round of review, most of Lalu drawing's skills are biased towards the additional state type. Whether it is Shadow Clone or Strange Light, it is a rather troublesome skill. Contrary, Shadow Sneak Attack and Charming Voice are both primary power skills. Especially open black lens bracket Shadow Sneak Attack close black lens bracket. This kind of physical flow open black lens bracket ghost attribute close black lens bracket skill, used by the special attacker Lalulas, is as powerful as tickling against the open black lens bracket evil attribute close black lens bracket Tianla. Oh, did you show the arrogant appearance of evil attributes as soon as you came up? The judges praised. Gorgeous contests don't need to be against the enemy to reduce the score. Similarly, as long as you show yourself, you can also deal a blow to the opponent's score. Moment, the score on Lalula's side has been discounted. This novel was first published by Dragon. QQ4929238872. Don't be fooled by other fakes. Unique Feilu Novel Standby Group 672,171,357. Feilu's Novel Internal Group 1,142,529,731. Feilu's Novel Internal Group 2,929,082,961. More wonderful Feilu novels are in the hands of the group owner. Welcome to the group. I hope you don't get deceived by those scammers. Attachment. This work is from the internet and published books. The work is only for reader's preview. Please delete it within 24 hours of downloading and cannot be used for commercial purposes. If you think this book is good, please buy genuine books. Thank you for your support to the author. Key points. I hope you can keep this paragraph when reprinting. It is a little hard to organize, and it is a virtue to keep it tilde. Very good. While the other party didn't use dodge, Zula, we're using a thief. Thief. While attacking the opponent to cause damage, you can also take the opponent's props along with him. Jinyu's eyes narrowed. This evil attribute, skill can't cause too much damage to Lalula's, but the side effect of this thief cannot be let the other party succeeds. You know, Lalulusi still has there as a magic slate. Since the opponent is so active, let's meet it head on. Lalulasi, and tie a straw knot. Xianla was about to sprint to attack Lalulasi, when suddenly, her foot was empty, and she fell down immediately. Ha ha ha. The contrast made the audience outside the venue burst into laughter. Xiaoyu is also pretty blushing, the gap just now. Lot of points were deducted, and the aura created by the evil spirits was also destroyed. Wu chased after the victory. Lalulasi, the voice of charm. As an evil attribute, superpower attribute skill, Tianla can't cause too much damage to it, but charming voice can deal double blows. Xianla covered her ears and deducted points again. Yura, use the freezing wind. Miss Xiaoyu was in a hurry and gave a quick order. Zula opened his mouth and spewed out a mouthful of thin ice. This skill was a skill he learned in advance with a heart scale. Although the power is not strong, the charming voice used to organize Lalora's is enough. Lalula's choked into the cold wind when she sang and stopped singing immediately. Well, the ability to adapt to emergencies is good. The judges commented on Xiaoyu Zhizhangshengji. Xiaoyu regained her self-confidence. It's right now, Jula, with a flash of electric light. Although the speed was fast, Jinyu actually reacted, but Naihi Lalula's was coughing on the spot, and even if he reacted, it was too late to defend. Boom. This time, it hit the nail on the head. Ah. Xiaoya showed a worried look in the audience. Philomelody, comforted by the side, at the same time, continued to wink its slaves. Immediately, the cheerleaders shouted loudly, "Come on, Jinwoo! Come on, Lalulasi! Come on! Come on, Jinwoo!" Su Lanlin in the players' lounge was very nervous as if she was in the game. After the flash of electric light, Lalulasi finally recovered some state. Lalulasi, don't be nervous. No matter whether you succeed or fail, I will be behind you. Xiaoyu comforted him in a timely manner, which made Lalora's free from worries. Lula. Under the brim of the hat, the clear eyes vaguely revealed a little desire for victory. You can't win with Lalulasi. Niula, give the opponent the last blow. One last time, the lightning flashes. That is. Xiaoyu originally estimated that the effect of provocation should be almost the same, and was going to let Lalulasi use shadow points and other skills to evade, but suddenly found that at this time Lalulasi's eyes were condensed with psychic power. It is this, or you using psychic power to strengthen your dynamic vision? Jin Woo is surprised. With the efforts of Lalulasi, the opponent's movements were invisible, and when the opponent approached, Lalulasi actually took the lead in attacking the opponent. Shoot down. Jin Woo gave melee commands without error. Lalula's waved her little hand, crack. Immediately slapped on the opponent's head. Tianla fell to the ground in a comical front row again, and then Lalulasi became unforgiving, and continuously used the shoot down skill on the opponent's brain. Lula. Lula. Listening to the voice, it seems a bit harsh, as if saying, not you, or make me embarrassed, or in front of the Lord, people told you not to give face blows and flowers for the first time. Don't give money. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 114. The First Gorgeous Competition with No Regrets. First update. Lalu Lassie's face was a little flushed, and while constantly attacking with, slap down, the corners of her mouth gradually rose. Jinyu was stunned for a moment, feeling that his little cutie seemed to have awakened a hobby. Lalu Lassie. At this time, I saw the shoot down skill in Lalula's hand. Vaguely, it seemed that a subtle change had taken place. This skill is beating. Open black lens bracket bash close black lens bracket physical open black lens bracket general attribute close black lens bracket attack skill. Use something like a tasted tail or vine to attack, but Lalu Lassie obviously does not need to use such means. It just relies on its own pair of small hands to use it, the quintessential power of this skill. Not only that, but it seems to be particularly fun, like turning on a strange switch. One after another, it kept hitting the ground, and it threw away. At this moment, Yanla was slapped into the ground, unable to move at all. At the same time, the score on the counter is also completely cleared. Aura, fight. Although most of the gorgeous contests are eliminated by the deduction score of 0, but also, if the elves lose their fighting ability halfway, they will also be declared eliminated. Of course, the latter is not very common. Yura. The girl named Xiaoyu hurriedly ran to the stage and hugged Suinla, who had been beaten completely. Lalula's, the game is over, come back. When Xiaoyu saw Lalu Lassie's unfinished expression, he was speechless and called out, and the little guy came back to his senses and jumped to Xiaoyu's side. Defeat the 15th level Zura. Lalula's gets 590 experience points. Lalula's upgrades to level 1. Lalula's understands the skills and beats. Xiaoyu looked at Lalula's, and there was nowhere to vent his complaints. Jinyu smiled apologetically. He did not expect that the little guy would hide the personality of a savage girl in his heart. But it's good to win the result, so he can be considered to advance to the semifinals. Yeah, Jinwu won. Contestant area, Su Lanlin was elated. At this time, Luo Yunxi also had a light smile on his clear lotus-like face, and hooked the corner of his mouth. Although his approach was a bit savage, it also fully proved that the other party was qualified to fight against him. In the next game, Luo Yunxi and Su Lanlin both defeated their opponents. Su Lanlin was about to brag about her victory with Xiaoyu, but when she saw that her next opponent was Xiaoyu in the player arrangement, Xiaolian suddenly became bitter. Why is this? Although Su Lanlin has participated in the gorgeous competition, she obviously has not experienced the scene of fighting with friends. Both of us have participated in the competition. The competition is normal, don't be burdened, just give it a go. Xiaoyu is very open, and still has the heart to comfort Su Lanlin. Fortunately, the latter solved the knot after some ideological struggle. In the next battle, Su Lanlin used her strongest elf, Kamui. Kami Turtle Qualification. Purple level upper limit, level 60. 32 attribute. Water trait. Rapid gender. Female size, 1. Close black lens bracket in terms of rank. Su Lanlin's Kamui is much higher than Xiaoyu's Lalu Lassie, but after all, the gorgeous competition is not just about fighting skills, so this time, Xiaoyu still sent Lalu Lassie to play. Quote. Lula. In the face of Kamui, who is nearly 20 levels higher than himself, Lalula's has no intention of being afraid. This scene also made Jinyu sigh with emotion, thinking back then, when he met Lalu Lassie, this little guy was the master that even a coyote with restrained attributes would be afraid of. Mr. Jinyu, although I'm a little sorry, but I've figured it out clearly, a game is a game, and I won't show mercy just because we know each other. This is not only disrespect to my elf, but also disrespect to you and Lalora's. Su Lanlin said with a serious expression. Yu nodded with a smile, looked at himself Lalu Lassie, and asked, Lalu Lassie, are you having fun with this gorgeous contest? Lula Lula. Seeing Lalu Lassie looking so lively, Jin Yu was also somewhat relieved. His goal this time was achieved, and the result of the competition was not one-sided. At the last moment, Lalu Lassie kept his sobriety and his fighting spirit burning, but facing the combination of Su Lanlin and Kamui, whose experience and strength are above him, Laloris still lost. Jin Yu hugged the frustrated Lalulas, lightly tapped its nose, and said with a smile, "Just be happy, we can continue to participate next time." Lula. When Lalula heard her master say this, her feeling of defeat was relieved a lot. Su Lanlin looked at Xiao Yu and Lalu Lassie from a distance. To be honest, she really wanted to go up and talk to Xiao Yu at this time, but if she apologized or said anything else at this time, she felt like she was insulting each other, so, she resisted and chose silence. This moment, I saw another woman walking towards Xiao Yu with some resentful steps. Why? ... Xiao Yu heard the voice, he turned his head suspiciously, and found that it was Luo Yunxi. What is Miss Luo asking about? Luo Yunxi's eyes narrowed, and she said seriously, Mr. Xiao Yu, please don't play stupid, I can clearly feel that your strength is definitely more than that. I mean, why are you wasting your talent, and give up victory in vain with others? Xiao Yu was stunned for a while, and then his expression returned to calm, and said lightly, Miss Luo may have misunderstood something, I am not as special as you think. He looked at Lalu Lassie. At this time the little guy seemed to be frightened by Luo Yunxi's aura and hid on Xiao Yu's shoulder. At the same time, my elf, Lalu Lassie, has also exerted all her strength. What is the talk of Cheng Rang? Hearing what Xiao Yu said, Luo Yunxi also calmed down a little, and then changed his words. Sorry, my previous statement was too ambiguous. I mean, Mr. Xiao Yu, you should have other elves who can come on. Don't say no, I can feel a calm aura from you, which is not found in ordinary trainers. Chapter 115. Going to the Secret Realm of Number 110 Road, Second Update. Luo Yunxi stared at Xiao Yu. His eyes were a bit aggressive, as if trying to see through Xiao Yu. After a while, Jin Yu smiled calmly. There are indeed powerful Pokemon, but there is really no Pokemon that is more suitable for appearance in the gorgeous competition than Lalula's. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave. After saying that, Jin Wu left the player room. Only Luo Yunxi was left silent and stayed in place. The first time I participated in the gorgeous competition, I relied on Lalu to draw an elf and reached the semifinals. To be honest, Jin Yu was already very satisfied, and then he just had to watch the game as a spectator. In the final, the two were Su Lanlin and Luo Yunxi, and it was naturally Su Lanlin that Xiao Yu helped cheer. However, Luo Yunxi's beautiful flower, in terms of level and attributes, suppressed Kamui's head, and Su Lanlin was defeated. Champion was Luo Yunxi, but during the whole process of accepting the award, this champion didn't seem to be very happy. His pretty face was cold, and he didn't look like a stranger. Xiao Yu hangs himself up high that nothing matters, and exchanged a few words of experience with Su Lanlin. Su Lanlin seems to be a little embarrassed because he won the championship but not Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu smiled and said nothing. I didn't care, waved my hand, and said goodbye to people. Continued towards Radio City. Today, he encountered a low-level secret realm on the way. It's a prairie secret. Ding! Route 110 found, and the simulated map is drawn. Maybe it's close to Radio City, there are a lot of electricity elves here. Positive electric plus Pat, the negative electric Pat, and the green-yellow skin Thunder Beast can all be seen here. Jin Yu remembered that he still had a primary secret realm pass, from Dongda, which was just right for Laloras, Gisi, and Kamui to level up. The most important thing is that Jin Yu found that after this period of careful cultivation, the young Kira's elf egg seems to be about to hatch. Is clearly an excellent target. Jin Yu swore his pass and was about to enter happily, when he was decisively stopped by the doorman. Not that the pass can't be used, but the doorman pointed at Xiaoya behind Jin Yu. This is your companion. The pass can be used for one person. If your companion enters, you have to pay extra. Jin Woo. Xiaoya, tilt head to kill. Jin Yu had to pay 30,000 yuan obediently. Let Xiaoya be alone in the center of the elf, but he is a little worried. But it's just right if you want to wear it. This time, the primary secret realm is just right to properly experience Xiaoya. The level of the elf in it is not too high, and it can also allow her to change into an elf appearance with practice. The first time Xiaoya has come to the secret realm since the birth of Water Drops of Heart. The air here makes her feel like she is returning to her hometown. In fact, this feeling is more or less as long as it is in Elves. Ah. Xiaoya ran in front of her with her hands open, and when she saw anything, she would turn around and ask Jin Yu. It's apple wild apple. Xiaoyu smiled and explained later, although this secret realm is a primary secret realm, but I didn't expect that it would produce apple wild fruit. Maybe this is the relationship between regions. This is a banana fruit. Jin Yu explained as he walked. He found that although Xiaoya is a human body, her intuition is very sharp, and she has a natural insight into all props. Treasure detector. But if you think about it carefully, it is actually quite normal to have this ability. The prototype of Xiaoya, Latius, is also a kind of dragon attribute, elf to put it bluntly. Dragons are born with a hobby of hoarding treasures. In order to satisfy this hobby, dragon-type elves have a stronger ability to detect props than elves with other attributes. Jin Yu gave Laishiaskop a face, but the next moment, he suddenly reminded, be careful. Xiaoya, don't move. Although Xiaoya didn't know why, her body subconsciously obeyed Jin Yu, standing on the spot, still keeping her feet in the air. Jin Yu hurriedly stepped forward and swept the lawn with a wooden stick on the lawn that Xiaoya was about to step on. Immediately, I heard a click. One sound. The wooden stick was broken, and in the lawn in front of him, there was also a silver dazzling iron clip. This was a beast trap. Whether in the elf world of the previous life or this life, the Federation is a prop that prohibits individuals from installing and using it without permission. I thought that there is such a convenient thing as Pokeball in this world. The product of this post-era should have been banned long ago, but I didn't expect to meet one here. Looking at the huge pointed teeth above, Jin Yu frowned. If Xiaoya just took a step forward, the consequences would be unimaginable. Compared with the animal traps in the previous life, the animal traps in the elf world are obviously more inhumane, and there are several tiny bloodletting grooves on the tooth marks, which can make the elves quickly bleed blood and lose their resistance and mobility. After all, most elves are physically stronger than beasts. Most of the people who use this kind of thing are elf hunters who think the cost of Pokeballs is high. No, there is still a sender attached to it. If you want to come, the righteous master will come to the door soon. Hey, I just harvested a thunder beast, and the device that was just set up over there has been hooked by the prey, and the current elf is hooked. The more I live, the less nervous I feel. A young man threw the bloody thunder beast in his hand and threw it into an iron cage. To the elves, although the injury looked terrifying, it would not harm life. For these elf hunters, this is not under their control, they only need to help transport the supply to the destination. Boom. The man skillfully flipped on the car, cranked the engine, and set off towards the signal. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 116. A Miserable Day for the Elf Hunter 3rd. Arrived at the destination, the scene in front of him was a little different from what the man imagined. There was no Pokemon, but only two young men, a man and a woman, waiting for him near the trap. Immediately the elf hunter was displeased. Boy, didn't your mother teach you not to touch strangers' things? Really, I made a trip for nothing, right? The elf hunter suddenly remembered something, grinned at the corners of his mouth, and squinted at Xiao Yu and the others. Little brat, since you can enter the secret realm, it means that you have one or two elves on your body. Leave the elves, and I'll take your life around you. The expression on the face of the elf hunter was full of control. Jinwoo smiled harmlessly. Want my elf? The elf hunter smiled disdainfully, as if he wanted to express something. He threw an elf ball directly. After a flash of light, a armor appeared in front of Jinwoo and the two. Doonjia qualification. Green level. Level 35 attributes. Ground features. Solid type. 2. Close black lens bracket. This armor looks quite big at first glance, and it can be considered quite imposing, but in terms of attribute level, it's the same thing. At level 35, in front of ordinary people, it can really show off its prestige, but in front of Xiaoyu is tantamount to playing a big sword in front of Guangdong. Boy, if you don't want to suffer, just hand over the elf obediently. As you can see, the armor of labor and capital is not made of flour, and labor and capital are also a little famous 3-star training before they become elf hunters. Home. Jinwoo still smiled and kept silent, but took out a master ball wrapped in a spirit ball shell from his arms. Throwing it into the air, the ground shook violently, and Regilock appeared in front of him. Hey, my elf is here. If you have the ability, come and get it. Jinwoo said with a smile. When the elf hunter saw an unheard of elf, his eyes lit up immediately. This boy really had to bring a rare elf. Stinky boy is quite shy. Okay, the labor and management will come to educate you today. Said, the elf hunter shouted. Doonjia, use a rolling attack. Shield method. Rolled his body, immediately turned into a roulette, and sprinted towards Regilock quickly. Boom. The smoke is everywhere, and the rolling skill hits the target perfectly. Seeing this, the elf hunter laughed even more. Boy, why don't you be a layman? In the face of my attack, how dare you not dodge and avoid it? I don't know that Jinwoo just whispered at this moment. Arm. Boom. The space in front of him seemed to be shaking for a moment, and then, a powerful aura disappeared in an instant. The smoke and dust were blown away at this moment, and at the same time, the ground of the armor was all broken into spider webs. Regilock was unscathed all the way, and was hit by roll without even moving his body. On the contrary, Doonjia's eyes bulged out of sharp pain at this moment, and he rolled his eyes and lost his ability to fight. A gust of wind blew, and the scene suddenly looked awkward. The elf hunter rubbed his eyes, somewhat disbelieving what was happening in front of him. How is it possible? After a long while, he became angry and took off all the Pokeballs around him. There were 4 Pokemon in total, all of them were about level 20. He was thrown from the Pokeball. He heard Jinwoo's order, Regilock, railgun. Ohm! A wave of energy rippled out, causing the air between the heavens and the earth to be a little anxious, and the sound of electric current rang in the ears of the 3 of them. On the ground lay 4 elves that were scorched by electricity. Electromagnetic cannon, electrical attribute mystery level skill, except that the hit rate is somewhat poor. Its power is like the power of a pulse beam, which is amazing. As long as it hits, the opponent will definitely fall into a paralyzed state. Beating these 4 level 20 elves is no different than hitting a mosquito with a cannon, but it is not a waste, at least the deterrent effect is full. At this moment, the elf hunter, who was arrogant just now, has collapsed to the ground with a frightened buttocks. His mouth is wide open, and the snot is left at the corners of his mouth, and he is not even aware of it. He looked at Jinwoo and his spirit with trembling and fright, as if he had seen a ghost. Yu walked slowly to the elf hunter, while Regilock followed closely and stood next to Jinwoo, like a dedicated bodyguard. Jinwoo smiled and looked so harmless. But in the eyes of the elf hunter, this smile seems to be the smile of the devil. Okay, now, we should talk about compensation. Wait, brother, if you have something to say, I will pay, don't let that big elf get close to me, ah. The screams of the elf hunters echoed in the sky above the secret realm. Half a day later, when the secret realm guards were patrolling nearby, they found a man who was stripped naked and had, "I'm guilty," posted on his head. Man with label. In addition, behind the man was a poaching cart selling elves, which was loaded with various injured elves. Seeing this scene, the secret realm guard immediately thought of this man's identity. Immediately contacted the nearby elves, called federal security personnel, and brought the man to justice. After solving the elf hunter, Xiao Yu directly released all the 5 elves he had captured. When the 5 elves left, there was no trace of any memory, including Dunjia, indicating that the elf hunter was a trainer. It is enough to fail. Then, Jinwu started rummaging through the things he looted from the elf hunters. Perhaps it should be said that he is worthy of being an elf hunter. This man has quite a lot of possessions, among which, in addition to wound medicine, anesthetic medicine, antidote, and other things, there are also some unexpected props. For example, the enhanced version of pest control spray, silver spray. This thing can emit a smell that makes elves dislike within a certain period of time, and achieve the effect of expelling elves. This thing is more popular overnight in the wild, because everyone wants to sleep peacefully in the wild. Once, there were rumors that there was a daring trainer who spent the night in a secret realm without taking any protective measures. As a result, the next day, when he woke up, he found that his entire arm was numb. I was so scared that I lost my soul. It turned out that there were several centipedes crawling on my arms. Phailu reminds you. 3 things to read. Chapter 117. The experience of Lalu drawing, 4th more. There is even a trainer who wakes up and finds that his entire lower body, down to his thighs, is wet, and he sits up and looks at his upper body, and he is also in a cold sweat. Lower body was actually put into the mouth by a devouring beast. I don't know how these people encountered this kind of thing and survived, and spread out what they saw and heard. In short, because of this reason, a lot of training home, especially female trainers, once they decide to spend the night in the wild, they will not hesitate to buy a bottle of open black lens bracket pest control spray close black lens bracket, or the enhanced version of open black lens bracket silver spray close black lens bracket. The elf hunter brought 5 bottles with him, and the market price of each bottle was 15,000. The ordinary version of insect removal spray also needs 8,001 bottles. In addition, this guy also has a blue glass whistle, which looks like an ordinary blowpipe whistle, but in reality, it does have a great use. Blue glass whistle, a whistle made of special glass crystals found in the crater, which can wake up sleeping creatures. Close black lens bracket. This thing is familiar to Jinyu. In his previous life, he played games and ran around the crater for a long time before switching to one of those things. Permanent props, which can be used repeatedly indefinitely, are equivalent to saving sleeping pills. This is. Xiao Yu was surprised again. This elf hunter actually had a pack of open black lens bracket universal powder close black lens bracket and a stick of open black lens bracket resurrection grass close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket resurrection grass close black lens bracket works on the dying elf, and it can also work on people. At critical moments, as long as you breathe a sigh of relief, it is a life-threatening item. This item is a real valuable item. There are many rich people who are trying to acquire this item. This item even has the effect of prolonging life at a critical time. Good stuff. Now it's Jinwu's. The best holy medicine that can be used in the medicine of the elf world to relieve the state. Most of the states can be cured by the medicine, but the only disadvantage is that the taste is extremely bitter. In addition to a few elves can take it, but most elves will get nauseated when they eat it. Of course, if you deal with the taste a little bit, you can still eat it. Afterwards, the favorability of elves will be lowered. Humans can also eat this thing. This guy, it seems that the cat has gained a lot of good things in this secret realm. While Xiao Yu complained, he continued to happily flip through the harvest of the elf hunter, and Xiaoya also came over with interest. Ah! Xiaoya seemed to have found something, pulled the corner of Xiaoyu's clothes. Xiaoya looked in the direction Xiaoya pointed, and found that it was indeed a novelty, but for Xiaoyu now, it was tasteless. Open black lens bracket Graciosa flower close black lens bracket. It looks like a bunch of bright flowers on the outside, but it is actually a flower that symbolizes eternal love and expresses gratitude. In the hands of ordinary people, it is a bunch of flowers that will not wither. It is estimated that the elf hunter just saw this thing as strange, so he kept it. Ah! Xiaoya looked at Jinyu with eager eyes and blinked her eyes, guessing, she thought. She guessed that Jinyu would give her these many flowers. Taking care of the flower a little, Jinwu gently placed it on the tip of Xiaoya's hair. He looked at it with a smile, and said, "It's beautiful." When Xiaoya heard the sound, she smiled like a flower, and fiddled with her hair a few times, not to mention how happy she was. After that, Jinyu sorted out 6 Pokeballs and 2 Super Balls. Super Balls are small and useless, but if they are sold, they are naturally very fragrant. Roughly, each ball should have at least 20,000. It was also a small profit. Jinwu put it all away. Then take Xiaoya and the others to continue their adventure into the depths of the secret realm. A group of walking grass appeared in front of them. Walking grass 5 qualification. White level, level 15. This level is just right for Lalu drawing. Xiaoya, you are learning the process of Lalu Lassie's use of mind power. Latius is an elf with superpower plus dragon attribute, and Xiaoya also showed signs of inspiring superpower before. Therefore, Jinyu intends to cultivate the usage of Xiaoya's superpowers. Xiaoya nodded humbly. Walking grass is an elves of the grass plus genus, which has double resistance to fairy attribute but double restraint to superpower attribute. With a thought from Lalula's, a group of walking grasses immediately ran away too, and 3 of them lost their ability to fight, turning them into Lalula's experience points. Defeat the 15th level walking grass. Lalu Lassie gets 519 experience points. Defeat the level 15 walking grass. Lalora's upgrades 1. Close black lens bracket a piece of cake. Lalu Lassie easily defeated the opponent. Xiaoya applauded happily from the side. These 2 little guys usually have a good relationship. How, Xiaoya, have you mastered the use of psychic power? Jinwu stepped forward and asked. Xiaoya nodded, and then made the same appearance as when Lalu Lass used her mind power just now, waving her little hands vigorously, but nothing happened. Jinyu was ashamed and smiled bitterly. Is it really a little bit worse? After that, Lalula's continued to level up nearby. In addition to the walking grass, the carnivorous beasts here are also excellent targets for Lalula's to level up. With a shape similar to an oval green glutinous rice character, with a yellow feather stuck on its head, squinting eyes, and a pouting mouth, as if it has been chewing something. It is said that most of the body of the dissolvent beast is composed of stomach bags, so it can swallow things that are almost the same size as its own. At the same time, the special gastric juice in its belly can also digest anything. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 118. Overlord Naughty Thunder, 5th more. The carnivorous beast looks harmless to humans and animals, but it is actually a ruthless character. Since the stomach occupies most of the body, the corresponding brains for its thinking are very small. If they are really hungry, they will eat weak companions. They are so cruel to their own companions, not to mention other elves, so wild carnivorous beasts must be very careful. It is also poisonous, and Lalula's superpower attribute skill is naturally restraining the Lyophagous beast, but unlike the timid walking grass, the lytic beast will follow one after another even if it sees that its companion is injured, attacking the opponent. So, in the successive battles, Lalula's inevitably got some injuries. In order to avoid the melting beast from attracting more partners, Jinyu also saw Kamui called out to help. Defeat the level 16 melt-eating beast, Kami Turtle, and Laloris's experience score is 372. Defeat the level 17 melting-eating beast. Kami Turtle is now a level 20 elf after all, and its strength has naturally improved a lot compared to before. Became somewhat more reliable. Gang of carnivorous beasts together, Jinyu took out a bottle of wound medicine and prepared to go up and put medicine on Lalu Lassie. He found that Xiaoya came to Lalu Lassie one step ahead of him, and looked at Lalu Lassie with concern and worry. Ah! Lula. Lalula patted her little chest, indicating that it was a small injury. Xiaoya nodded, and then, a halo flashed on the palm of her clenched hand with Lalula's. Jinyu's pupils shrank a bit. Is this a prayer? And he saw faint starlight twinkling in the halo, and then, the injuries on Lalula's body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, the physical strength and injury just now recovered to some extent. Lula. Lalula waved her little hand in surprise, and found that the pain really disappeared. Lalula's, thank you Xiaoya, she helped you heal. Wu came over with a smile and explained. Lula. Ah. Unexpectedly, Xiaoya has the attributes of a nanny. That I can save a lot of money for wound medicine in my next journey. Next, Jinyu will also release Gui Si from time to time to show his face. This talent is not bad, and he is also a shining elf. Since he was conquered, he has not played a few games in a decent way. But I can't blame it, it is because there are too few skills that Gisi can use in the early stage. The attack skills are only tongue-licking, and the rest are all supported by skills such as Strange Light. Jinyu thought to himself, this is not going to work. It has to be a way for ghosts to learn a little skill. In fact, this guy can learn skills. After evolving into a ghost stone, he has extra hands and can learn the 3 attributes, ice, thunder, and fire fists. Whether it's close combat or distance means, it's all over the top. It's a pity to get through the weak early stage. Later, Jinyu also met the overlord spirit of this secret realm. It is a spirit that has no legs and no hands, and can only move by rolling, but usually when it appears, it will make people feel terrified. This spirit is Naughty Thunderbolt. Naughty Lay Elastic is similar to its name, very naughty. What it likes to do most is to play self-destruction when it is bored. Facing such a sturdy spirit, even Jinwu can only deal with it by throwing the Master Ball. From the self-destruction in the anime world. In reality, the self-destruction skill is as powerful as a bomb. Once it is fired, it is estimated that it will suffer for 100 miles. Jinwu holds the Naughty Thunderball in the Master Ball. Naughty Lightning Bomb Qualification. Green level 30 attribute. Electricity. When static electricity touches your opponent, there is a chance that you will be paralyzed and detonated. When you are on the verge of death, it will cause damage to your opponent. This elf is actually in a lot of electricity. Factories, or demolition companies, are very popular elves, but because the risk factor of catching them is too high, few trainers can successfully capture them. Jinyu caught one now, he thought. When the time comes, I can sell it to the elf center and exchange it for a lot of money. Come to think of it, a 30th level elf can be sold for 300,000 yuan. Even the overlord elf has been reined in, and Xiaoyu is ready to leave this secret realm. Suddenly, at this moment, the elf egg of young Kira's in his hand released a burst of destructive light. Is this about to hatch? Jinyu looked around, trying to find a better place. But this is a grassland, the most suitable sandy field for young Kira's to hatch, and it was obvious that he couldn't find it for a while. Helpless, Jinwu decided to make some of it himself. Regilock, Zeraora. A wave of Jinyu's hand, he called out the 2 most dreadful phantom beasts in his hands. Regilock, use stomp on the ground. Regilock did not ask the reason, the master ordered and did it directly. Sudden, the surrounding ground cracked several cracks, and at the same time, countless fine sand particles were ejected. Right now, Zeraora, use your electricity to pull the gravel together. Gravel usually contains sand and iron, and the general electric attribute, elves naturally cannot do the fine operation of attracting this kind of sand and gravel. But Zeraora is the legendary Thunderbolt Pokémon. Meow. The electric cat stared wide, and several blue electric currents burst out from the whiskers. These electric currents are like thin snakes, zipping through the gravel quickly. Soon, a large piece of gravel was pulled over. At the same time, Zeraora seemed to know what Jinwu wanted to do next, and some flames were burning on his feet. Use open black lens bracket flame kick close black lens bracket to actively warm up the gravel. Chapter 119. The harsh voice of young Kira's first more. Jinwoo gave the witty Zeraora a thumbs up. Getting ready for the delivery, Jinwoo placed the elf egg in the warm sand, and then it was time for the exciting hatching time. The elf egg flickers on and off, and when the light intensity reaches a certain level, a change occurs. The elf egg in front of him began to slowly change into the shape of an elf, with small hands and feet, and a raised obtuse angle. Yuchi. A genie with a wicked look, covered in gray-green skin and a red belly and plastron appeared in front of Jinyu. Little Yalalulas, Zeraora, etc. all looked at this new friend with curiosity. Young Kiraz looked around, as if looking for the taste of taking care of himself before he was born. Finally, it found Jinyu, and two bright red eyes stared at Jinyu for a moment. Yu picked it up and said with a smile, "Young Kiraz, from today onwards, you are my companion." Yuchi. Young Kiraz was silent for a moment, then, the corners of his mouth slowly opened into a smile and swung joyously. "Ha ha ha, being alive is a good thing." Jinwoo put it in a hot sand bath. "This environment is good for the ground, fire, and rock attribute spirits. Of course, a few rock plus sex, ground plus attribute spirits, don't imitate." Yukira's qualification. Orange upper limit. 70 level. Level 1 attribute. Rock, ground characteristics. Perseverance. If the perseverance becomes abnormal, the perseverance will be shown and the attack power will be increased. Sand is hidden in the weather of sandstorm. The evasion rate will increase. Gender. Male size. 0. Skills. Hit, stare, stampede. Well, he is a relatively healthy little guy, just a little bit shorter than the normal young Kiraz, but with the level of height, it should gradually grow taller. With young Kiraz's status attribute, he thought he was definitely lucky to be able to get a quasi-god level elf in that low-level competition. Young Kiraz was playing in the sand bath for a while, then his movements suddenly stopped, then he sat down on his butt, opened his throat, and began to cry. Wow wow. Voice is very harsh. Jinwoo is the first time to see a crying baby. Young Kiraz is gifted with extraordinary talent, making a self-piercing voice. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket. The piercing sound can make people cover their ears involuntarily, which can greatly reduce the opponent's defense. Close black lens bracket. This skill has no attack effect in the game, but in reality, the power of sound waves is so great that who can withstand the human senses is already relatively poor. Even if you have to cover your ears, most of the organs of elves need much sharper than humans. It is similar to the harsh sound of young Kiraz, and it has completely reached the effect of inflicting damage. There was a burst of crying. Wu discovered that young Kiraz's experience bar was actually in slowly growing invisibly. This is a primary and high-level secret realm, but Jinyu was preparing to go out to the secret realm before, so it happened to be at the outer stage of the secret realm. There are still many low-level elves around this area. For example, the most common thorntail worms in Zhongzhou, snake bears, etc., the weaker ones, heard the voice of young Kiraz, and immediately fell into the street and lost their ability to fight. Defeat the second-level coyote puppy Kiraz to gain 21 experience points. Defeat the level 1 thorntail larva Kiraz to gain 12 experience points. Close black lens bracket Cumbling. After a few moments, the young Kiraz leveled up out of thin air. A faint glow of light flickered. Open black lens bracket young Kiraz level up 2. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket young Kiraz level up 3. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket young Kiraz comprehends a new skill to fall rocks. Close black lens bracket 1 operation, really made Jinyu a little confused. Is this okay? No wonder you say quasi-god. The elf is ferocious. I finally saw it today. Emil, ying ying ying, the surrounding low-level elves can rush to the street, and they will not rush to the street, and it is estimated that they will not be near this place again. Xiaoyu sees that the experience bar of young Kiraz has been upgraded. Stopped, and didn't dare to neglect immediately, and took out the feed that had been prepared for a long time ago to young Kiraz. Young Kiraz is a Pokemon with the property of ground plus stone. Usually, it can survive as long as it is rock and soil. It is said that wild young Kiras will be born deep underground by his parents. I don't know how the teachers in Shincheon High School, the young Kiras, who found this egg, would not even be able to see his biological parents if he did not eat all the soil to the ground by his own strength. And young Kiras, who has grown up a little, even has a record of eating up a mountain. So, young Kiras is actually an elf who can eat rough. Of course, since he is with Jinwoo, naturally there is no need to eat dirt. Jinwoo said that he is a man with hundreds of thousands of assets. This time he went out to the secret realm and sold some of the harvested items. There is no problem in making $1 million or so. No problem. However, he soon realized that his thinking was too naive. He took out the elf feed that he had carefully prepared and handed it to young Kiras. Young Kiras was very happy when he saw that there was something to eat, and then Jinwoo carefully prepared the feed for nearly half a month, within 5 minutes. All eaten up, and Jinwoo was dumbfounded. Looking at young Kiras patted his stomach, looking at his expression with some anticipation. The amount of food just now, for young Kiras, was probably just half full. Guru. Xiaoyu swallowed his saliva. The rumors really didn't lie. This little thing really has an appetite to eat through mountains. And he dared to stay in the secret realm anymore. Jinwoo was really afraid that this little guy would get hungry, so he showed him eating soil and turf on the spot. And the raw materials for making feed, and began to retreat to make feed for young Kiras. To do this is to stay up all night and do it for 3 days in a row. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 120. Elf Writing Conference, Second Update. Seeing young Kiras hiccuping with a satisfied look on his face, Jinwoo finally breathed a sigh of relief. The first time I was born, I would eat relatively more food. I think it will be gradually reduced in the future. Jinwoo is a little unconfident. If this situation continues to evolve Shakila's, it will not only be exhausting, but also economical. Pressure. Jinwoo has always maintained a strict attitude towards the feed formula. After all, it is related to the growth and health of each of his elves. It is impossible to buy cheap goods, and it is impossible to buy cheap goods in this life. Therefore, the amount of food young Kiras ate in the past 3 days alone was close to 200,000, which is definitely a sky-high price for a normal trainer. Jinwoo can finally understand at this moment, even if a trainer captures this kind of rare spirit, he will sell it directly. Fortunately, he sold a prop and Naughty Thunderbolt before. The Naughty Thunderbolt sold nearly 600,000 for one elf. It is said that it was arranged to work in a power plant. It can not only contribute to the national electricity, but also work part-time as a bodyguard. Anyone who is not afraid of death can come directly. Open black lens bracket, exploding yourself, close black lens bracket. Naughty Leiden's job is still quite satisfactory to Jinwoo, which is equivalent to a national civil servant. Taking a breath of fresh air and returning to the topic, Jinwoo sighed, thinking, the key is the money. And at this moment, he inadvertently found several posters posted on the wall. What is this? Jinwoo leaned over curiously. Writing competition. Who is the first brother and one sister in the speed world? Jinwoo's eyes were subtle, and he obviously didn't care about such a strange game, but when he saw the amount the champion could get, his eyes straightened on the spot. Nima, which local tyrant opened this competition? The following clearly states that the champion will receive a bonus of 1 million yuan, the runner-up 300,000 yuan, the third runner-up 100,000 yuan, the third runner-up 10,000 yuan, and even the third runner-up will have a 1,000 yuan incentive. Seeing this game of giving away money in vain, Jinwoo immediately became interested and read the content of the game carefully. The general rules are as follows: contestants bring their own writing spirits. There are no restrictions on types and techniques, as long as the first person to reach the finish line on the specified track is the winner. Xiaoyu subconsciously reviewed his current elves, Leloras, Kamui, Zeraora, Pheromez, Guiz, Regilock, and young Kiras. Xiaoyu looked at the group in front of him, seemingly there isn't one that can be used to ride. Fee. At this time, Pheromero stepped forward, squeezing her body with a shy look on her face. Jinyu's full level of Elvish language, he vaguely guessed that Philomelis would like to carry Jinyu on his back, or use the posture of a princess to carry him to this match. With the speed of Philomelis, even with a Jinyu, winning the championship is a sure thing, but due to the issue of face, Jinyu decisively rejected this proposal. Philomelia was hit hard and hid in a corner to draw circles. Lula. Pull. Lula said that it can directly use teleportation to take Jinwu directly to the end. Then, the competition clearly stipulated that although no matter the means during the march, the contestants must be required to have a record of their progress. This means of flashing directly to the finish line is obviously extraneous, and it is impossible for the referee to allow it. Proposal was rejected, and Leloris also went to the corner to draw circles. Next, Kamui Jinyu said that he is not a turtle fairy. Although he knew for a long time that he would not be selected, but being rejected so decisively, Kamui was also traumatized, and also hid in the corner. Young Kiraz, like Kamui, is not considered, and only Zeraora and Regilock are next. Zeraora is the same as Pharombus, they can only be carried on their backs or hugs. So, the last person to consider is Regilock, right? Jinwu looked at Regilock, who was the same as the thing, and Regilock was on his head. A few dots of light also flickered a few times, so it must have been a gesture of greeting to Jinwu. During this time, Regilock ate a lot of high-quality ores. Although there was not much change in the grade, there were obvious changes in height and weight. When he just woke up from a deep sleep, Regilock had only about 7 meters height, and now the height is close to 2 meters 222, properly a little giant. With Regilock as his partner, Jinwu can at least sit on his shoulders. This posture is much better than a princess hug. Jinyu then asked Regilock to try loading himself, and it was stable. Although there was some panic, Regilock's movement speed was not too slow, and it was almost on the same level as an ordinary iron-armored rhinoceros. Ah! Xiaoya watched Jinyu and Regilock prepare for the game, and clapped and applauded. Jinyu suddenly thought that if this girl could turn into an elf, maybe he could ride her directly to compete. According to the memory of his previous life, Latias, who is known as the Infinite Pokémon, has a speed comparable to that of him. Jet Machine. With her help, the first place would be guaranteed. It's a pity that everyone hopes that the elf will be transformed into a human form to repay his kindness, while Jinyu hopes that Xiaoya will be repaired as soon as possible and transformed into an elf form. Still a day before the riding racing competition starts, and now he hasn't even started to save his life. Jinyu intends to take this opportunity to wander around. Close to the seaside, even if there is no secret place, it is a natural scenery and the environment is quite good. Yeah. Just when Jinyu felt the sea breeze blowing by the beach and enjoyed a brief silence, he heard a familiar scream from a girl on the beach. It's so rude, if I didn't hear that this place can get excellent skills, who would come in? While speaking, a woman in a graceful white dress and a blue silk shawl was walking towards Jinyu angrily. The woman was stunned on the spot, and Jinyu was also a little surprised. How are you 2 inches? The two spoke in unison. Chapter 121, The House of Tricks, Chapter 3. The girl in front of her was the Luo Yunxi that Jinyu had met in the previous glamour contest. Who had always carried out the motto with grace, came out of a cheap thatched hut by the sea at this moment, and her expression was obviously a little resentful, and Jinyu's expression suddenly became curious. What is she doing here? You also heard about the trick house here. House of Tricks. Jinwu's expression changed immediately. That's right, here lives a task called the Master of Trickster. He has built several places that look like secret realms under what seems to be a thatched cottage by the sea. At the same time, there are a lot of organs and passwords in it, and the person who unlocks the password of the organ can get the props in it, but it fails. I'll be kicked out just like you. Jinwu took over and said. I just missed it for a while. Being poked into the sore spot, 2 red clouds appeared on Luo Yunxi's delicate face. In short, you will know when you try it. Everyone can experience it for free for the first time. If you want to enter, you will have a gym badge or ribbon medal. Said, Luo Yunxi slowly took out a delicate box and opened it, with 2 beautiful ribbon medals inlaid inside. If you want to go in then, you must have 2 or more medals of 2, and you need 4 for the 3rd time. Few people go more than 4 times. I just went twice, and the first time I got this was this. Luo Yunxi took out another skill book. This skill book is a provocative skill of evil attribute. The second time I missed a little bit and failed. After speaking, Luo Yunxi didn't linger, and with Xiao Yu's cold Zouju bowed his waist. It was considered a greeting, and then passed by. Xiao Yu looked at Luo Yunxi's back in surprise, and it turned out that he was also a cold-faced and kind-hearted master. Hey, thank you for telling the information, thank you. Xiao Yu shouted to Luo Yunxi's back who was leaving. Luo Yunxi turned around with a blushing face. I just don't want you to perfunctory with the same boring excuse as last time, please don't get me wrong. After speaking, Luo Yunxi stepped on high heels and left. Jin Yu smiled and looked at the trick house in front of him, and had some thoughts in his heart. In addition to lack of money, he has nothing to do. Whether it is the newly joined young Kiras or the ghosts, their current fighting methods are extremely lacking. At this moment, there is no new skill in the trick room. Thinking of this, Jin Yu set off for the seaweed house. The room looked very old, and as soon as Jin Yu opened the door shaft made a loud creaking sound. Whoosh! With the sound of the door shaft, Jin Yu saw a figure in front of him and disappeared instantly. When it comes to the plot of the game back then, Jin Yu understood and smiled. Just at this time, an old voice came from all directions in the house. Quack, it's a blessing that you found my trick house. Jin Yu stooped to the empty house and bowed, and said unhurriedly, I heard a friend say that you can get a skill book here, so I came to visit. Oh, it's interesting, it seems that my trick house is getting more and more famous. The old voice boasted a little smugly. Boy, since you heard it from someone else, if you come here, you should know the rules on my side. The first time you come is free, after that, it depends on yours. Strength, the moment you enter the door, I checked the situation in your pocket and backpack, and there was no such thing as a badge. Xiao Yu heard the words, he covered his pockets subconsciously. Although the most important master ball was stored in the system, he also carried some important items on his body, such as Moonstone Supergrade. These things can also be sold at sky-high prices when they are placed outside. If others know about it, it will inevitably cause some misfortune. Don't worry, my organ house can only check badges, other things can't be checked, and I'm not interested in checking. The old voice seemed to understand the psychology of the people who came in. Jin Wu was really relieved to hear that. He chuckled lightly. I saw you laughed. Old man didn't take it to heart, he just continued, everyone who comes to me has a chance to find a hint. Jin Yu raised his brows and continued to listen to what the old man said next. That is to find me in this small room so that you can get the next tips. When Jin Yu heard that it was such a reminder, he immediately chuckled. If he was the best at what he was doing besides catching elves, he would definitely say finding people. With the help of the system, as long as it is within a certain range of things around him, he can clearly know the coordinates of each thing. Hey, it looks like you think you have a chance to win, so if that's the case, then you can start looking for it. Old man set a time limit, and this hint only counts when he is found within the next 10 minutes. This room is only about 70 square meters in total, and it is only one room. Although there are a lot of furniture and strange props and decorations, under normal circumstances, 10 minutes is more than enough to find a person in it. Of course, the old man will make this bet, and he is naturally confident. He calls himself a master of tricks, and what he can do is naturally related to tricks. Xiao Yu pretends to be casual and walks around in a circle, and then he glances at a table that looks like a stove. There are also a few oranges on it, placed in the same position as some anime scenes. Jin Yu quietly lifted the stove and quilt, and the trick old man hiding in the dark had a bad premonition subconsciously. However, When Jinwoo saw that the stove was empty, he closed the quilt again, and he was relieved again. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 122, Tips from the Juggler, 4th update. Hee, after all, he is just a little devil. How can he see through the hiding place of the greatest juggler of this century? A certain juggler is secretly proud of himself. The next moment, he mentioned it again, and found that Jinwoo had folded back again. This time, he directly moved the heater away. Certain juggler felt a little flustered, and thought to himself, he has been walking around the world for so many years, and he has never been found a hiding place. This time, it should not be broken. In the hands of this kid, shall you tap the tatami under the heater at this moment? Dong dong dong. As expected, it is hollow. Master Juggler, are you coming out on your own or will I kick you out? The master of jugglers is silent. Seeing that he was still pretending to be deep, Jinwoo greeted Gus directly and let him blow a black mist directly into the gap of the tatami. Immediately, there was a sound of an old man coughing. A bald old man hurriedly opened the tatami and ran out of it. Boy, do you understand what it means to care for the elderly? Jinwoo said innocently, but I gave you a chance, and it wasn't me who did it. It was the ghost who did it, you blame it. Gauss Gauss. The ghost's face had a successful mischief expression, and there was no remorse at all. Trick old man was speechless, and finally said indifferently, forget it, this time your kid wins. Saying that, he threw a skill book to Jinwoo. Jinwoo was surprised that the old man was so generous with this trick. You won't know if you see it for yourself. Trick old man pouted, like an old urchin, and seemed to be a little sullen. Jinwoo smiled and said nothing, flipping through the skill book in his hand. When I saw the name of the directory, my eyes immediately lit up. It turned out to be a skill book for II/. In the secret realm of the first organ of the old man, there are dense trees looking at it, suggesting that this is the II/. It should be how you do it is up to you. Xiao Yu heard the sound, he immediately understood it, and bowed his hands to the old man of juggling. Thank you for the gift. I have not yet passed the level, I have obtained a book, this wave is definitely not a loss. In all these years, you are the first time to find the old man's deposit so quickly. The old man sighed and said, in fact, his tatami also has a mechanism inside. If you open it like this, the old man will move directly under the other tatami. Every tatami in the ground has a layer of space. Under normal circumstances, even if you know the other party is under the tatami, and if you want to pull it out, it will take a while, at least, within 10 minutes, it is absolutely impossible to complete. It is because of this reason that the old man has nothing to fear, but who would have thought that Jinwoo would use such a despicable method to let the ghost spray black mist directly, forcing the old man to come out on his own. This is what happened. Okay, don't tell the old man that there are some or not. Saying that, the trick old man pointed to a mural location. Jinwoo understood, smiled and didn't say much, just straight picked it up and pushed the mural. Immediately, a secret door appeared in front of him, and Jinwoo walked down the stairs without saying a word. The trick old man saw Jinwoo's skillful movements in his eyes, and there was a faint twinkle in his eyes. He thought that such a clever little devil could see the mechanism he set up so thoroughly. It looks like this kid has the talent to be a juggler. Do you want to accept him as an introductory disciple? It was only this year that I thought about it, and the old man with juggling shook his head again and again. No, this kid is too slippery. Being his master, he will be exhausted if he is not played to death, no. When the old man was talking all alone, Jinwoo had already come to the secret realm of the first organ of the old man. As the old man of juggling said, there are trees in the eyes, and the surrounding environment is also very outstanding, just like a real forest in the dark night. It's hard to imagine that this is actually artificial, and it was made in the basement. Wu didn't ask the old man of tricks what he was looking for here before, and the old man of tricks also didn't tell Jinwoo what the news was here, but with the search function of Jinwoo's system, obviously, there was no difference between telling and not telling. A miniature map of this secret realm is quickly constructed in the brain. After that, Jinwoo also called out young Kira's. Pass the skill book to the little guy. Yuchi. Young Kira's held the skill book and looked at Jinwoo with a confused expression, as if he still didn't understand the meaning of the skill book. Jinwoo carefully explained the function of the skill book to young Kira's, and young Kira's immediately saw interesting stars in his eyes. Reading it very seriously, as in Elves with orange qualifications, its comprehension ability is naturally first class. As the skill book changes into a blank page, soon, the little thing has initially mastered the key points of the II/skill. A few glitters faintly leaked from the small fingernails of the palm of the hand, and then, he waved hard towards a big tree in front of him. Wipe. Accompanied by a screeching sound. Young Kira's tore off some of the bark. Nice job, young Kira's. Although it is said that there is no perfect display of II/ considering that young Kira's was born less than a week ago, it is obviously quite remarkable to be able to do such a thing. However, Jinwoo soon realized that there was something wrong with young Kira's expression. Her little nose twitched, as if she was about to cry. Jinwoo took out the earplugs that had been prepared earlier. It's the familiar, squeaky sound, skill again. Come to think of it, young Kira's was not familiar with the use of II/, and scratched his finger when he exerted force, so he cried and gave a wry smile to comfort him. Only then did young Kira's stop crying. Well, the fodder for the sacrifice is not much, and it is only about 50,000 yuan. It is like a money-eating machine. Phailu reminds you, the 3 things to read. Chapter 123, The House of Tricks That Was Ransacked, 5th more. Of young Kira's saved Jinwoo a little trouble. In the secret realm of the organization, there are many disciples of the old man of magic tricks, and they are to most challengers. Also a big problem. Appearing in a specific place, using different Pokemon will naturally cause a lot of trouble for the challenger. At this time, young Kira's shouted in a relatively closed underground environment, but this group of people was forced to appear in front of Jinwoo. Where did the voice come from? Can you please keep your mouth shut? My ears are going deaf. A group of crazy trainers hurriedly ran in front of Jinwoo. The age range was very wide. Some were young people in their teens, 20s and 20s, and some were even middle-aged uncles and aunts in their 40s and 50s, but they all had one. The common feature is that they all wear a striped suit similar to a circus commentator. Jinwoo stepped forward with a smile, looked at them and said, "Yes, everyone." These people were dumbfounded for a moment, with the expressions of you looking at me and I looking at you. They who should have been hiding in the dark appeared at this moment, and it was obviously difficult to explain. Well, we are just the same players as you. A young man explained quickly. Wu pointed to a sign on their chest that clearly said, Trick Room Employee. And the badges with their names and identities. Several people suddenly broke out in cold sweat. Well, this can't be concealed at all. It's not that I can't understand your responsibilities. Well, I won't make it difficult for you. Right now, let's just use the elves to decide the outcome. Of course, it's also a bit boring to directly divide the outcome. If you lose, please give your prop tips. Each of these trick house employees keeps the props of the trick house separately. Usually the challenger can meet one of them at a time, and solve their test, pass the level, even if it is clearing the secret realm. But this situation is really unexpected. Of course, if I lose, I'll just turn around and leave without saying a word. Several people looked at each other, and there were 7 or 8 people in front of Xiaoyu. Do you really want him to get 7 or 8 by himself? When the old man of tricks asks, they really can't bear it. Hey, look at the elf beside him. A woman was more careful and pointed to young Kira's beside Jinwoo. What happened to the genie? The young man did not ask where he was. Little Lee, you are stupid. This elf is not only a few levels, it is obviously a child, it is easy and enjoyable to solve it. That's it. Others reacted instantly, it was very likely that he was a rookie trainer, and he had the guts to ask for this kind of battle just now. Hey, okay, since that's the case, then we're welcome. If we lose, don't blame us for bullying the small one in. The young man took the first step forward and threw his Pokeball, which was a hidden dragon. Changing hidden dragon qualification. White level upper limit. Level 30 level. Level 20 attributes. General features. If you change color, your own attributes will become the same attributes of the opponent's attack and use moves. Xiao Yu smiled shyly and harmlessly, and directed at others watching the lively trick room staff. He also said, "Why don't you come too?" Everyone laughed and laughed. "You are sure?" Jin Yu put on a weak expression and said, "I'll try you guys out, and you'll be gentle." A group of people immediately threw the Pokeball out of their hands with a strange smile. One of them, Obasan, who was a little old, said with an excited look, hey, this guy suits my taste. Later, you all make way. Let my lip-smacking girl come to the fore first. The employees shrugged, as if they had become accustomed to their colleagues' hobbies. Before the meeting with Jin Yu, the group of employees were all neatly arranged, smiled knowingly, and bowed sincerely to everyone. "Thank you for your financial support to my younger brother." Saying that, he threw the master ball. Reggie Locke appeared. Just now. Adieu, the appearance was an earth-shattering, electromagnetic cannon, and then the world was at peace. Thank you for sponsoring. Sha obtained several cue cards from these employees. Then, according to the coordinates of the system, come to the place where the props are located. These props are props that cannot be obtained directly even if the coordinates are known. Each prop has something similar to an organ box. Accessible open. 8 people, 8 props. Open black lens bracket sticker box close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket elixir close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket skill book. Magic power close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket inflatable camping kit close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ancient totem book close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket energy candy. Open black lens bracket skill book. Thief close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket vitality fragment close black lens bracket. It should be said that it is the collection of the old man of juggling. Jinwoo got so many good things all at once, and he was quite excited. Didn't take a closer look on the spot, he just stuffed his head into his backpack, waved to the group of dumbfounded Trickhouse employees behind him, and left without saying a word. Looting things was so smooth, a group of employees even wondered if Jin Yu was an internationally renowned thief trick old man. Seeing that Jin Yu came out so quickly, they thought that Jin Yu had hit a wall inside, and said with a smile, "Why? An institution that this old man is proud of." Jin Yu nodded with a smile. "It's very good, the content is substantial, and the environment is beautiful. So oh hoo, do I still want some hints here? Trick old man was found out so easily by Jin Yu before, and I always felt that he was a little embarrassed. Jin Yu came back now, naturally, he wanted to make some sense of existence. I don't need it anymore. I'm very satisfied with the trick master. Let's see you next time when we're free. Goodbye." Jinwoo wanted to quickly slip away before the other party could react. What's wrong with this kid? Seeing that Jinwoo was walking so quickly, the old trickster had an inexplicable feeling, an ominous premonition. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 124. Lalu Lassie's Weird Power, First Update. Isn't it possible that he has just gone down for a while, and he has harvested the old man's collection? Looking at how hurried he was when he left, I think he got something good, a camping kit or a skill book. Cut, whatever. What you get, you don't need to be so wary of the old man. The trick old man pretended not to care and blew his beard, then walked towards the secret realm of the agency. And, he was still curious about what kind of props Jinwoo got. Soon as he went out, he found a bunch of his disciples lying on the ground, surrounded by a mess, and the ground smelled of being burned by the sparks of the wires. Old man's brain was short-circuited for a moment, and he immediately exclaimed, "What happened to the robbery? Do you still want to mix up? Hey, you guys, get up and explain to me. Don't pretend to be dead. Hearing that the old man was going crazy, a few people had to get up immediately. This world is different from the apprentices in the previous life. It is more like an ancient employment master. A master is like an apprentice. What? Otherwise it would be disrespectful. A few people cried in trembling voices, "Master, we are sorry for your old man's training. All the props you entrusted to us to be kept were abducted by the young man who just came in." What abducted? Old man was stunned for a moment, and suddenly he thought of the bad things that Xiao Yu had done to him before. Could it be that his disciples and those disciples were tearful and they were going to experience what happened to the old man? Even though the trend of things didn't change, he told the old man. They exaggerated what Xiao Yu did to them. In short, after speaking, they themselves felt that what they said about Xiao Yu was too cunning, and they were too innocent. Juggling old man touched his chin the whole time, and after listening to every word, he fell into silence. The disciples thought that the old man was still angry, huddled like a quail and was about to wait for the old man to go, but they didn't expect that, after a long while, the old man sighed and said, "It's not really your fault." Those disciples were stunned when they heard the words. The old man juggling seemed to be ready to forgive them. You must know that the old man juggling was so hard on even a tube of wound medicine that he lost 8 treasures in a row today. It's really rare that he didn't yell at me. The old man with tricks naturally won't tell the things that he also suffered from Jinwu. HMPH, it's a common thing to win or lose in the military, and it does happen twice, but next time, I won't let him have such good luck. The old man of juggling waved his arms, very aura. Ah, let that kid come next time. Everyone's bitter gourd expression. Yes, the old man has a hunch that this day will not be long. The second time to enter his trick room requires 2 badges. For others, it may be a more difficult task, but the old man in the agency has a hunch that this matter is very important to Jinyu. Saying it won't be too difficult. And not only, to let him come, we have to prepare a secret realm that makes it impossible for him to pass. During this time, the old man will train you all and give me a good sense. On the surface, several disciples could only keep making promises, but inwardly, they could not stop complaining. When Xiao Yu returned to the elf center, the first thing he did was take out the props he had harvested this time from his backpack and put them neatly in front of him. Among them, the sticker box is a gift box similar to the badge collection box and the ribbon collection box. However, the sticker box obtained from the old man of juggling seems to be a little strange, and it is only about 3 inches in size. However, after opening it, it can be expanded to the size of a toolbox. There should be a similar expansion and compression mechanism in it, and I don't know if it is the mechanism that the old man processed on this box in the later stage, or it was obtained directly in the secret realm. This sticker box has a hidden function. In short, it is obviously a very convenient carry-on item for Jinwu at present. In the future, when he goes out to the secret realm, there will be more things that he can loot. Elixir Xiao Yu has seen it before, and it has the same effect as the universal powder he got. However, unlike the universal powder, which has a bitter taste and has a chance of lowering the elves' favorability, elixir will not resist the elves too much. Skill Book Magic Power. In the first few versions of the game, this skill was called an esoteric skill, and most elves could learn it, and its status was equal to surfing and II/. Jinwu intends to teach this skill to young Kiras. However, after the young Kiras was released, the little thing seemed to show some resistance. When he was just learning II/, the little guy was injured a little, and it was a bit of a psychological shadow at the moment. With a wry smile, as if he did not expect this situation. Helpless, he turned his attention to the other elves. While thinking about whether to study with Zeraora Philomelome or Regilock, suddenly, the Pokeball loaded with Leloras flashed an arc. A little interested in what Jinwu got this time, and wants to come out and see. Lalu Lassie, it's okay to see, but don't make trouble. Jinwoo reminded with a smile. Lula. La Lula Meng passed the level. Little guy came out. He noticed the strength skill book in Jinwoo's hand. Lula Lula. He held his small hands, as if he was begging Jinwoo. Yu smiled, but didn't refuse, and handed the skill book to Lalu Lassie, but he knew very well that Lalu Lassie, who has the attribute of fairy, plus superpower, could not learn this skill. Lalu Lassie, although it's a pity, you can't learn this skill book. Next time there is a suitable one for you. Jinwoo opened his mouth wide in shock. Chapter 125. The Items Searched Second Update. I saw an arc of light flashing on Lalula's body, and at the same time, the skill books also interacted with each other. Jinwoo wished that he was confused, but obviously, this is the scene of acquiring the skill book. How can you explain that it is a cute type? Jinwoo wanted to pinch his cheek at this moment to confirm whether he was dreaming, but since the action was too stupid, he gave up. Ding! Lalula's has learned a new skill, Strange Power. Close black lens bracket. As the system prompt message appeared, Jinwoo knew that the item in front of him should not be fake, and that Lalu Lassie really learned that weird power skill. As the master, he was wondering if he should also bear certain responsibilities. No matter how much, Jinwoo looked at Lalu Lassie, who was just learning the skills and was a little excited and dancing. At least the result was good. After all, Lalu Lassie learned it smoothly. The new skill can also be regarded as a melee combat method. Then check out his harvest this time. Open black lens bracket camping assemblies close black lens bracket. Although it is known from the system inspection, this should be a suit that can be used for camping. But Jinwoo didn't know how the watch-like thing in front of him turned into camping equipment. There seemed to be several buttons on it. Jinwoo put on the watch, and then, out of curiosity, pressed a button on it. Crack! A strange sound. Immediately, Jinwoo saw something like an inflatable ball popping out in front of him. After the inflatable ball met the air, it quickly expanded. Jinwoo was shocked when he saw it. Fortunately, the thing was expanding to the size of a tent, so it didn't get bigger, and it didn't break through the appliances in the hotel. Jinwoo was very interested in exploring this balloon tent. Although it looks like a balloon, it is not like a balloon that can be broken with a single poke. The material is very strong against pressure. Jinwoo even let a stone man like Readaloud step on it, but the air valve did not generate. Too much deformation. Every time this air valve tent is used for one night, it seems that it will automatically vaporize into nothingness, and then this watch will quickly generate a set of tents. It's a must-have tool for travel. Jinwoo is very pleased that from now on, he will finally no longer have to sleep in the woods. Then there are open black lens bracket energy candy close black lens bracket and skill book open black lens bracket thief close black lens bracket. Jinwoo gave both of these things. Open black lens bracket energy candy close black lens bracket. It can be used to increase the stamina of elves. The effect of type candy will be better than that of ordinary candy. Gisi's physical strength is exactly its weak. Jinwoo decided to give it a good supplement. Gussie wiggled the open black lens bracket energy candy close black lens bracket for a moment like a toy, and then threw it into his mouth. Immediately, there was a bit of brilliance around him. Although it can't be seen with the naked eye, Ghost's physical strength should be strengthened. Next, there is the thief skill, the evil attribute, sneak attack skill, which has its own ability to steal other people's items. For an elf who hides in the dark like Yogashi. Resemble. You got it, he thought of Gisi. The purple aptitude makes it not slow for Gisi to learn skills. In addition, the thief skill is very suitable for itself. After learning it for more than half an hour, Gisi is already very used to this skill. Unlike young Kira's, this skill of ghosts can be directly used in actual combat. After that, there are two more items. Let's talk about open black lens bracket vitality fragments close black lens bracket first. This golden yellow hexagonal crystal is actually the same as the resurrection grass, which has a life-threatening effect. When Jinwoo got it just now, he was a little surprised. The old man of juggling would use such props as a prize. What he most hoped to get is life. This vital fragment is equivalent to hanging his life stuff. He can still be generous as one of the prizes. I have to say, the old man's idea of this trick is very detached. Xiaoyu silently gave the old man a compliment to the old man. The old man was juggling. Touching his chin, Xiaoyu opened the collection. One of the items he didn't understand the most was this ancient totem book. There are many symbols of ancient unknown totems on it. Unknown totem is a kind of symbolic Pokemon, which is believed by scholars to be an existence that records the symbols of ancient civilizations in different worlds. It has 28 different forms of appearance, corresponding to 6 kinds of characters, letters, and 2 kinds of punctuation marks. Heard that as long as 2 or more unknown totems appear together, some indescribable and inconceivable power can be produced. Jinwu once thought that the unknown totem without the eyes is equivalent to the English alphabet. What can't be understood, but when he saw these strange characters appearing in the totem book in front of him in an unusual way, Jinwu was really stunned. What letters are these spelled? Jinwu asked himself that his English was okay, but he really couldn't understand the sentence in front of him. These letter totems seemed to be blinking at him constantly, half squinting for a while, tight closing for a while, and wide open for a while. Looking at it for a long time, Jinwu's eyes only felt sore. He closed the book and rubbed his eyes. According to the introduction of the system, this ancient totem book is a holy relic medium that can summon unknown totem. But how to summon it, the system does not introduce it in detail. Maybe it's because he didn't have enough chances. Jinwu didn't force it, and was about to put this book away. But at this moment, Xiaoya, who had been watching him quietly, seemed to have some interest in this book. You mean, do you want to read this book? Jinwu asked. Xiaoya nodded. The body of Asia Minor is Latius, and at this time it is the human body. Existence and existence in the medium of the two may have a unique opinion on this totem book. Thinking like this, Xiaoyu put away the original totem book. The book was handed to Xiaoya. Xiaoya just took the book, turned a few pages, and the mutation happened. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 126. Ancient Totem Book 3rd. Front of Jinwu, Xiaoya quietly flipped through the totem book in his hand. Without turning a few pages, Xiaoya closed her eyes with contentment, as if she had seen a very interesting scene in a novel. Immersed in it, Xiaoyu was curious, and just wanted to step forward and ask Xiaoya what she saw. But saw that from the ancient totem book, a circular arc of light suddenly appeared, covering Xiaoya. At the same time, from the book, I vaguely heard the noisy sounds of many small things. It's an unknown totem. Xiaoyu suddenly came over in shock, but the halo bounced off Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was stunned for a while, and at this moment, he found that Xiaoya seemed to float slowly. The body has a tendency to lean forward towards the book. When he saw this, Jinwu was shocked. He quickly exclaimed, Xiaoya! Xiaoya, wake up! Xiaoya was surrounded by this halo, as if she was isolated from reality. Jinwu's call was not heard at all. Could it be that the unknown totem wants to suck Xiaoya into the book? The unknown totem is an elves that exist in the crack of time and space, and according to Jinwu's guess, this ancient totem book should also lead to the crack of time and space. If Xiaoya enters the crack of time and space, can he come out? But everyone can't say for sure. In a certain crystalline theatrical version, if the doctor is not for the plot effect, who can guarantee that he will return to reality safely again and has been reincarnated in a different dimension space, until death is always possible? How could Jinwu let Xiaoya go in that kind of place without hesitation, and directly summon Zeraora, Feromero, and Regilock? Help! Break this halo shield, no matter what means. The 3 elves took their orders and acted immediately. Philomero stepped forward first with a move, 3 kicks. This aura was indifferent. Zeraora and Regilock shot. One used lightning fist, and the other used electromagnetic cannon. The power of the 2 skills was added together, and the power was the same for a while. Zeraora absorbed the power of the electromagnetic cannon in the palm of his hand, making his attack more penetrating. Boom. One move, smashing on the halo. The equipment in the hotel was suddenly destroyed by the raging thunder and lightning. Now Jinwoo can't really care about that. Supporting Zeraora to tear the halo apart, he immediately ignored the aftermath of the thunder and lightning, put his hand into the halo, and pulled Xiaoya out of the halo. Ah! When he touched Xiaoya, Xiaoya seemed to regain consciousness, the halo broke without attack, and Zeraora was afraid of hurting the master and Xiaoya, so she quickly pulled back and transferred the aftermath to the rest of the room. When Jinwoo touched Xiaoya, he felt small. The touch seems to be a little different from before. Hooah. It hurts. Jinwoo rubbed the back of his head, which was thrown back with too much force, opened his eyes, and found that the person standing in front of him was not Xiaoya. Is a sprite similar to a jet? You are Latias. Jinwoo's eyes widened, and the half-red body in front of him was a dragon-type Pokemon whose appearance was similar to that of a bird and an airplane. It was an infinite Pokemon, Latias. Latias Xiaoya, you can change, it's a prototype. Xiaoya nodded happily, and flew around in front of Jinwoo with a smile. Although some things were knocked over during the period, Jinwoo only had Latias in his eyes at this time, and he didn't care at all, and he was very emotional, and he had the feeling that his adopted daughter will grow up in 1,000 days. Great, Xiaoya, you can finally change back to your original form. At this time, the status bar of Latias can be seen normally with the system view. Latias qualification. Red level cap. 80 level. Level 5 attribute. Dragon. Super ability features. Floating gender. Female size. 1. Skills. Healing wish. Help. Pray. Spirit wave. Mysterious guardian. Playing with water. Close black lens bracket. I don't know why the level is only 5. But Jinwoo is already very satisfied to see Xiaoya become Latias. Woohoo! Xiaoya flew in front of Xiaoyu, and rubbed his head affectionately against Xiaoyu's face. Jinwoo stroked Latias's head. It was originally a very harmonious and beautiful scene, but the next moment, the sanitation staff, management staff, and even security staff from the hotel department of the Spirit Center knocked on the door of Jinwoo's room. Then that Jinwoo reacted, and the room at this time seemed a little unbearable to look directly at. After explaining together, Jinwoo skipped the package event for tea at the police station, and instead paid for the hotel items and the damage to the house. This amount of money is not a small amount. It cost Jinwoo nearly 200,000 yuan, and this is because the Spirit Center thinks that Jinwoo did not intend to quote this price. The normal price, the decoration cost of each room is definitely more than 500,000 yuan. Really, Mr. Jinwoo, although we understand that your trainers are in the mood to train spirits, don't do it in the hotel. There is a special free arena in the Spirit Center, please remember it next time. I'm so sorry. Jinwoo sighed, his wallet shrunk again, and now there is only 100,000 yuan left, which is not enough to feed young Kiras for 2 days. I have to make money. Fortunately, Xiaoya has been able to change into the appearance of Latias, and the writing contest will start tomorrow. Early the next day, Jinwoo came to the competition venue of the writing contest. This place was already crowded with people early in the morning. All kinds of bulls, ghosts, snakes and gods are gathered here, and Jinwoo can't help but feel a little surprised. After finally lining up to get a place in the competition, he already feels tired enough. Finally, this supersonic battle will be broadcast to you by the annual special track in the suburbs of Akina City. The very passionate voice of the announcer resounded throughout the audience. Chapter 127. Race, Car, Drivers, Fourth More. Are you ready to cheer on the contestants enthusiastically today? Roar. There was shouting outside the venue. Okay. I have already felt the strong passion conveyed by you here. This time, I will be explaining the tiger in my winter, and Mr. Original Sin, who has a very distinctive tone of voice. The two names are obviously code names. I am the original sin of the world, please take care of me. The woman who spoke just now is called the tiger in winter, and the man who speaks later is the original sin of the world. The live commentary will have the two of us passionately serving everyone. Ouch. The female anchor commentator also pretended to growl like a tiger. Not much nonsense. Let's take a look at the status of the contestants now. Sign lit up. A blonde player who looked like the fifth Diamond King shook his long flowing hair and sneered. Boring, no matter what. Opponent is, I will not lose the invincible. Ah, he is the Mr. Knight I am familiar with who claims to have 1/10 and 10% of the noble blood of the Western continent. He is also the runner-up of the last competition, and the favorite to win this competition, Mr. Britain. Hey, who is the runner-up? Ah. The blonde young man was displeased with the introduction of the winter tiger. Call out call. A flaming horse beside him also made a strong protest. In the winter, the tiger didn't care, and continued to host. Then there is so much money that there is nowhere to spend it. Just for entertainment, Mr. Chian Duoduo's camera turned to a bald pot-bellied man, who still had a stick in his hand. Cigar, he blew his smoke in disdain. I just came here to warm up and let my Cheney take a walk, and it's not bad to win the championship by the way. Meow. This elf with a lot of money turns out to be a cat boss. The original cat boss can only grow to a height of 1 meter, 1.2 meter length is already good, but this guy's cat boss, who doesn't know what kind of hormones he ate, actually grew to nearly 3 meters long. And walking with this pot-bellied man on his back didn't even seem to struggle at all. Then, it's our conspirator Mr. Black Danwan. Cut, who's the conspirator? I just won't use my son's dirty tricks to win this game. Whoever gets in the way of making a fortune, I'll take whoever is Gia. You say yes, gas. Gas. This person's gas bombs are a little different from ordinary double bombs. Both gas bombs have a top hat-like chimney pipe on the top of their heads, and there is a circle of green smoke on the sphere as a beard and eyebrows. Although many people know this, they don't seem to know the difference between this double bomb gas and Zhongzhou double bomb gas. In fact, this is Galar double bomb gas, which is different from ordinary double bomb gas. This double bomb gas has the attribute of fairy. The next one is a hot-blooded hero. He is also our last champion. Mr. Brave, and his elven king, Yan. Muscle is all that will be the same as last year's competition, perfect to win. Tear it off. His elf king Yan, like his master, let out a very imposing howl. Muscular man who only wears a tank top and metal punk trousers. He shows his white teeth while waving to say hello to his fans. Although his appearance is not good, his popularity is really good, and there are many female fans of him in the audience. Elegant lady, she is a little bright red in the grass. I heard that she has been preparing for today's competition for a long time. It depends on how she implements this elegance to the end. How could a bunch of savages be Dalamian sauce, my opponent and Dalamian sauce, you say so? The one who spoke was a woman with a ladies' fan, covering her cheeks and wearing a thick dress. Ow. Dalami is the elf of Western continent, and it is also rare in Middle continent. It is said that in the last century when it was still a kingdom, he was the elf who was responsible for protecting the king. He had long white hair all over his body. According to the postmodern style, many female trainers would help themselves. Dog hair is trimmed into different types of hairstyles, and Dalamia does not reject them. Who told them to grow and shed their hair quickly by nature? No matter what kind of hairstyle is made, as long as you don't take care of it for a period of time, Dalamia's hair will quickly return to its original unkempt appearance. Then, the last one, is our only rookie, the racing driver chick rookie, Jun. Woo, dare to shout and cut you into 3 pieces. Obviously, he didn't come up with the title himself, but that winter tiger blindly picked it up. Reason is very simple. Because this time he signed up with Latias. Although Latias is a Eudemon's infinite Pokemon, it has no aura at level 5, so at first glance, will naturally be underestimated. Ah, that kid is so pitiful, he's going to race with those professional racers. He didn't know anything and was stuffed in to make up the number, right? There was a burst of chatter and laughter in the arena. Hey, little chap, if you want to hang around for a while, stay away from me, you know. Black Bullet leaned next to Jinwoo and said with a weird smile. The gold content of this competition is not as good as a year, and it is unexpected for such a stinky little brat to participate. The one who said this was Duoduo, who was smoking a cigar, and the cat boss purred, as if he was very interested in Latius, who looked like a bird. I want to give Latius a bit of horsepower. Although Latius was innocent, he was still an elf of the phantom beasts. He felt the bad intentions of the cat boss, and immediately unconsciously exuded a little dragon's might. Although humans couldn't sense it, the elf had an immediate effect. Meow meow. Cat boss hadn't approached, and he was cowardly on the spot. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 128. The Straight Bear Who Can't Turn, First Update. What's the matter, Cheney, boy, what have you done to my Cheney? Qian Duoduo immediately realized that something was wrong with his own Qian Ni, who was usually stubborn, and because of his huge body, he always bullied the weak, but this one actually made an appearance of being bullied. Cheney just looked at the little red bird elf, so the problem must be with this kid. Xiao Yu squinted his eyes. He is usually a humble person, but if anyone wants to provoke him, he will not make a sound, and he is about to attack, but unexpectedly the big guy with the muscles on the side is the first to say, Money Duoduo, I feel my conscience and say, just now, your cat boss took the initiative to find the little brother elf. Why, only your elf is allowed to cause trouble, and no other elf is allowed to fight back. That is to say, not only do people stink of middle-aged and aging, but even elves have a bad temper that makes trouble, and they have no taste. The lady with heavy makeup also stepped forward and sneered. Qian Duoduo was stunned by the two, so he glanced at Jin Yu, and snorted coldly, you can expect someone to help you during the game. After speaking, Qian Duoduo took a big mouthful of the cigar in his hand and took his frightened cat boss away. Jinwoo bowed his hands to the person who spoke for him, thanking him. Mr. Brave opened his 6 snow-white front teeth, waved his hands and laughed loudly. It's very common to have provocative people before the game. Young man, don't worry about it, just focus on the game. Just like what Qian Duoduo said, we are all opponents later, and we won't come to help you on purpose. Jin Yu admires this kind of straight talker. Although he looks carefree, he doesn't play tricks behind his back. I just think young people are more to my taste than uncles. After speaking, the elegant lady stared at Jin Yu for a moment with meaningful eyes, and licked the corner of her bright red mouth at the same time. Jin Woo. In other senses, this elegant lady is more difficult to deal with than a lot of money. In addition to these 555 feet's more characteristic writers, there are several other writers, including Jin Woo. There are a total of 12 people, 12, which is much less than Jin Woo's imagined large-scale racing competition. However, considering that there are no restrictions on this kind of means, and the competition system of life and death, it is normal that few people will participate in the competition. The 10 writers who participated in the races in previous years, 4 or 5, 45, were able to leave the racing track safely, which is already very good. This news was also learned after Jin Woo participated in the competition. Xiaoya, is it heavy? Jin Yu eased his nervousness before the game and chatted with Xiaoya. Hoo. Diaz and Xiao Yu turned over slightly in midair, signaling that he was relaxed and happy. Carrying Jin Woo gave Latius a feeling of inexplicable fulfillment, as if he had done it before, but he just couldn't remember it clearly. Okay, the players have. Your gods are ready. Original Sin sang, I have foreseen that it will be a great melee of the century, what do you think? The Winter Tiger threw the topic to the original Sin of the world, who had been silent beside him. In the usual competition, it is difficult for the security system and the sponsoring insurance company to negotiate this time. Therefore, I hope that this time, the scope of damage can be minimized for the sponsors. They are not rich at the moment. The original sin in this world is like a middle-aged ogaizan who complains about a bad job. Winter Tiger's enthusiasm was not affected because of him. He still held the microphone and shouted while clapping the table. Okay, we can see that the game is about to start. And when the red light turns green, it is the time to start. Are you guys ready? Naturally, no one answered him, because all the riders, including Jinyu, were paying close attention to the traffic lights above their heads. Drip drip. After the light flashes 3 times, the original red light turns into a yellow light, and then it turns into a green light. Whoosh, whoosh. Everyone rushed out in a hurry. For a time, the sky flew and the ground rushed, and all kinds of elves accelerated in the way they were best at. It's green light. All riders start at about the same time. Oh my god. We can see that there is an arrow-like elf who is the first to rush out. He is our rocket-headed gentleman and his pet rushing straight to the bear. The body of the straight bear is like a streamline. In the initial acceleration straight line, it exerted an extraordinary speed. It rushed to the front of all the teams at once. Introducing the winter tiger with radiant eyebrows. The trainer of the straight bear is also laughing in the wind at this time. On this kind of straight road, my straight bear is invincible. Watch us get rid of you in one breath. Awesome. My straight bear. The speed is so cool. Xiaoya and Jinyu did not take the lead in the back, but were observing the surrounding riders. As for Rocket Head Kun and Zichangshang, who were now rushing in the first place, according to the information he knew of Zichangshang, it was true that he was running directly to the bear. When accelerating, the running speed can easily exceed 100 km per hour, but if you continue to sprint at this speed, you will not be able to turn, that is to say, boom. Suddenly there was a burst of fire in front of the sky. Straight to the bear with too much force. When he was on the first crooked road, he rushed out of the track, and at the same time, because he failed to hold back the force, he directly hit a gas station near the starting point. Asked why the elf riding competition, why there is a gas station nearby, in short, it exploded. Ah, Rocket Head and Zichang Bear are familiar. Inhumane. While a group of audience complained, they watched with great enthusiasm. Hey, I just said, don't make an accident. The original sinner of the world sighed. His mobile phone had started to vibrate frequently at this moment. When this happened, it would be a ghost if the sponsor didn't call him. Chapter 129. The Big Rock Snake Punching the Hole, Second. Hey, there was a fatal accident at the start of the track. Winter Tiger seems to want to take care of the emotions of the original sinner in the world next, and try to put her tone in a pity and mourning tone, but her voice has a high-like quality, but when she says it, it has a kind of feeling, like complaining. The original sinner of the world held his head and looked helpless. I have to do the work of recovering the body again. There were some small twists and turns at the beginning of the game, but it's not a big deal. The original sinner of the world said that it can be done easily. With a wave of the tiger's hand in winter, things are swept away like dust. Only the original sinner of the world was left alone to worry about it. We see now that the lead at the moment is the runner-up Mr. Britain and his flaming horse. Britannia, don't put runner-up in front of my name. And Miss Graceful Ladies and her partner Dalamia. The third place is Mr. Brave that we are familiar with. Not far behind Mr. Brave, it turns out to be our little chick contestant. Jinwoo squinted and glanced at Winter Tiger. Have to figure out a way to underwear Zoot. I can't bear it. From a little chick to a little chick, which man can accept this title? And the Winter Tiger shuddered inexplicably. Contrary, the mentality of Mr. Brave, who is currently ranked third, is very balanced. Ha ha ha, I can't think that the elves of those two people have improved so much this year. Then he turned his head to look at Jinyu who was behind him, smiled and praised. I can't believe that you and your little bird elf can follow us closely. Ah. Radia seems to be unhappy that Mr. Brave calls himself Little Bird. People are a well-known one-stop, okay. Ha ha ha, it's quite temperamental. After being provoked by Mr. Brave, Latius increased his speed a little. But we can't stop at this speed, prepare to counterattack. King Yan. Speedmaster. Da Wangyan stretched out her wings, as if she had finished the warm-up exercise, and the speed suddenly soared between her wings. Latias wanted to continue to catch up, but Jinyu patted her lightly. Xiao Ya, don't worry, keep maintaining this speed first. Huh. After listening to Jinyu's words, Latias stopped chasing after him, and continued to hang in fourth place with his previous speed. After Da Wangyan went mad, the speed was really fast. Mr. Brave, this Big Wang Yan was much bigger than the ordinary Big Wang Yan, with a body length of nearly 2.222 meters. He was carrying a muscular man as big as Brave, not at all laborious. Oh, as expected of our champion, he is so awesome when he is serious. Before he was lurking in the third place, he was just observing the situation. Now he has completely caught up. Britain and the elegant lady clicked their tongues, thinking that this man is really tough. However, one wave has not settled, one after another, this. A long mound suddenly swelled up on the ground of the racetrack. What is this? When everyone was in doubt, a sudden burst of rough laughter sounded, a roar. Labor and capital are shining. What the hell? Who normally race on the track, including Qian Duoduo? They were all shaken and the ground could not run normally. Boom! I saw a huge elf rising from the ground. The whole body is composed of huge gray rocks, the shape is like a snake, and there is a long rock horn on its head. This is a big rock snake. The big rock snake can dig underground with its huge and sturdy body, and for some reason, the speed of digging underground is actually faster than the speed of crawling on the ground, and the speed can be as high as 8-10 kilometers. Moreover, even if you are underground, you can clearly distinguish the direction. With this hand, the big rock snake rises directly from the ground, causing many players to overturn directly. Ha ha ha, I'm so sorry, did I just run over something? Why did the ants run up to the big snake to get in the way? The owner of the big rock snake is called Yataro, and the reason for this title is that the first time Yataro met the big rock snake was when he was digging potatoes. Why didn't this guy start at the track? Although Qian Duoduo and Cat Boss rolled over together, compared to the other contestants, this guy barely had the strength to stand up. Hey. Have been lurking in the ground from the beginning. Regarding this, the game camera has obvious records and will be fake. Turoro explained. The audience put their eyes on the big screen and found that there was really such a record, and they didn't know when the production team buried the camera. Ha ha ha, so, since the labor and management potato lang has shown up, you guys should step aside. After talking about it, Mr. Yataro drove the big rock snake to rampage all the way. In front of Mr. Britannia, Miss Elegant Lady, and their elves, they did not have an advantage over the big rock snake in terms of attributes. Past. Oh, it's an unexpected development. I didn't expect to see a group of strange soldiers like Mr. Yaroro coming out now. This is the fun of the writing competition, right? You, Mr. World's original sin. Then what? I just hope they can drive safely. Just finished solving the Straight to Bear incident, and Mr. World's original sin is tired. Just sprint to the finish line in one breath. Partner. Turoro said happily. Ga-oh. The big rock snake roared loudly. Don't get in the way. Ha ha ha, ora. Mr. Brave is still in the lead at the moment, but Mr. Yataro has been racing all the way. At this time, he is very close to Mr. Brave, who is in first place. The Winter Tigers continue to broadcast live. Situation was very good, and the Potato Man suddenly felt a little emotional, thanks to the big rock snake he encountered when he was digging potatoes. Hey, big rock snake, I said, if this game is over, should we continue to go back to the valley to dig potatoes together? Yamaya Lang said to himself, the big rock snake, very affectionately. Ga-oh. Big rock snake didn't know if he understood it or not. But this set of lines, the words spoken now, are obviously very subtle. At this moment, Yataro is like an old general on the stage, with flags all over his body. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 130. Double Bomb Gas Magic Steam, Third More. Suddenly there was a whistling sound not far away, accompanied by a cloud of pink smoke. What's the situation? Yamaya Lang was stunned. As the largest riding elf present, it was obviously impossible for the big rock snake to completely avoid this layer of smoke. After being stained with strands, the big rock snake suddenly began to sway from side to side. What's the matter? Ah! Yamaya Lang and the others happened to be at the corner of a cliff at the moment. The big rock snake put Yamato Lang in a very dangerous situation on the spot. Partner. Gah! Big rock snake couldn't help himself, and responded in a daze, but half of his body was sent out of the cliff. Then, there was a tumultuous tumult of hell, and a cool song was sent to Yatoro and the big rock snake. It's so tragic, in every sense. The tiger in winter sighed as if feeling something. But then again, who launched the attack of this pink smoke and where did the attack start? Not only are the tigers in doubt in the winter, Jinyu and other contestants are more concerned about who made the move. Nice job. Double gas. This moment that everyone discovered that the pet elves flying in the air were not only Jinyu and Mr. Brave, but there was also a person. He is the conspirator who used the Galar version of the double bomb gas, the Black Bullet. This guy, why haven't you seen him just now? Exclaimed Mr. Britton. Ha ha ha, this is the gap in intelligence. From the very beginning, I have been following you all the time, but you just didn't notice it. It was because of my double bombing gas characteristics. Characteristics of double bomb gas. The elegant lady also made a suspicious sound. The Black Bullet is naturally impossible to explain, and this is also one of the trump cards he retains. Although the properties of the double bomb gas in the Galar region and the ordinary double bomb gas are somewhat the same, the effect is slightly different due to the addition of the elf attribute. For example, the double bomb gas of the black projectile, its property is chemical change gas, the unique characteristic of double bomb gas. At the same time, the second characteristic is Mist Maker 0. These two characteristics lead to double bomb gas. Bombing the gas can not only eliminate the characteristic effects of the surrounding spirits, but also cover up your body shape, smell, and temporary light mist. The Black Bullet is relying on this trick to give the potato a fatal blow at the most critical time. Although my double bomb gas speed race is not the fastest, as long as everyone is eliminated, the victory will naturally fall into my hands. The black projectile continued to attack, using the strange pink smoke before, which is also the exclusive skill of the double bomb gas in the Galar region, Magic Steam. From the top hat chimney. Touch the smoke to attack the opponent, and there is a chance to cause confusion to the opponent. Magic Steam overwhelming the sky, it not only made the contestants on the ground turn over again and again, but also affected Jinyu and Mr. Brave in the sky. Xiaoya, protect it with mystery. Find circles all over Xiaoya's body, and this circle can resist abnormal conditions. On the other side, Mr. Brave seemed to be a little angry with this magical steam. Although the rules of the writing conference do not say that skills cannot be used, using such large-scale damage skills, even if the temper is as good as me, is a bit unpleasant. In this case, Wang Yan, let's take action. Use Heroic Bird. Speedmaster. Xiaoyu saw that Wang Yan was about to make a move, his eyes narrowed. In fact, at this conference, the speed of a single round is all about, so Latius is not afraid of anyone, but only this Wang Yan, the opponent can not only speed up. Compared with it, the strength level is still very strong, just now Jinyu has used it to check the attributes. Found that this great King Yan is only blue aptitude, but the level is as high as 50. That is to say, the opponent has stimulated almost all of his potential, and this is the first time I have seen such an opponent, Xiaoyu. Not that the opponent's strength is strong, and the trainer who can tap his elf potential to the limit is, in a sense, more brilliant than the purple aptitude level 51. The opponent is a real hard worker. Now this great Wang Yanyi, if you take action, you will know if there is any. The strength of level 50 is like out of specification. This double bomb gas is only 36 level strength, and it will collapse at a touch. The flame is lit. Immediately it exploded in midair. Wow, as expected of my champion. What an invincible posture. He was able to kill Mr. Black Danwan and his elf double bomb gas in one shot. You think so too, the world's original sin. Hey, hurry up and check to see if Mr. Black Danwan and his elves are still angry. The original sin of the world just doesn't want someone to increase his workload. Okay, I'll continue to be my first, and as for the second, you guys will grab it slowly. After finishing the black bullet, Mr. Brave waved to Jin Yu, the elegant lady, and Mr. Britain who were second, third, and fourth behind, and rushed to the front again in a sassy manner. Damn, this guy is so reckless. Do you really think that I will always be willing to be the second place? This time I also have a killer. Flame horse. Mr. Britain said it was his turn. Shout out. The flame horse roared in the sky, suddenly striding forward, and the flames soared all over the body. The flames burned like a propeller, making the flame horse's speed soar. Flame horse, flaming charge. Chapter 131. Gathering treasures. Pick up the money. Open black lens bracket fourth more close black lens bracket. Flaming horse looks like a horse burning with raging flames. From the top of its head to its back and its tail, it is full of flaming flames. It is said that only trainers who have been recognized in the period of Little Fire Horse can touch its flaming mane without feeling hot. Under normal circumstances, this flame is a means of attacking opponents. When the flames are burning, the flame horse can reach a maximum speed of 240 km per hour, which is comparable to a super high-speed train. Leaving bare hoof footprints along the way, the flame horse directly overtakes the elegant lady. Oh, as expected of the runner-up last year, his strength is really not on the same level as ordinary players, but in other words, this time, the young chick has not left the team yet, and has been hanging in the third runner-up position without any delay. People are amazed. Tigers kill every day in winter. Jinyu has already recorded it in his notebook, and after the game is over, he must settle accounts with her. Oh hoo, very good momentum. King Yan, who was riding bravely, was slowly descending at this moment. Fairest thing about this riding competition is that no matter what flying Pokemon, or a land-walking Pokemon, no matter which one, they have to follow the route. Exactly, there is a cave in front. If Wang Yan wants to pass through, he must lower his flying height. HMPH, Brave, don't think that you can always be the champion. I will surpass you in this cave. Mr. Britain issued a declaration of victory. Come and try if you can. Mr. Brave is ready to face the enemy head-on. Poor cubs, you all give my Cheney Jean. Look, what is that? But at this moment, another group of strange soldiers airborne, accompanied by a lot of banknotes and gold coins. Mr. Brave and Mr. Britannia immediately froze. Then, I saw the two guys who were full of chivalry spirit just now. At this time, they were all, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Crazy restrained coins floating down from the sky. The audience fell over. The elegant lady and Jinwoo behind her were also extremely ashamed. What are you two doing? As you can see, it's natural to pick up money. It's money to compare, and it's money to pick up here. Mr. Brave said with a look of course. The knight also has to maintain his family's finances. The survival policy of the old round table family, no matter what the time is, you have to pick up a lot of money when you see it. Mr. Britannia is also serious. Ha 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 ha, what, it's the nirvana of me and Cheney, Qian done to me ow gold coin technique. Qian Duo murmured. Damn it, isn't it the treasure gathering gong? Complained unceremoniously, he took advantage of this moment to pass the money-picking duo and became the first for the first time. The richer the owner of the Meow Meow race, the greater the power of this trick. All kinds of meanings. Wait, boy, do you want? Is the fisherman profiting? It's beautiful. Cheney, let's keep on chasing. Meow. Don't forget me. The elegant lady also galloped past at this time. Nima, this scene is so snarky. First, Mr. Britain ran rampant, then Mr. Qian Duo, Mr. Qian Dun, and finally, there was Xiaoyan and the elegant lady. It's so exciting. Howling the winter tiger. Mere women and kids. Since the cat boss was also trying his best at this time, Qian Duoduo seemed to want to get rid of the fat on his face at this time. In the case of Yan Yi's extraordinary situation, he still did not forget to hold a cigar in his mouth. The race is finally coming to an end. Who will be the first to cross the final corner? The winter tiger was also very curious about the result at this moment, and the sweat in the palm of his hand, at some point, also soaked the microphone in his hand. The other audience members were in the same mood as the winter tiger, and they all watched the result with wide-eyed eyes. I just hope it ends peacefully like this. The original Sin King of the world prays sincerely. Come on, come on. Almost side by side, Xiaoyan and the elegant lady rushed out of the crooked road. The elegant lady's Dalamia leads by a slight advantage, but the little bird's elf bites hard. What about Mr. Qian Duoduo and Cheney who used Qian Dun before? The big screen camera turned slightly, and found that at the corner of the track, Qian Duoduo and Cheney were both paralyzed on the ground, panting heavily, especially Qian Duoduo, whose expression was like he was going to hurry up. As if suffocating, his face was ashen. Quick, give me an oxygen mask, I am hypoxic. Meow meow meow. And Cheney seems to be walking at the moment. Excessive, although it is better than the master, but it is also unable to move. Will a champion be born from these two? The winter tiger shouted, waving into the microphone. Oh ho 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 is really fun, young man, although you have 2 brushes, but before you commit to me, I will not give you the title of champion. The elegant lady covered her mouth, laughing loudly. Jin Wu. Did this person just take advantage of the chaos to say a very dangerous line without saying anything? Jin Yu looked at the finish line at this time, as if he was calculating the distance of Latius' sprint. But at this moment, the hurricane flames were chasing after him suddenly. This is the momentum. I saw one flying in the sky, one running on the ground, Mr. Brave's Da Wangyan and Mr. Britain's flaming horse. At this time, they even caught up and overtook them from behind. Nani? The elegant lady is stunned. Just finished picking up the money, it's time to show the real technique. The two shouted in unison. The two of them drove the elf to sprint wildly. Da Wangyan directly used Brave Bird to sprint all the way, while the flame horse also used Flame Charge to sprint. Whoosh! In an instant, it surpassed the elegant lady and her Dalam. Asia. Is this the strength of the former champion and runner-up? To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 132. Advanced Secret Realm Tickets, 5th Update. King Yan and the Flaming Horse successfully overtake Dalamia. HMPH, although I'm a little unwilling, but it seems that this time I still lost a little to him. In the final process of this competition, Mr. Britain also saw the limit of himself and the Flaming Horse, and it was difficult to match the big Wang Yan. Just when everyone thought that this time the champion and runner-up would be born from the hands of the two of them, the third force showed its head. No need to hide, victory or defeat is here, Xiaoya, sprint with all your strength. Jin Yu and Latias rode together at a critical moment. With a speed that blinded everyone's eyes, they once again reached the forefront, and their speed even surpassed Dao Wangyan. Ah! The winter tiger was dumbfounded on the spot and could not even speak. Most of them have the same demeanor as a winter tiger. Unexpectedly, this newcomer who seems to be paddling all the way, turns out to be the one who pretends to be a pig and eats a tiger in the deepest city. In fact, this is the normal operation of Latias. At this moment, Latias the two arms have been retracted from the sides and retracted into the body, which means that it starts to sprint seriously. Like Latios, are these two infinite Pokemon speed in human beings. The fastest speed it can even be more terrifying than a jet. Mr. Brave was also taken aback, but he was a champion after all, so he quickly reacted and grinned. Very good, newcomer, you are really eye-opening. King Yan, since this is the case, we don't need to keep our hands. At the same time, the heroic bird moves at a high speed. Wang Yin's speed is also mentioned again and again. In the eyes of this result, everyone can't take their eyes off. In the last distance, Jin Yuxiao, the brave Wang Yin are like watching a fast-forward videotape, sparks and lightning all the way. An afterimage was left on the road. Yes, to be able to force me to such a level, this is something that the British guy can't do. Since this is the case, then Dao Wangyan and I will work harder. Dao Wangyan, use the wind. During the last 100-meter sprint, Dao Wangyan raised his speed again, and a violent whirlwind blew around him. Whoosh! Like a shocking arrow, it rushes straight to the finish line. But at this moment, Jin Yu also ordered, Xiaoya ride the other side's tailwind. Overtake them. Woohoo! Latius's eyes twinkled, and there was a faint sound of supersonic jets bursting behind him. What? Mr. Brave exclaimed. Red and black end spot tape, right in front of you. Xiaoya and Dao Wangyan seem to have almost the same stab to the end. Who is the champion? Winter Tiger excitedly replayed the effect of the end of the next track, and only after the slow playback speed reached 128 times. It was Xiaoya and Jinyu who took the lead. The big reversal, the thrilling contest, the winner is Xiaojian. Words are so-so, the Winter Tiger finds that Jinwu is very nuclear. Looking at himself. Swallowed his saliva immediately and changed his name. Ah, the winner is Jinwu and his partner Xiaoei. Huh, it's great that it's finally over without an accident. Mr. World's original sin patted his chest and said with peace of mind, the previous contestants had all been sent to the hospital in time and their lives were saved, even the first one. Who couldn't turn a corner and hit the gas station with his head, went straight to the bear buddy, fortunately, he survived. Amid the cheers, Jinwu came to the podium. Open black lens bracket. Latius has acquired a new skill with the wind. Close black lens bracket. Just when Latius rode on the wind of King Yan, Latius learned this hand. The aptitude of you demons is truly terrifying. That Jinyu accepted the prize money. He was also told that the winner of this contest would actually get an entry ticket to a high-level low-level secret realm. Yes, that's right, it's a high-level secret realm. You can meet level 50. The secret realm of the quasi-king level elves. This type of secret realm is usually strictly controlled and is rarely open to the public. In fact, this ticket is similar to the commemorative ticket for the champion. Normally, no one will really enter there. If you still cherish your life. But after Jinwu got this ticket, his eyes suddenly glowed. The advanced secret realm. After he entered, even if he couldn't find anything, he could make a lot of money by directly using the Master Ball to capture a few useful elves from it. Let me see if the name of this secret realm is Radio City Secret Realm. Is it the secret realm where Radio City made a fortune? Jinyu didn't know if the name would change after scanning with the system mini-map, but it was a good thing. This secret realm just collided with the destination city he was going to. Afterwards, Jinyu, Mr. Youngmeng and others made a few polite words. The latter said that he was convinced that he was defeated this time, and hoped that Jinyu would find him for a private discussion when he had time. After that, the two exchanged contact information. After the elegant lady, she also looked for Xiao Yu, and Xiao Yu also learned that the elegant lady's real name was Mayina. After taking off her clothes, this guy is actually not very old, only in his early 20s, God knows why she wants to painting and makeup look like the old aunt. The elegant lady said that when she has time, in addition to discussing the topic of elves with her, she can also discuss the topic of biological reproduction. Jinyu pretended not to understand. Well, he is still a minor in this world. Women are too bad, boys need to learn to protect themselves outside. Mr. Britain is an arrogant and aristocrat, but he is also a person worthy of communication. He said that after this game, he will go to Shizhou Kingdom to conquer one of their British totem spirits. The Lion King is not, it is a flaming lion. Then raised up, in a showdown with Jinwu and the others. Jinyu said that when he had time, he wanted to learn Shizhou language with Britain, and then when he was free, he also wanted to go abroad to meet spirits from other continents. The journey continued on this day. Jinwu met a trainer on the way to Radio City, a cute girl. she proposed to have a doubles match with Jinwoo. The sprite used was a positive electric ++ pat, a negative electric pat. Chapter 133. Doubles positive electric pacing negative electric pacing, first update. That is widely publicized by the government. One trainer releases 2 elves at the same time, or 2 different trainers each release 1 elves to fight each other. Generally speaking, the operation command of one trainer releasing 2 elves at the same time is more difficult than the operation of 2 trainers releasing 2 elves respectively. After all, in terms of timing control, the thinking and brain power of 2 people is better than that of 1 person after all. Of course, there is also a saying that when there are 2 trainers, they will be weaker than when they are alone due to their lack of tacit understanding. No matter what else, the girl who is currently fighting against Jinwoo has a very straightforward intention. If you lose, you will give pocket money, 10,000 yuan per hand, how about it? Palace. Ma. Hiss. The girl's positive electric ++ pat, and negative electric pat are also full of fighting spirit. Of Xiao Yu's competition is somewhat unexpected. You must know that 10,000 yuan is already a huge amount of money in the eyes of ordinary trainers. Ordinary office workers earn 5 or 6, 10,000 yuan a year. The opening is 10,000. Is this girl very confident in her own strength? Jinwoo subconsciously glanced at her elf attribute positive electric ++ pi qualification. Green level. Level 16 attribute. Electricity characteristics. Positive electric ++ if you have positive or negative electricity, your special attack will increase. Gender. Female size. 0. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket negative electric pi qualification. Green level. Level 16 attribute. Electrical characteristics. Negative electricity close black lens bracket at 10th level. Considering the age of a girl of 16 or 17 years old, this level is indeed too strong, even if it is Jinwoo. At present, the elf Lalu drawing who has been trained from 0 is only 14 at present. In the same age group, although the level is not considered, it is definitely not low. It was because he knew that Jinwoo was a trainer who had just debuted at his age. Jinwoo touched his chin, but he didn't go into it. Anyway, he was going to upgrade Lalu drawing them right now. It should come down. Hearing this, the girl's eyes showed a sly color. She really recognized that Jinwoo was a trainer who had just debuted, and the 2 spirits she was using were also her father's. Although there was some suspicion of cheating, she had no choice but to come out in order to make up for the huge amount of money. The next policy. My name is Abby, this is your decision to play with me, so if you lose, you can't have any complaints. Abby pouted and said. Jinwoo played with the pokeball in his hand, shook his head with a smile, and didn't answer. Look makes Abby look straight, and see if you will lose money later, will you still have the same indifferent expression as you do now? Then I won't talk nonsense, let's start directly, my Pokemon, these 2 children. Saying that, Abby waved her hand, and she jumped down from the positive electric ++ pat and the negative electric pat on her shoulder. Jinwoo throws the pokeball in his hand. Go, Kamui, Loloras. Crack. Lula. When Abby saw the Kami turtle, her expression was moved. After all, most people in this world know that the Jenny turtle will evolve into a Kami turtle, and the level will be around level 16. But after a moment of surprise, Abby still calmed down. After all, positive electricity plus pat negative electricity pat on the property is to restrain the other party. As for Nala Luris, it's fine, after the Kami turtle is solved. 2 fight 1, I'm afraid it won't be able to fight like this thinking, Abby. He took the lead in launching the attack. Positive electricity plus pat. Negative electricity pat. First focus on attacking the other's Kamui. Positive electricity plus pat negative electricity pat. Split the left and right sides, and use rubbing cheeks on the Kamui turtle. Palace. Ma. Hiss. 2 electric mice heard the order. They rushed in the direction of the Kami turtle. Woo. High five surprise attack. Mind power. Boom. Quickly in an instant, a turtle claw slapped on the belly of positive electric plus pi. On the spot, Positive electric ++ Pi was hit by a ton of blows. The whole mouse flew out, and Lalula's eyes were flooded. With a single stroke of mind power, the opponent's negative electric pat is controlled in midair. Negative electricity patted the panicked left and right, swinging, stunned, unable to escape the shackles of mind power. Start was completely unexpected, and Abby panicked instantly, but she still comforted the positive electricity plus patted the negative electricity. Calm down, everyone, there will be a way. In fact, I couldn't come up with an idea in my mind for a long time, and the two Pokemon were even more confused. Positive electric ++ Pi finally got up, but found that Kamui had been standing in front of it and waiting for a long time. Frozen wind. When he opened his mouth, an ice breath blew, and the positive electricity ++ patted him gradually, and he gradually found that his hands and feet were completely unable to move. Negative electric pat. Just keep this position, and use a high-speed start towards Kamui to save the positive electric ++ pat. Ma. Hiss. When the negative electric pat is at a critical time, use the -sign behind you. The tail flung out a beam of stars. Kamui subconsciously avoided this high-speed star. The light beam just hit the positive electricity ++ Pi wrapped by the ice wind, although it caused some damage to the positive electricity ++ Pipa, but it was finally let the positive electricity ++ Papa broke free from the ice wind. Okay, positive ++ pat. Use electrolyte for negative pat. Jinwoo was a little surprised by Abby's order. I saw a positive electric ++ pat and a negative electric pat rushing towards the midair, and the electricity was greatly increased between the two electro-optics. Lalula's thought force was freed by it. I was a little careless just now. From now on, I will be serious. Abby clenched her pink fist with a cautious look on her face. You still looked disapproving. Spread his hands, please start your performance. Shaking her pink lips, Abby waved her hand and commanded, positive + pat, negative pat, use the help skills together. Palace. Ma. Hiss. Of a sudden, the electricity of these two Pokemon became much stronger at the same time. I'm going to make you pay for your arrogance. Positive electric ++ pat, negative electric pat, use electric light together. Boom. When two electric spirits use this skill together, the power of nature becomes extraordinary, pure electricity light. The power becomes like high voltage electric shock. It's not over yet. Abby groped from her arms and took out a bottle of open black lens bracket strength enhancement close black lens bracket. You two use this. Saying so, he threw it towards the two elves. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 134. Go to Radio City, second update. Bathed in the flash of power enhancement, the auras of these two electric mice rose again. Be aware of it. Positive electricity + pat, negative electricity pat, and you can kill the opponent's Kamui turtle in one go. I saw two electrical mice risking high voltage current sprints. Jinyu touched his chin, smiled and commanded, tie the knot. Lalula calmly let 4 grass ropes grow on the ground. Puff, puff. The two elves fell to the ground one after another. Of course, they are all relatively light elves after all. The two elves got up with red foreheads, and then rushed towards Kamui. Bubble. It is another trick to slow down the skill in one go, again and again, and 3 and exhausted. The two electric mice were originally aggressive, but now they are only vain, and their power is far less than before. Abby didn't admit defeat, she just wanted to let the two elves bump into each other. Jinwoo then resorted to another defensive move. Lalu Lassie, Super Power Slate. Seeing Lalu Lassie step forward, with a swipe from her small sleeve, the magical slate is like a magic weapon in a fantasy novel, and it grows larger between rotations, like a stone shield the size of a person. Yes, it is one of the creation slates that Qing Tianzheng gave to Xiao Yu at the beginning. After a period of training, Loloris has been able to control this super stone tablet for battle. The material of the super slate is special. If nothing else, just put it in front of you as a shield, and most attacks will not be able to penetrate. Boom. Positive electricity plus pats the negative electricity pats one after another and hits them one after another, and before the Kami tortoise's Lalusi's shot, they have already lost their fighting ability. Defeat level 16 positive electric plus pi, Kami turtle, and Lalu Lassie share 690 experience points. Defeat level 16 negative electric pape, Kami turtle, and Lalu Lassie's score experience value 678. Lalu Lassie upgrades level 1. Close black lens bracket, positive plus pape. Negative pape. Abby hurried forward and helped the two elves up. Jinyu took the elf back, walked to Abby, and said with a smirk, concession. Abby bit her red lips, and the young man of the same age in front of her was doing a great job. It seemed that she was in trouble. In desperation, she had no choice but to say bluntly, "You can't win. I don't have any money for you yet." Jin Woo. Rarely does the trainer default after the defeat, but he is too lazy to care too much. The original purpose is to train Lalu drawing. Turn around and prepare to leave. Wait a minute. Unexpectedly, he was stopped by the girl behind him. Although I have no money now, as long as you help me, I will definitely repay you twice. Wu didn't say anything and continued to walk forward. But he didn't expect the girl behind him to chase after him. I really have a problem. That's why I took credit, it's not that I didn't admit it. Jinyu was not interested, and continued to walk on his own. Blackwing Game Hall. My dad was trapped in the Blackwing Game Hall, and someone told me that if you want to save people, you have to spend a lot of money to redeem them. Jinyu heard the words. He turned around and said, "What did you just say?" "My dad was trapped and now needs a lot of ransom." That's not it. You just said that the arcade is called the Blackwing Arcade. Jinyu can clearly remember that the medal of the Shadow Team is in the shape of black wings. Yeah, don't you have relatives locked there too? Xiaoyu glanced at Xiaoya, who was also dazed by the side. After the end of the ride, Xiaoya was going to put Xiaoya directly into the Pokeball. Xiaoya didn't seem to have any intention of resisting, but when Xiaoyu really threw the ball, he didn't. It turns out that Xiaoya has changed back to a human appearance. The human-looking Latias, let alone the Pokeball, can't be conquered even by the Master Ball, so this matter is put on hold for the time being. Back to the original topic, Abby accidentally said, Blackwing's Game Hall. Which really surprised the two of them. Where is the Blackwing Game Hall you said? My home in Radio City is in Radio City. Abby subconsciously replied respectfully. Well, can you take me to see it? Jinwoo said very seriously. Ah, of course. Abby nodded again and said happily. I didn't expect happiness to come so suddenly. Is he going to help him? This little brother in front of him is very strong. With his help, he might really be able to rescue her dad. The three of them set off non-stop towards Radio City. This is a big city full of commercial atmosphere and highly developed, and the more developed and civilized a city is, the darker it is, the more unknown it is. The history of the opening of the Blackwing Game Hall is not long, only more than a year. However, the amount of gambling involved has reached an unbelievable level. I heard that in addition to the local businessmen, even the local officials of the Alliance from other provinces have come here for entertainment. There are a lot of people who are rich overnight and have doubled their worth, but they also lose. There are also many people who don't even have pocket pants. My dad used to be an honest person, and he wouldn't be involved in such rich people's pastimes. However, an old friend of his asked him to borrow money a few days ago. It seems that he has a good relationship with my dad. After thinking about it, I lent it to someone. Later, my father found out that in addition to asking my father to borrow money, that person also seemed to have borrowed a loan from a casino. Not only did I find that person, but I also got my dad involved. Positive plus Papa negative Papa. These two elves are my dad's elves. Someone sent them back a few days ago, and they just sent us a letter by the way, asking us to redeem my dad's Chapter 135. The Scale of the Blackwing Game Hall, 3rd Update. Why don't you tell the Elf Center about it and let the federal agents investigate it? Jin Woo replied casually. Abby shook her head and said, it's useless, we have contacted the Radio City Elf Center before, but the other party doesn't care about it at all. I have an agent friend on my side. If the situation on your side is true, I can help you contact him. Xiao Yu was talking about Detective Mongoose. At the beginning, Qingtian was introducing Detective Mongoose to Xiao Yu, just to let him protect Xiao Yu, but then Detective Mongoose also saw that, with the strength of the other party, you don't need his protection, all you need is that he can come forward at a critical time and settle things. At this time, Jin Yu and Abby came to the game hall in Radio City. There was a large black-winged stone sculpture at the entrance. It was indeed similar to the emblem of the Shadow Team, but it was not exactly the same. The Shadow Team's wings were cross-demon wings, and the air black wings. Abby was about to take Jin Yu directly in, but Jin Yu grabbed her. He wanted to analyze the small map in front of him before going in. The system is as powerful as ever, helping Jin Yu to quickly analyze the layout of the game hall. Jin Yu found that there seemed to be a large underground casino under the game hall, and there was a huge secret space under the underground casino. A scene reminded him of the underground branch of the Rockets game hall when they were in the fire red and green leaves. Could this Sakagi and the Shadow Team leader be relatives? Even the base was designed so the same. Jin Yu pondered for a while, then looked back at Abby. Miss Abby, if your father is inside, I will help bring him out. Wait, Mr. Jin Woo, don't you want to go in alone? Abby exclaimed in surprise. That's right, the fewer people there are, the less people will notice it. Miss Abby, I want to ask you one more thing. You said, beckon to Xiaoya, and called her in front of him. Xiaoya is a very important friend of mine. I hope you can take good care of her during the time I am in. Because she can't speak, she needs your help many times. Abby was stunned for a moment, then seemed to understand Jin Yu's decision, and nodded heavily. I understand, I will do my best to take care of Miss Xiaoya. Ah. Xiaoya looked at Jin Yu with some resentment. Jin Woo gave a wry smile, threw a master ball, and Philomelis came out from it. Philomero, please help me protect Xiaoya and Miss Abby. Oh concubine. Pharaoh nodded. The master said, what kind of existence Xiaoya is, Pherometis is very clear. The master can give it the responsibility of protecting it, which shows that he has confidence in himself. Jin Yu waved his hand and walked quickly into the game center. Yu walked into the game room. Abby took Xiaoya and Philomelis to her house, chatting along the way. Mr. Jin Yu doesn't talk much, but he looks cool and really cool. Handsome, Miss Xiaoya, you too, although it seems a little difficult to speak, but outside. The watch is super cute and well maintained, so are you two dating? Xiaoya didn't understand what it meant to be in a relationship, so she tilted her head in a cute way. Ah. Inside the casino, it's resplendent, and it's hard to imagine that this is the scale that a small casino should have. It's completely different from the game, where there are several slot machines, and a group of middle-aged big-footed guys play with small steel eggs, one day in one place. The staff inside are also very particular about their dress, and their temperament is also very good. Obviously, they are all carefully selected. After Xiao Yu entered the game hall, a waiter stepped forward to guide Xiao Yu. Hello, sir, do you want to exchange game coins? A yellow coin is 1,000 yuan, a blue coin is 10,000 yuan, a red coin is 1 million yuan, and a purple coin is 10 million yuan. Sir, you should be here for the first time. Is there anything you want to play? I'm looking for a friend. Jin Yu said lightly. What? When he said looking for someone, he was stunned for a while, but Jin Yu didn't explain and just passed the waiter directly. Go straight in the direction you can enter the underground casino. The waiter saw that Jin Yu seemed to be familiar with the route. His eyes flashed with doubts, and he spoke to the mini walkie-talkie on his collar. Reporting department, there is an unfamiliar face walking towards the underground casino. Do you want someone to stop it? Look at the situation first, and block if necessary. S voice in the conversation. If Jinyu was present, it might sound a little familiar. Yes. The waiter responded. When Jinyu was about to walk to the passage to the underground elevator, two waiters came out. They were wearing black and white one-piece swimsuits, mesh stockings on their legs, and black and white on their heads. The bunny ears, this is the legendary middle-level bunny girl suit. With the two girls' beautiful body and sweet appearance, the lethality index of males is simply overwhelming. I saw the two bunny girls have a respectful demeanor and said softly and waxy, "Sir, this is the casino below. If you don't have a VIP card, you can't enter. We have a little gift here for you to entertain a little upstairs." The small gift from the waiter was 10 yellow coins, or $10,000. Although it was a small amount of money, it was given away like a beggar. Jinyu didn't accept the money, but softly ordered, "Ghost, hypnotism." Response, the two beautiful bunny girls fell asleep on the ground. A black, shadow ball came out from behind them. Gauss gauss. The ghost laughed twice. Jinyu then groped on the two bunny girls, not wiping. Jinyu was just looking for the elevator card. This elevator needs a special card to move down. Of course, in the process of looking for the card, Jinwoo will inevitably touch some beautiful parts, but these are inconvenient to carry. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 136. Sweeping the Underground Casino, Fourth More. Jinyu got into the elevator, crossed the card, and the elevator moved down slowly. Ding dong. Soon after arriving at the destination, the elevator door opened automatically. Just as Jinyu walked out of the elevator, he found that there were still two bunny girls standing opposite, but different from the beautiful human bunny ears above. The bunny ears in front of Xiaoyu at this time is a long-eared rabbit with two fists waving like a tiger. Long-eared rabbit qualification. Green level. Level 25 attributes. General characteristics. Charming body sometimes fascinates opponents who come into contact with him. Gender. Female size. 1. Close black lens bracket. Whoosh whoosh. The long-eared rabbit didn't say hello. After doing the warm-up exercise, it immediately attacked Jinyu with a flying kick. Jinyu lowered his head suddenly, a lazy donkey rolled around, and at the same time, threw a poke ball. Regilock, arm hammer. Reggie. Regilock waved his arms and attacked at the same time, one elf in each hand, like a fighting game, and the two long-eared rabbits lost their ability to fight on the spot. Defeat the level 25 rabbit. Regilock gets 560 experience points. The two level 25 rabbits have a lot of experience, but for Regilock, it's a drop in the bucket, and the experience bar doesn't move much. Jinyu took Regilock back, thinking that if the other party can attack him without hesitation, it means that the identity of his intruder has been confirmed. No matter what, he has to go to the next floor as soon as possible. Underground Casino. Below is the real secret space of the Shadow Team. Withdrawing the elf, Jinyu quickly ran towards the destination, passing several dim gaming rooms along the way. The casino below is not only suspected of large-scale gambling, but even some special services. Jinyu sparked with lightning all the way, saw a lot of colorful scenes, and also caused countless screams. Of the casino also started to chase Jinwoo. Of Loloris's teleportation, standing method, flash, and other skills, Jinyu escaped several times under the siege of the crowd. The security personnel decided to seriously use and released a large number of dogs. Elves, using their sensitive noses to find where Jinyu is located, Jinyu found an isolated basement at this time. The coordinates of the head portrait here seem to be similar to Abby's father. It is dark and humid, and there are mosquitoes from time to time. Flies buzzed everywhere. Dong Weiwei and Chong Weijung were nesting in the corner of the basement. Both had marks of being beaten. Scratches, whips, bruises, some wounds were inflamed, flies lingered around the wounds, and because of the pain and numbness of the wounds, the two of them didn't have the strength to drive them away, and let one or two stay on them. "I'm sorry, old Dong, for dragging you down." Chang Wei-jung said helplessly, and then waved away the mosquitoes and flies, with an indescribable look of shame on his face. What's the use of talking about these now? I have persuaded you not to play with these, but what you and I said is use an investment. Now it's better, you directly invest people in it. Hey, I don't know, what's going on in my family now. What I'm most worried about is actually my daughter at home. Dong will be raising his eldest daughter alone, a single-parent family, so he is afraid that without his support at home, something will happen to his daughter. Chang Wei-jung lowered his head when he heard the words, but he couldn't express how much regret he felt in his heart. Originally, he really wanted to make a small bet on happiness, to gamble to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle, and a motorcycle into a jeep, but in this situation, he may not even be able to preserve the 11th road. If he fails to pay off the money, according to under the rules of the casino, it is normal to chop your hands and stomp your feet. His house, his elves, have been sold and taken away, but it still can't make up for this big hole. Chang Wei-jung lowered his head and felt regretful in his heart. In the midst of thousands, he suddenly heard the sound of hurried footsteps outside. The two of them shivered suddenly, and there was a look of panic in their eyes, because the sound of footsteps often means that they will be beaten and forced to pay back the money. But the next moment, when the door was opened, the panic in Dong Weiwei and Chang Wei-jung's eyes turned into surprise. Because they found that it was not their familiar thugs who appeared in front of them, but a young man. The young man glanced at them, finally set his eyes on Dong Wei, and said, "Your daughter asked me to rescue you, come with me." Dong Wei was stunned when he heard this, thinking that this kid is not joking with me, how could he be saved? Just when he was wondering, a group of security personnel came from behind Jin Yu, a group of menacing men. Looked at Xiao Yu and said, "Hey, there is a way to heaven, you don't go, there is no way to go to hell, but you have to go to this isolated basement by yourself, since you like it here, just stay." As he said that, he ordered the wolf dog beside him to step forward to suppress Jin Yu and throw it in. However, the wolf dog just rushed forward, and was caught by the stone man, in front of Jin Yu. One shot flew. The security guard became furious, and the people and elves behind him all swarmed up. Tread again. Gah! Regilock roared and stepped on the ground, and immediately, the whole building shook, and the floor under the feet of a group of people all shattered, and then all fell down with a bang. Dong Weiwei and Chang Wei-jung, who were watching, were dumbfounded and thought they were dreaming. How old is this child who is a Superman? One person and one elf can easily solve such a large group of security personnel, don't hurry up. Jin Yu urged, and the two immediately reacted, oh, thank you little brother. Before, I didn't believe in Jin Yu's ability, for fear that even if he went out, he would be kicked back, and it was estimated that he would have to be beaten. Now that Jin Yu is protected, what are you afraid of? Chapter 137. Moving the coordinate carpet, first update. Thank you so much, sir, it's a great honor for Abby's niece to meet a friend like you. Chang Wei is thankful to Jin Woo at the side. Dong Future is hesitating whether he should ask Jin Yu about his daughter, he is really worried about Abby's safety at the moment. Miss Abby should not be in danger for the time being. Replied casually as if he had read Dong Mi's expression. Course, hearing this answer, Dong Future was already very satisfied, showing a surprised smile and bowing deeply to Xiao Yu. Jin Woo waved his hands casually pretending not to care, at this time he was ripping off the clothes of these guards. Dong Weiwei and Chang Wei-jung both had question marks on their faces. Jin Woo chose two guards with similar statures to them, he put them into Dong Weiwei and Chang Wei-jung's clothes, and let Guc heavily hypnotize them. Tie a rope, stuff it into the mouth, and throw them directly into the basement where Dong Future and the others were before. It can be delayed for a while, and the two of you are not important people. Compared to the big move that Jin Yu is going to do next, the matter of the money he owes, it is estimated that the Blackwing Game Hall is too lazy to take care of it. Two middle-aged people, you look at me, and I look at you, with a serious expression on their faces, although they are unclear. Also, put on this dress. Jinwoo threw the 3 uniforms that he had looted from the Trio 3 to Dongwei and the 2 of them. The 2 of them understood Jinwoo's meaning in a second, and they changed their clothes very quickly. Next, be smart and follow the route map I gave you. It should be easy to escape from here. Saying that, Jinwoo handed them a sketch drawn according to the system map. Although it is a sketch, some important places are clearly marked. Wait, sir, you gave us this thing, are you not going to come with us? Dong Future asked a question in surprise. What? Is that really the case, sir? You can't ignore us, we can't escape without your help. If we are found by the security personnel in the game hall, we will be chopped off this time. Chang Weijun didn't have the pretense of an adult, he slammed it to the ground, and moved his knees to hug Jinyu's thigh. Xiao Yu frowned, glared at him, and Chang Weijun stopped just now, not daring to say more. Although the young man in front of him said he was here to save them, they were also aware of the methods he used to deal with the enemy before. They really made the other party unhappy. He used his stone-like elf to gently slap them at them. I have other tasks on my side that need to be investigated in depth. Jinyu sighed and explained briefly. Don't worry, I don't care at all. You, move in the opposite direction of you, try to cause a commotion, and let the security staff focus on me. If you insist on following, it will be dangerous. If that's the case, then thank you for your kindness. If you have a chance to meet in the future, you will definitely give it a shot. Do your best to repay Mr. In the future, Dong will be more measured than Chang Weijun. People say that this is the best, and naturally he cannot understand gratitude. Said that, Dong will be right, and then he dragged his old friend who was still crawling on the ground and rushed towards the exit on the ground. Continue walking alone. Moment, the chasing troops seemed to be less, but on the system map, Jinyu deliberately observed that the coordinates of the opponent's personnel seemed to be concentrated in a large number at the entrance to the secret basement. Are you waiting for the rabbit? After knowing where the other party's personnel were concentrated, Jinwu directly attacked. Ghost, black mist. A single stroke of black mist, the security personnel concentrated in one place turned into a pot of porridge. Cough, cough, what is this? Ouch, you stepped on me, don't you have eyes? In the chaos, Jinyu easily entered the underground headquarters of the Blackwing Arcade. This place is completely different from the amusement casino above. The walls of all silver technology seem to be shining everywhere, making people feel like they are being watched all the time. Wu didn't like this feeling very much, so he put on a pair of black sand and dust-proof sunglasses that he had prepared a long time ago, and then let Gussie send a flash against the wall. There is a piece here, and it suddenly becomes dazzling. The whole group of people in the monitoring room were all covering their faces with a blind dog's eyes. The woman sitting on the commander's seat squinted her eyes charmingly. Giggle, Mr. Jinyu, I didn't expect that you would take the initiative to find someone this time. Jinwu came to a strange room after getting out of the surveillance. This room is full of engraved arrow pointers. It's a moving carpet. This thing is also a product of the secret realm. A kind of carpet symbol that forces people to move in one direction. In addition to moving, there are carpets with various effects, such as glitter carpet. After standing up, there will be dazzling light, foam carpet will emerge a lot of wet bubbles from under your feet, and music carpet is also in this category. This kind of carpet item would lose its effect as long as it was removed, but now this moving carpet seems to have been engraved directly on the ground with great means. As a result, people who come here can only be forced to walk on it. This scene reminded Jinwu of the copy of Team Rocket in the game that year. But games are dead and people are alive. In Jinyu's view, as long as you don't step on these symbols, you shouldn't be afraid. Therefore, he was going to float directly to the air, but soon he was embarrassed. At present, he was carrying only a ghost that could fly, but the weight of the ghost was obviously not enough to take him to fly. Originally, there was still Feromero who could take him to pretend to fly, but now Feromero has been handed over to Latius by him as a bodyguard. No way to look at it. It seems that I can only bite the bullet and step on it to read the underlined version of the novel. Please download Feifei. Chapter 138. Routine, Second. Whoosh. Jinyu felt dazed for a while, and he flew hundreds of meters away in an instant. Stopped, we found that there was a crossroad in front of us, and there were moving carpets in all directions. Reasoning according to normal logic, there is only one channel that can continue to move forward, so the remaining 3 channels are likely to be traps. If it is an intruder who has no head and no brain, it is estimated that he can only touch the elephant here blindly, step on the arrow in the direction of the trap, and wait for him. Of course, Jinyu has no such scruples here. Once the system map is opened, you will know which arrow leads to which direction. But then again, the organs of this underground base are ruthless enough. Not to mention anything else, just in front of the 4 passages, 3 of them lead to traps, and one of them is a through train from hell, which directly sends people into a room full of thunderbolts. Thunderbolts are notoriously violent. Temper, when something appears in front of them all at once, their first reaction is naturally self-destruction. After the explosion, needless to say, it is different from the witty in the anime that turns into black carbon. If the body suffers a self-destruction, it will be disabled even if it does not die. There are also several transit moving carpets in the middle of the 2 passages. If they have one of their own people who accidentally go wrong, they can quickly go back to the original point along the moving port. Of course, if they choose the wrong one again, it is also a fatal trap. For example, it is sent to a small dark room to feed supersonic bats, and for example, it is used to make fertilizer for the smelly mud of Dashua. The only correct mobile port also has to go through several moves. Following the system map prompt, Jinyu quickly passed through the gate. Finally, we came to the central area. Here is a place similar to an office. Maybe it was because everyone went out to look for Jinyu. At this time, in front of Jinyu, there was only one woman with her back to him. When the woman heard the footsteps, she seemed to have expected who was coming, and said without even turning her head, "It's been a long time since I saw you, Mr. Xiao Yu, you were stronger before." "It's you, Xiao Wuyan again." Yu's tone was calm, and he casually tossed the Regilock Master Ball to his side. Like the most loyal bodyguard, Regilock followed Jinwu closely. "Giggle, Mr. Jinwu seems to hate me." Xiao Wuyan turned around slowly. The woman, just like the one she had seen before, had a charming smile. Most men would probably be maddened when they saw it. However, Xiao Yu knows the details of this woman, so naturally she will not be moved. This girl speaks delicately and seems to have a whimper, but if there is a chance to shoot at Xiao Yu, she will not be polite at all. It will be more ruthless than anyone else, which can be seen from the last Crescent Island incident. Jinyu didn't bother to chat with her. He went straight to the topic or said straight to the point. "You have seen that dragon beast spirit, where is he?" Xiao Wuyan pointed at her cheeks, her elder sister's appearance, but she acted like a young girl, but she did not violate the harmony at all. Jin Wushan. Sheng, you probably haven't seen people for a long time, right? Compared with Pokemon, you can't pay attention to people first, such as complimenting them on their beauty and so on. Quote. While guarding, Xiao Wuyan threw a wink at Xiao Yu. Wu was expressionless. Regilock, sharp stone attack. Quack quack. Of Regilock's arm, countless sharp stones burst out from the ground. Xiao Wuyan unhurriedly threw a compressed skill capsule. Whoosh. The figure disappeared from where he was standing before, and when he appeared, he was already behind Jinwu. The two are now back to back. Xiao Yu's expression was still calm, because there was also a barrier in the shadow behind him, and he said lightly, "Next time, I will directly lock your head." The 7 red beads on Regilock's head flashed. Just like Jin Yu's words, he directly used the locked skill. "When did you become so indifferent, Mr. Ala Xiao Yu? You still trusted me when we first met." Xiao Wu turned around and pressed her plump evil against Xiao Yu's back, like a lover's snuggle, as if telling a love story, leaned into Xiao Yu's ear and said, Fixing method. Jinwoo calmly opened his mouth and ordered. Gauss Gauss. DC is in the shadow behind Jinwoo, and it is impossible to fail when this kind of skill is used against humans at zero distance. For elves, it is a move that blocks the effect of a skill, but when it is used on humans, it can fully achieve the literal meaning of the skill, fixing the body. This is an effect Jinwoo discovered by accident. He found that his body could not move at all, even though the palace was as deep as Xiao Wuyan. He wrinkled the tip of his nose slightly, but he quickly regained his composure and pretended to be shy. Ah, Mr. Xiao Yu, you are restraining others. Are you planning to do something bad when you are like this? Said that, even though his body couldn't move, his eyes were still timid and shy, with a feeling of wanting to refuse and welcome. Jinwoo. Women are born to be showy, so thick-skinned that even Jinwoo finds it difficult to attack her. Fortunately, after this woman had played enough, she seemed to have returned to the topic. Mr. Jinwoo, I did see the dragon beast you mentioned. Quote quote. A gleam of light flashed in Jinwoo's eyes. He was just about to ask DC to use hypnosis. Hypnosis, in the public's impression, it is a skill used to make the opponent fall into a sleep state. In fact, the original intention of hypnosis is an inductive suggestion skill, which can not only make people fall into a sleep state. If it is specially trained, it is also possible to make the opponent fall into a half-sleep and half-awake state and achieve the effect of hypnosis. In the Chengdu version, the stupid owl, Nighthawk, used this hand to fool many elves. This novel was first published by Dragon. QQ4929238872. Don't be fooled by other fakes. Unique Feilu Novel Standby Group 672,171,357. Feilu's Novel Internal Group 1,142,529,731. Feilu's Novel Internal Group 2,929,082,961. More wonderful Feilu novels are in the hands of the group owner. Welcome to the group. I hope you don't get deceived by those scammers. Attachment. This work is from the internet and published books. The work is only for readers' preview. Please delete it within 24 hours of downloading and cannot be used for commercial purposes. If you think this book is good, please buy genuine books. Thank you for your support to the author. Key points. I hope you can keep this paragraph when reprinting. It is a little hard to organize, and it is a virtue to keep it tilde. Chapter 139. Information from Xiao Wuyan, third update. Of course, considering that Gui Si has never practiced the use of hypnosis, and Xiao Wuyan seems to be frivolous and casual, but because he has a very heavy heart, the success rate is not very high, and Xiao Yu was just holding on to it. Try it out mentality. Since Xiao Wuyan was willing to take the initiative to cooperate, this move was naturally avoided. It's not just about Dragon Beast. I can tell Mr. Jinwoo about many secrets of our organization. Please don't ask me why. Oh, attractive girl, her whole body is full of secrets. Jinwoo, I don't need to pay anything. It is hard to imagine that this woman would provide information for free. Giggle, haven't heard the news yet. Are you thinking of giving people a reward? Xiao Wuyan pursed her lips and smiled. Jinwoo. Next, Xiao Wuyan told Xiao Yu most of the important information she knew about the Shadow Team, including the whereabouts of Latios, the leader of the Shadow Team, the purpose of Kyujin, and the elves around him. The core part of the Shadow Team's black technology, etc. Although Xiao Wuyan has only been a branch cadre in Radio City, as a senior member of the Shadow Team, she knows more than Xiao Yu imagined. I've already told you what I should have told you. Now, does Mr. Jinwoo plan to imprison people like this? Xiao Wuyan said pitifully. Jinwoo said to himself, thank you for your information, but I don't know if what you said is true or not, so before confirming it, it is estimated that you will be wrong to enter the Elf League labor camp for a while. Xiao Wuyan looked at Xiao Yu in disbelief. This man really has no gentlemanly manner. Facing Xiao Wuyan's pitiful gaze, Xiao Yu was unmoved at all. Only children would keep the promise of letting the tiger go back to the mountain. For adults, at least in their hearts, it is despicable, but it is the motto. Mom. Xiao danced cutely at Xiao Yu. He pouted, expressing his anger. Ugly people are cute, they have hot eyes. Beautiful people, even if they pretend to be cute, they are still praised as justice by people. Jinyu didn't want to go to see her. The news he sent to Detective Mongoose had already come to an end. Detective Mongoose contacted Xiao Yu and told him that the staff of the Alliance had already gathered in this Blackwing game hall at this time. Outside. As long as Jinwu finds the decisive evidence that the Blackwing's game is the Shadow Team, the illegal gambling together with the Shadow Team's illegal actions will definitely bring this place down. At the same time, Detective Mongoose also told Xiao that he had received 2 middle-aged men with bruises. They claimed that they were rescued by Xiao Yu. Detective Mongoose was now looking for Xiao Yu's certificate. Just when Xiao Yu replied, Xiao Wuyan also made some subtle movements. I don't know where she is hiding a skill capsule, while Jin Yu is not paying attention, waiting for an opportunity. Jin Yu squinted eyes. To be honest, he knew that Xiao Wuyan was still hiding the means. At this time, he could also let Readaloud launch an attack. Xiao Wuyan had already been locked by Readaloud, even if she activated her skills at the moment. Capsule, at this moment, Jinwu has every chance to take her down. Mr. Jinwu, the information on this base has been completely formatted. If you are looking for conclusive evidence, use this. Saying that, something similar fell down where she was standing. Finally, a friendly reminder. The place where the naughty mine bombs are stored in the basement has begun to slowly rush into the dark gas. After being corroded by the dark gas, they will release the big self-explosion skill as soon as possible. I advise Mr. Xiao Yu to leave quickly. Jin Wu. Readaloud was not allowed to attack, and Jin Yu shook his head. The skill capsule just now was a long-distance teleportation skill. At this time, I had already left the game hall, and I don't know how I escaped the eyes of the Federation. On the map, Jin Yu could clearly see that the guy had left the vicinity. At the same time, the members of the Shadow Team who had been wandering in the basement of the map also left the base one after another. At this moment, there are 2 options for Jin Yu to choose. The first is to leave directly, and by the way, contact Detective Mongoose and the others, and let them not come in first. Injury, but estimated to be life-threatening to most of the unsuspecting personnel who amuse themselves here. The second is knowing that there are tigers in the mountains, and preferring to walk in the mountains, taking advantage of the naughty thunderbolts when they are not infected with the dark gas, and subduing them all. Although there will be certain dangers, but if successful, the number of casualties can definitely be reduced to a minimum. Xiao Yu thought about it again and again, and decided to be a good guy for a while. The basement is not far from where he is now. Based on his walking distance, it should take him 2 minutes to get there. He rushed over in a hurry, because the situation was urgent, and any obstacles encountered along the way, Jin Yu solved it with violence, and the electromagnetic gun was indecisive. Readaloud is a turret by nature, and meticulous work is not enough, but this kind of demolition work is really suitable. However, soon, they came to the place where the Shadow Team raised the naughty thunderbolts. The situation was much more severe than Jin Yu imagined. Many of the naughty thunderbolts here were already in a semi-black state, and their mood was very unstable. This is the first time that Jin Yu has used the Master Ball to subdue a blackened spirit. At the same time, Jin Yu only reacted to a question at this time and said, have these naughty thunderbolts? If they have been subdued, can the Master Ball be able to fight against them? Their effects are based on the settings in the game. If it is a trainer elf, you will be directly blocked when you throw a elf ball. In the anime, the subdued elves will be subdued with other Pokeballs, and there will be scenes that cannot be turned into red light. No matter what, it has come to this stage, and it is always necessary to lose the ball and give it a try. Thinking of this, Jinwu threw a Master Ball at the latest naughty thunderbolt. Chapter 140. The crisis is lifted. Open black lens bracket fourth more close black lens bracket. Wow! Arc of light flickered, and the Master Ball burst into a dazzling brilliance, and the naughty thunderbolt that was about to be blackened instantly turned into an arc of light, and was gathered into the master ball. Swinging slightly twice, the master ball made a ding sound, indicating that the target was successfully captured. Jinyu breathed a sigh of relief now, and at the same time, he also found that after the master ball was successfully captured, there seemed to be a few wisps of black smoke faintly spreading out from the gap. Curiously checked it, I found that the black smoke was the dark substance that had been absorbed on the naughty thunderbolt before. At this time, as it was subdued into the master ball, the blackening state on the body seemed to be naturally untied. Seeing this, Jinyu was overjoyed. He didn't expect that the master ball given by his system would also have the effect of purifying and blackening. This group of naughty thunderbolts also seemed to retain a bit of sanity, and were able to realize the harm of this black smoke, and at the same time, they also realized that Jinyu should be helping them. Very consciously and cooperatively, they gathered in the direction of Jinwu. Jinwu sent Leloras and Gus to help him pick up the master ball on the ground. It took him 5 minutes to subdue all the naughty bombs here. At this time, the concentration of the black mist inside was already very high, and both Lalulas and Gisi had some symptoms of discomfort one after another. Jinyu did not dare to let them stay any longer, so he took them back into the Pokeball. A backpack full of master balls filled with naughty mines. At this time, Jinyu himself felt a little dizzy, and it seemed that this black mist would not only be harmful to elves, but human beings who inhaled too much would also be harmful to a certain extent. I didn't dare to stay any longer and ran out quickly. Locked the sealed door. Then quickly ran towards the entrance of the game hall. At this time, with the intervention of the federal guards, the Blackwing Game Hall has been controlled by 7 or 8, but most of these people are low-level employees. No news at all. Seeing Jinyu coming out, Inspector Mongoose and a man dressed as Inspector next to him immediately greeted him. "Brother Jinwu, how are you doing?" Inspector Mongoose greeted warmly. Another middle-aged man dressed as a detective also greeted Xiaoyu. "I have seen Mr. Xiaoyu. I heard Brother Shu and Qing Tianwang tell you about your deeds. I admire you very much." "Oh, it's a late introduction, my name is Song Village." Saying that, the middle-aged man extended his hand to Jinwu. Jinwu shook hands with him. Inspector Mongoose added, "Brother Song is also a member of the King's faction. At the same time, he is also the inspector of Yangquang City next to Radio City." "Oh, so that's what Radio City's scout is." As soon as Jinyu said this, the two of them were taken aback, and at the same time, they reacted immediately. "Brother Jinwu, what do you mean? It's the Radio City Inspector by Honkai Hu's the one." Jinyu didn't say anything, but anyone with a discerning eye would know the meaning. "No wonder I contacted that guy before, but I couldn't get in touch with him," Song Kun said with a look of resentment. "Come on, Mr. Xiaoyu, Brother Shu Fu, let's go to the Radio City Bureau together." "Okay, no need, run away." "No," Jinyu just said this. Song Kun received it from the Radio City Bureau here. As far as the communication came, it was said in the call that Song Kun disappeared half a day ago. During this period, if something happens, I hope Song Kun can help solve it. Shu Fu, Detective Mongoose, had a livid face at the moment. He did not expect that in the Federal Detective Bureau, which he thought represented justice and enforced the law impartially, there were actually so many traitors of the Shadow Team. There was Luo Hao before, and now there is another Bai Hongkai. In the distance, Xiao Wuyan was a little surprised when she saw that their underground secret base did not explode as she imagined. "It's really surprising. I don't know who this Jinyu is, but he can still prevent those naughty thunderbolts from turning black." Xiao Wuyan immediately checked the condition of the basement with a device in her hand. Then, he discovered that although the naughty thunderbolts were all rescued by Jinyu, the blackened gas did not seem to be disposed of. Seeing this, she suddenly burst out laughing like no one. "Giggle, dear Mr. Jinwu, you are really powerful. You can even save the naughty thunderbolt without a sound in such a situation. Anyway, there is still a bit of a leak. This blackened gas, If it is not handled properly, it will cause something worse than a naughty thunderbolt. Since he knew Detective Mongoose, Jinwoo was not questioned this time, and he went back to the spirit center to rest quickly. During this period, he checked Xiao Wuyan's own papers, which roughly describe the process of the Shadow Team's fortune in Radio City. At the same time, he also briefly introduced the origin of the Black Shadow Team's blackening gas. It seems that only at the cadre level can there be qualified to apply for the permission to use blackening gas in large quantities at the headquarters of the Shadow Team. Ordinary members, only one elf will be provided with a blackening dose to strengthen their own elf. Of this blackened substance seems to be known only by the head of their Shadow Team, Ya Jin. Xiao Yu took a brief look at this document, and then silently copied a copy of the original document. He was going to give it to Shu Fu and let him pass it on to Qing Tianzheng. The federal headquarters should worry about this matter. After that, Jinwoo also transferred nearly 100 naughty bombs to the Pokeball. This cost a lot of money. Although he had some stock of Pokeballs, it was still impossible to supply 100 naughty Thunderballs, and there were nearly 60 Pokeballs left, all of which had to be paid for by him. Before I bought it, I finally made some extra money at the writing conference, and it shrunk on a large scale. That's more than 600,000. Money. It's wasted money. Of course, although my heart aches for this money, Jin Yu doesn't regret it. Are so many naughty bombs that he can't use, and even if he does, he can't afford it unless his house is a power plant. Short-term pain is better than long-term pain. After he moved these naughty thunderbolts into the Pokeball, he was ready to concentrate on handing them over to the Alliance, and maybe even a few more. He was ready to go to Detective Mongoose, because he was afraid that Jinwoo would be retaliated by the Shadow Team, and Detective Mongoose ordered someone to protect Jinwoo at all times. As soon as Jinwoo went out, he inquired about the whereabouts of Inspector Mongoose. After finding him, quietly handed him a plate and put on an expression that all men understand. Detective Mongoose wiped his cold sweat and looked at Jinwoo with an unexpected expression. Brother, this is... He is so old, he doesn't need small resources. Detective Mongoose roared in his heart, but he still had a serious expression on the surface. Ahem, fortunately, Detective Mongoose didn't come to a conclusion in advance, so this topic was able to continue smoothly. Chapter 141, The Promised Tentacle. Open black lens bracket fifth more close black lens bracket. Inspector Shu, you can take a look at this thing, and then pass it on to King Ching. There are many secrets of the Shadow Team here. Jinwoo said solemnly. Detective Mongoose. Fortunately, the old man didn't come to a conclusion in advance, otherwise the good reputation of the old man's half-life business would be in vain. Although he thought so in his heart, he still pretended to be serious and discussed on the surface. Brother Xiao Yu, what are you doing with this thing? Come. From a member of the Shadow Team. Jinwoo explained something ambiguous and continued, it's not that I can't trust other people, but the fewer people who know about this, the better. Detective Mongoose is the one recommended by Qing Tianzheng, and Jinwoo still trusts him somewhat. Okay, brother, I understand. Inspector Mongoose didn't mean to investigate carefully. After all, Xiao Yu was a very reliable person. It probably took a lot of effort to get this thing, so he had to pay attention. The thunder bullets were handed over to Detective Mongoose, but before he could speak, the communicator of Detective Mongoose rang. After connecting, there was a scream and exclamation on the opposite side. The detective on the other end of the phone was very panicked. He said in a tone of voice, Detective, something is bad. Come on, what happened? According to Mr. Jinwoo's statement, the Shadow Team found blackened gas, but in this gas, the elves ran out. To be exact, it is part of the elves. There seemed to be a problem on the other end of the communicator, and hung up before finishing the conversation. Hey, damn. This kind of mindless communication made Shu Fu feel uneasy. What happened? Jinwoo saw Shu Fu's solemn expression and asked. Listen to my subordinates. In the dark underground fog, the elf Xiao Yu, brother, have you found any traces of the elf in that secret room before? How can it be? Jinyu has never seen the gods, horses and labor spirits, and the system has not reminded them. The elves that emerged from the blackened smoke, think about the origin, it is not simple. Without saying a word, the two immediately drove towards the scene of the incident. When they came to the Blackwing Game Hall, they found that things were far more serious than they had imagined. I saw a crimson-purple tentacle covered with thorns and thorns, jumping from the basement of the base to the ground, and the entire Blackwing game room instantly turned into a mess. What kind of monster is this? Shoemouth said with a look of amazement. Xiao Yu was also extremely shocked at this time. He never thought that this black fog was actually related to this ghost. Wuji Tai Na Wuji Giant Tentacle Qualification. Colorful 7-level upper limit. No level. Level 65 Single Infinite Giant Tentacle Attributes. Poison. Dragon characteristics. The sense of oppression puts great pressure on the opponent, and has a probability to reduce the opponent's mental power. Gender. No skeleton dragon. No gender is very reasonable size. 20. Single infinite giant tentacle skills. Poison tail, strange light, dragon tail, high-speed movement, vicious poison, venom shock, dragon dance cross, poison blade, dragon wave, jet flame, extremely giant cannon, cosmic power. Hee ha ha ha. Mr. Xiao Yu, I didn't expect your luck in this area to be so different. You came across this kind of monster Xiao Wuyan and observed this change from a safe distance. When the blackened matter was not properly handled, she guessed that there would be something out of specification that would run out of it. Called out this ghost because of an accident. That time, the Shadow Team's sub-base was destroyed like never before, and even the leader of the Shadow Team couldn't save it by himself. Matter dissipates naturally, and that ghost thing dissipates. Of course, this kind of monster does not always appear in blackened matter. Sometimes, although the monster that appears is powerful, it is not impossible to solve. Simply put, once the blackened matter condenses in one place, it will open the wormhole of different dimensions. In this wormhole, there is a probability that various powerful alien elves will appear. Like Jinwu and the others this time, tentacle monsters of this level appear as rare as winning the jackpot. Mr. Jinwu, I hope you can survive this catastrophe. Looking at the tentacled monster in front of him, while Jinyu was shocked, he also felt an extremely excitement in his heart. Wuji Taina, I didn't expect to encounter such a monster at this time. This guy in reality is more oppressive than in the game, just the existence of a tentacle is no less than a mythical beast. Oppression, the aura released by the tentacles, made the countless guards around him slump to the ground, and the same goes for the elves. In front of such wild things, all creatures seem so insignificant. Even a veteran detective like Shufu was trembling at this time, but after all, his experience and reason were still there. Damn! Seeing Shufu biting the tip of his tongue, blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth, he regained some sense of sanity, and then quickly stretched out his hand to pull Jinyu, intending to take the ladder to escape. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 142, The Great War. This is Shufu's only remaining spirit. It forces the body to do subconsciously. Protecting Xiao Yu is not only the task given to him by Qing Tianzheng, but when he gets along with him, he also thinks that Xiao Yu is a very magical young man. This is a spirit capable of reforming young people of the times. Because of this, he absolutely cannot stay here at this time. Shufu clearly felt the aura coming from the tentacle monster, a kind of despair. Breath. Stay here, waiting for everyone, only death. This way. Brother Jinwu, let's go. Xiao Yu avoided Shufu's outstretched palm and smiled slightly. Inspector Shu, take your subordinates to avoid first, I will buy a little time. This is not a joke, this is a real monster. The concept is even scarier than the dragon beast you encountered in the sea market last time. Jinwu, you are still young. You should. Halfway through the conversation, a yellow cat walking upright and a stone man appeared in front of Jinyu. Zeraora, Thunder Fist. I saw that Wujitai's tentacle just happened to be heading towards an unarmed security guard. And Zeraora's figure just turned into a blue shock. Just when my security guard's legs were too weak to move, and he had to stand still to endure the fatal blow, the sharp wind suddenly stopped in front of him and was replaced by a blue thunderlight. The thunderlight and the tentacle stinger collided, setting off a vacuum wave. The security guard raised his head in astonishment, and before he could say a word of thanks, the whole person was blown away by the surrounding aura. Although Zeraora resisted the opponent's random blow, just when it touched Wujitai's tentacle, the incomparably sharp purple thorns pierced the fur of its palm in an instant. Scarlet blood flowed down, and an uncontrollable pain suddenly spread from the palm of the hand to the whole body. At this time, when Jinyu observed the state of Zeraora, there was obviously one more item of poisoning. Abnormal state. When Zeraora's blood dripped on the tentacles, the blood was quickly absorbed. The blood of phantom beasts and high-level elves seemed to be a very enjoyable tonic for Wujitai. The source of energy. After tasting the blood of Zeraora, Wujitai was even more violent. In this highly poisonous state, Zeraora couldn't hold on for long. After confirming that there were no other victims around, flames spread on the soles of her feet, and the flame kicked the tentacles away. Then took the opportunity to retreat. Tentacles may be more appropriately called fingers. After sensing Zeraora's retreat, he is still unrelenting. Although he has only one finger, he has the ability to open a hole at the tip of the finger, and emerge from it. At the same time, countless infinitely elongated thorns are derived from the finger of this energy, Mu, and kill the living creatures that still have a ray of vitality around. Regilock. Destroy the death light. Quack quack. 7 bulbs of Regilock flashed continuously, and suddenly burst into an extremely dazzling light. Whoosh. There was a loud noise in the sky, and a beam of destructive light shot out, sweeping and engulfing the body finger in an instant. The fighting power that Jinyu burst out in an instant made Shufu stunned, and even its shocking effect was no less than the shock brought by Wujitai's Wuji tentacles. Inspector Shufu, quick, let all the subordinates around you retreat quickly. Oh. Shufu hurriedly responded, turned on all the channels connected by the communication machine, transported his Dantian, and shouted loudly, everyone retreat. Leave the Blackwing Game Hall within a radius of 100 meters, 1,000 meters away. Shufu raised his voice and shouted. This sound was rough, and he woke up some of the guards who were stunned in place. Then the group of people responded repeatedly and claimed that they were able to move and dragged and couldn't move. Shufu himself was carrying 2 wounded people on his body. When passing by Xiao Yu, Shufu took a deep look at Xiao Yu's back. On this young man, he saw the shadow of the 4 heavenly kings in the current Zhongzhou kingdom. Brother Jin Wu, be careful. Xiao Yu didn't reply. At this time, he was completely focused on Wujitai's body in the smoke. He was destroyed by Regilock and died. Although this thing was down for a while, it was quickly revived with blood. The rage seems to be even greater than before. Xiao Yu took the time to take out a bottle of antidote and gave it to Zeraora, but found that a single bottle of antidote could not eliminate the toxins of Wujitana, and then used a pack of all-purpose powder. Fortunately, Jia Raula was not disgusted by the smell of open black lens bracket universal powder close black lens bracket, so he poured a pack of medicine, and then the toxin was removed. In the far city center of the radio station, Xiaoya and Philomelis watched this scene from a distance, and their hearts were burning with anxiety. Philosophia wanted to rush directly to Xiaoyu several times, but thinking that Xiaoya here needs to be protected, she was also very tangled. Xiaoya also wanted to come to Xiaoyu very much, but she was not stupid. She knew that she was going there as just causing trouble for Jin Wu at this time. Miss Xiaoya, Mr. Jin Wu will be all right. Behind Xiaoya and the others are Abby and his daughter. Although they didn't know what happened to the Blackwing Game Hall at this time, judging from the red alert sent to the whole city by the Elf Center, it wouldn't be a trivial matter. Now, the only thing they can do is to repay Jin Wu and take good care of the girl in front of him. Whoa! Countless venom sputtered out from the gaps of the huge fingers, and it was a pothole when it hit the ground. Jinwoo and his two Pokemon keep wandering around his fingers. Damn, can't you even get close? Jinwoo really wanted to give that damn thing a Master Ball, but with the current situation, it's hard to do it even close. Boom. The rock behind him was directly blasted, and an azure breath spurted out. Seeing this, Jinwoo's expression turned sideways, and he hurriedly rolled around like a lazy donkey. At the same time, Regieleki and Zeraora who were beside him also hurriedly shot. Zeraora used a move Quick Defense to protect one person and two pets. Regieleki is using a move Iron Wall as a second defense. Crack. The rapidly defending light curtain shattered a crack, and then the crack spread rapidly. Gagaga. Regieleki made a sound of the rapid rotation of the mechanical motor, and rushed forward. Alone as a shield. Chapter 143. Zeraora Super Giant Transformation, 2nd. Bang! Dragon Wave erupted, and even if the defense was as strong as Regieleki, it was retreating again and again at this time. Red light on the head flashed quickly, and the huge soles of the feet turned into two deep ravines on the ground. Quack! Finally blocked the attack. However, at this time, Regieleki's frontal body had also been scorched into black charcoal by the dragon flames. Is Regieleki okay? Jinwoo asked worriedly. A red light flickered on the top of Regieleki's head, and then, his body shook violently, and the burning rock on the front fell off, and soon a new face was revealed. Looks like he is unscathed, which is also thanks to Regieleki eating a lot of precious ores with Jinwoo during this period of time, and his body is greatly fat. In order to use this trick similar to the characteristics of peeling. Jinwoo was relieved when he saw this. But when he looked at Wujitai in front of him, he was even more apprehensive. This is just a tentacle to have this kind of power. It is hard to imagine how powerful the body of Wujitai would be if it appeared here. There's no other way, it seems that I can only use this trick. Xiaoyu shook his head and released Kami Turtle. Of course, it was impossible for Kami Turtle to deal with the situation. It was no different from letting him commit suicide. Kami Turtle, I'll lend you a wish to use it. Crack. Kamui took out a purple-black irregular-shaped meteorite from the tortoise shell without hesitation and handed it to Jinwoo. Thank you, Kamui, come back first. After Jinwoo received the wishing star, he directly put the Kami Turtle back into the Pokeball. Then he looked at Zeraora with bright eyes. Zeraora, would you like to play a game? Zeraora clenched his fists and roared, ow. Okay, that's the momentum. Jinwoo handed the wish star to Zeraora. Wishing star. As soon as it came out, Wujitaiina's fingers seemed to sense some original object. Although I couldn't see its expression, from the subtle movements, I could clearly perceive that it seemed to be a little excited. The violent energy around him immediately spoiled Jinwoo and the others like a tide. Gah-oo! The ghost-like thunder seemed to resound from the depths of my heart. Xiaoyu's body stiffened in an instant, his face was ashen, and the veins on his neck were throbbing, and the next moment it seemed like it burst open, but even so, the corners of Xiaoyu's mouth slowly curled up, and then he squinted. He closed his eyes and said, don't worry, the show has just begun. Galala. Fingers clenched tightly, making a squeak. Zeraora, I believe in you. Go and give that guy a taste of defeat. Meow. At this time, Zeraora was surrounded by thunder and lightning, and his palms were firmly placed on the chest. Rising up with a burst of red light. Zeraora's body gradually became huge with the dazzling thunder light. Xiaoyu soon discovered that Zeraora seemed to be somewhat different from the simple, extreme giant. Not only did her body grow bigger, but also her body shape. There seemed to be some subtle changes in appearance. For example, the yellow mane on the head has grown longer, just like the appearance of a certain fighting race, and the golden spiky head like lightning spreads around the waist. At this time, the lightning-like tail has directly become the embodiment of electricity attribute, that is to say, without the entity, the entire tail is a lightning bolt. Between the forehead and the chest, the thunder-colored thunder light is also elemental, like a set of cool elemental armor. Meow. Om! Layers of black clouds gathered above Zeraora's head, and in its roar, the surrounding space was suddenly distorted, and there was an invisible ripple. For a time, the momentum was the same, and it was not inferior to Wujitai's fingers. At this time, Inspector Mongoose and the others who managed to run far away, before they could catch their breath, they found that in the place where they were just now, another super giant monster elf ran out. Oh my god! What's wrong with the world? How did I get so big from a world full of monsters? The guards uttered a heartfelt voice doubting the doubts of life. Brother Jinwoo, you must survive safely. Inspector Mongoose gritted his teeth and prayed silently. Speaking of which, he found the giant elf that came out from the back, and it looked a bit similar to Jinwoo's electric cat elf just now. Is this a super giant? Jinwoo murmured. Ding! Due to the explosion of supergiant energy, Zeraora temporarily liberates the comprehension skill grid. Zeraora temporarily liberates the comprehension skill crazy volt. Zeraora temporarily liberates the comprehension skill plasma lightning fist. Close black lens bracket, ow. Wujitai also seemed to notice that the opponent seemed to be much stronger, and the originally excited emotions calmed down a little, but the attack was much colder. Chi-chi. The tips of the fingers opened like a beak, and the jet fire violently swept towards Zeraora. Bang! But when these flames touched Zeraora, they were all melted away. Shoo! A lightning bolt instantly defeated the open black lens bracket jet flame close black lens bracket, and then, it was shrouded down towards Wujitai's finger. Turned into a blue thunder giant net. Is this the giant move of the power grid? Not only does it retain the effect of grid that originally bound the opponent, but also the power of extreme lightning. Boom! At this moment, Wujitai's fingers seemed to sense the danger, and he was struggling frantically in the power grid, and waves of terrifying and powerful attacks were sprayed out without money. Venom Shock Cross, Poison Blade, Dragon Wave directly shook the space violently, twisted and trembled. Seeing that the extremely giant power grid was about to be broken, Zeraora immediately stepped on the soles of her feet, and the ground shook for a while, and when she saw it, she found that Zeraora had jumped up at this time, and at the same time, lightning flashed on her palm. Thunder. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 144, Supergiant Plasma Thunder Dragon Fist 3rd. The blue lightning bolts on the chest and forehead were gathered in the palm of Zeraora at this time. Zeraora threw a punch. Rumble. Several blue brontosaurus whistled around the palm of Zeraora. I saw Zeraora throw a punch. An extremely thick, electrical attribute attack, like a tumbling thunder pool, continuously impacted Wujitai. Boom. Almost instantly, Wujitaina was unable to move the entire tentacle due to the excessive current. Nice job, Zeraora. It was naturally impossible for Xiaoyu to miss this opportunity. He trotted towards Wujitai, and when he got close to a certain distance, he used all his strength and threw the master ball towards Wujitai. With such a big target, there was no need to aim at all. As long as it is thrown, it will definitely hit. The implementation is also not as expected by Jinwoo. The master ball turns into a perfect arc in midair, and hits this cut. However, just as the master ball was about to put this finger in the goal, the surrounding black mist seemed to thin out. Looking at it, it is about to collapse. The original finger of Wujitai has been turned into a torrent beam, and it is about to be poured into the master ball. The master ball may also be because the opponent's body is too big. At this moment, just like in the game animation, the light has become a huge Pokeball. To Jinyu's guess, even if it is only a finger of Wujigiant wa Wujitaina's body, as long as the subjugation is successful, the other body should be forcibly dragged from the other side into the master ball. If the subjugation is successful, a complete elf will be divided into corpses, and Wujitai is not Zygarde, it can divide into cells. Although it was just one step away, Master Ball was about to score this epic beast, but in the end, it failed. After the black mist disappeared, Wujitai disappeared as if this space had never appeared before, like evaporating out of thin air. The beam emitted by the master ball is interrupted and clicks. A bang, it fell to the ground. Jinwoo stepped forward to pick it up, and found that in the gap of the master ball, only a few wisps of blackened elf smoke remained, and after a while, these wisps of smoke also dissipated with the wind. Only the surrounding mess can prove that there was an elf with the ability to destroy the sky and destroy the earth not long ago. Xiao Yu let out a long sigh of relief. He didn't know if this was a pity, or he was relieved, but naturally it was a pity that he didn't take Wujiti, the most valuable elf since its inception. Relief, also because he did not subdue Dao Wujitai. In real life, subduing Wujitai is not just as simple as throwing a pokeball, but also how to take care of this behemoth in the future. Xiao, although Yu is determined to conquer all the powerful elves in the world and become the man at the top of the trainer pyramid. But no matter how ambitious he is, it can't change the fact that he has only been in contact with elves for less than half a year. For elves like Zeraora and Pharomarad, Jinwoo can barely support them, but like Wujitai if nothing else, just a single light appearance. Such a big man, he usually has to be careful when he is released for a meal. The elves will naturally not be too rebellious to the masters they subdue, but for other humans and other elves, Xiao Yu can't guarantee that Wujitai can live a normal life, at least. At this stage, I can't do it myself. Therefore, it may be a good thing that Zeraora has not been able to successfully conquer Wujitai. At this time, Zeraora is also slowly returning to its original state. Perhaps it is because the physical exertion is too great. Breathing heavily, Wu quickly stepped forward and lifted it up. It's okay, Zeraora. Ha meow. Zeraora weakly replied. Just did a great job. Wu never imagined that Zeraora not only achieved the extreme giant transformation, but also achieved the state of super giant transformation. The last move just now was very strong. It is the super giant move of Zeraora's exclusive skill, Plasma Lightning Fist. Jinwoo glanced at the system at the time, and the system suggested that the name was Super Giant Plasma Thunder Dragon Fist. This move in the state of super giant transformation, although it is a great burden to Zeraora, but at the same time it also allows Zeraora to open the door to the new world ahead of time, and it is very helpful to Plasma Lightning Fist Grid with the most preliminary understanding of skills such as Crazy Volt. It is possible that in normal state, being able to comprehend these three skills in advance may be considered a blessing in disguise. You two have worked hard this time, take a good rest. And after I take you to the Dao Spirit Center for inspection, I will cook a feast for you myself. Jinwoo took Zeraora and Regilock back into the Pokeball. Stretching, this matter has come to an end for the time being, and, from Xiao Wuyan's mouth, Xiao Yu also knows the whereabouts of the Shadow Teen's base, as long as the woman doesn't lie. Hey Xiao Yu, brother. From far away, Jinwoo saw Detective Mongoose and Detective Songkun running towards him. Brother Jinwoo, are you alright? That monster was defeated by you. Xiao Yu shook his head. That thing was only one of Wujitai's 5 fingers, not even the most central part of the palm, and only holding one of them was not a knockdown. The black mist dissipated, and then, the thing disappeared. Jinwoo said casually. It can be said that the person has no intention, but the listener is intentional. In Shufu and Songkun, it is another meaning. Xiao Yu actually restrained the monster by himself, and dissipated it. You know, that thing has just appeared. As soon as they came out, they overwhelmed the security forces in the Cave City and the Radio City. If it wasn't for Jinwoo just buying time, they probably wouldn't even be able to retreat. Based on this alone, the strength of that ghost thing can be seen. Jinwoo's previous behavior, when everyone chopped it up, was like giving up his life. Originally, everyone was in a state of gratitude, but when Xiao Yu said this, immediately after the remarks, the originally grateful state of mind changed to shock and awe. Chapter 145. The pennant is equal to 8 badges, 4th more. In an era dominated by elves, powerful trainers are always respected. Moreover, the other party also described the process of repelling the strong enemy so lightly. Regardless of age, Jinwoo's image in everyone's mind instantly became tall and stalwart. Mr. Jinyu, your kindness will definitely be remembered by the citizens of the Radio City and the Cave City. Song Kun said with a serious face. Jinyu waved his hand, but he didn't take it to heart, and then he took Philomero and Xiaoyu by his side. Seeing that Xiaoyu was safe, Philomelus finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although there were thousands of words in his heart, because he cared about the difference between the masters, he did not mean to go beyond the question from beginning to end. Xiaoyu has a straightforward personality and doesn't have so many scruples. This time, Jinyu made her so worried, and immediately fell into Xiaoyu's arms. The crying little fist punched his chest. It seems to be the scene of the daughter's family acting like a spoiled child, but the body of Xiaoyu is an elf after all. At the same time, because of the transformation into Latius last time, in terms of strength, this is not a small fist hammering the chest, it is simply a big stone in the chest. Jinyu grinned in pain. I am sorry, I've made you worry, so is Philomelus, the guards have worked hard. Xiaoya, I have found the whereabouts of Latios, no accident, it won't take long before you can see it. A little anticipation flashed in Xiaoya's moist eyes, but in the blink of an eye, he thought that this information was obtained by Xiaoyu risking his life. The news that he had just received suddenly became unpleasant. At the same time, a strange thought appeared in his heart. If for Latios, Jinyu has to become so embarrassed, she would rather adjust a little for one night. Although Zeraora and Regiloc were seriously injured, they were all skin injuries, and one night's treatment was not enough. The recovery has been completed, and it has not had much impact on the operation. Next day, Jinyu was ready to set off again. The destination was the water island town in the eastern sea of Zhongzhou. On the way, you can also go to the advanced secret realm of Radio City. According to Xiao Wuyan, there is the shadow team closest to Radio City. One of the large bases, Qkin and the others are likely to go there after taking Latios out of Radio City. Although the credibility is relatively low, it is better than turning around like a headless, and the waters of the water island city are complex, with a large number of natural sea vortices around. Few people go to that kind of remoteness. It is really suitable for the shadow team taking root. The jurisdiction of the Federation there will also be weakened a lot. Moreover, Xiaoyu felt that Xiao Wuyan should not have lied to herself, and Xiaoyu felt that this woman had a rebellious appearance, so she might not be so loyal to the shadow team. Mr. Jinwu, you're up, just in time, we're all waiting for you. Jinwu just walked out of the gate of the elf center. They found Song Village and a group of guards standing in a row at the gate. Relax. Salute. Pop. A row of people moved down neatly, and a group of people saluted Jinyu and Xiaoya respectfully. What are you doing? Jinyu looked stunned, while Xiaoya was so frightened that he hid directly behind Jinyu. Mr. Xiaoyu, you have helped us such a big favor, we naturally want to repay you. Song Kun's eyes flashed with excitement and admiration, and respectfully handed Xiaoyu a roll of something like a pennant. Wu is even more speechless. This set of flashy things in the age of elves is really the rhythm of doing good deeds and sending awards and pennants. Detective Song, please take this thing back. I often travel outside, but it's not convenient to take it with me. If I bump into it, I'll let you down. Jinyu's statement is very euphemistic, but the actual external voice is, what is the use of sending some props to the labor and capital? It's okay to send some money when it's not good. Can the pennant be a meal? Song Kun was born as a dry detective, although he's not good in terms of strength, but he's not bad in his ability to observe words and expressions. It can be seen that Xiaoyu's inner disgust means that he can't help but feel a little frustrated. Hey, Brother Song, as you said, Brother Xiaoyu is a hard worker. At the same time, he is also a down-to-earth trainer. Isn't it an insult to him that you send this pennant to him? At this time, the mongoose detective who was on the side said with an expression that had seen through everything. But this is the biggest benefit I can get in the bureau. Song Kun was still a little helpless. Because of this, Brother Jinwu doesn't dare to ask for it. Jinwu. Why do you hear that this pennant seems to have other practical uses? For a trainer, collecting badges during the journey is also a very meaningful thing. You can send a pennant directly to guide him directly to the national competition. What's the point of that? And with the strength of brother Jinwoo, if he really wants to collect badges, will it be difficult? Xiaofu said that he knew Jinwoo well. Jinwoo. Nima, this pennant is also used for this purpose. That, Mr. Songkun, you are quite intentional in preparing this ceremony, or I. Jinwoo pondered the sentence and planned to make a reluctance gesture, and accept this pennant. Unexpectedly, Songkun said with a conscious look on his face, I'm thinking too simplistically and superficially, Mr. Xiaoyu, if I haven't mentioned this, it's really my mistake to use the pennant to insult your contribution. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 146. Radio City Power Plant and Gym Master, First Update. Xiaoyu's little hand trembled. Everyone said this. He was really embarrassed, and then took this pennant back. He could only reluctantly retract his palm, and said with a light cough, That's it, Inspector Song. In fact, you don't have to be so polite. Yes, but let's do our best. This is the bonus we applied for above. Don't think it's too small. From what happened before, how could Xiaoyu be so stupid and polite to them? He nodded directly and said, This is your intention, I naturally have to accept it. Bonus is not much, 500,000 yuan. This is a sum of money that Song Village and the others quickly raised in their own name. After all, the Radio City is also in a state of thriving. Except for the city center, the surrounding houses are severely damaged. Being able to raise this kind of money during this special period is also very caring. This amount of money really solved Jinyu's urgent needs. He spent too much money on naughty Thunderball Pokeballs, and the remaining money was almost not enough for young Kira's food. Thinking of the naughty Thunderbolts, Jinyu almost forgot. By the way, I rescued a group of naughty Thunderbolts from the ground floor of the Black Wing Game Hall, and I can't take care of them all by myself. What kind of power plants do you have here? Kind of. While naughty Thunder bombs consume electricity, they also generate electricity. It is the best way to make them self-produced and sold in the power plant. Oh, so, Mr. Jinwoo, how many naughty bombs do you have? Song Kun asked. About 120. Jinwoo said calmly. What? Song Kun was dumbfounded. He could still do it for 1 or 2 naughty thunderbolts to help Xiaoyu into the power plant, but if there was an accident during the transportation, 2 out of the Pokeball self-exploded. It's not a joke. Cough cough, Mr. Xiaoyu, could you please transport these naughty bombs in person? After all, you know this thing, high-risk elf. Jinwoo understands. After asking for the address, we set off towards the Radio City power plant. This Radio City power plant is the largest power plant in China, covering an area of tens of thousands of square meters. Although it is an artificial power plant, there are thousands of wild electricity elves in it, and it looks like a man-made secret realm. The most important thing is that the power plant is very close to the secret realm of Radio City, and some people even rumored that there will be so many wild elves in the power plant, because it and the secret realm of Radio City may have a secret wormhole that, excuse me, is there anyone? Jinwoo shouted at the gate of the power plant. Soon someone responded with a very intellectual middle-aged voice. Welcome to Radio City Power Plant. I am the director of the power plant, and at the same time, I am also from Radio City. My name is Chu Yan. Hearing the sound, the gate of the power plant in front of Jinwoo opened, and a man came out. With round eyes and a yellow tuxedo, dressed in a trendy fashion, but Jinwoo didn't appreciate it a little, but thinking that the other party was still the gym owner, Jinwoo still showed the least respect. Mr. Xiaoyu, I have already learned about you from Inspector Song Kun. Seeing is better than seeing it. I didn't expect you to be younger than I imagined. Chu Yan held up his glasses and looked at Jinwoo with an interested expression. Mr. Chu Yan also looks quite surprising. I didn't expect that in addition to being the director of the power plant, he is also the owner of the gymnasium. He, this is the lingering shadow of the old man of the previous generation. Although Chu Yan was a middle-aged man, he was different from Qian Zhang, Cao Guan and others that Jin Yu had seen before, at most in his 30s or 40s. The two chatted one after another as they walked inside the power plant. Mr. Jin Yu, I heard that you have more than 100 naughty thunderbolts here. I'm very curious, how did you catch them? At that time, the situation was urgent, and the naughty thunderbolts also wanted to escape, so it was considered a semi-voluntary surrender. Oh, so that's right, Mr. Jinwoo. After you've finished playing the naughty bomb, how about a duel with me? I'm very interested in your strength. Also, since you are a hero topic in Radio City, I will not charge you for the challenge, but in case you win, I will also give you badges and skill books. Few gym owners take the initiative to challenge the challengers. In fact, Chu Yan heard that the person who saved Radio City was a young man, and he had some ideas in his heart. Different, Chu Yan was in his youth and he was very competitive. He had even thought before that something that even a young man could settle, would it really be a crisis of ruining the city and destroying the city? If he had been in the suburbs of Radio City before there, maybe save the people in the city, maybe he is also maybe at this time, and the battle with Jin Yu is more to confirm his inner guess. When fighting against the gymnasium, he used a few elves that he had cultivated from the very beginning. In this way, he felt more accomplished and more down to earth. Therefore, this Vietnam War, he also initially refused, thanks to the kindness of Chu Yan's master. I have no intention of challenging the gym for the time being, so I am sorry. Jin Yu's abandonment of the war made Chu Yan more firm in his inner thoughts. Sure enough, young people are young people, that is, they are only exaggerated, and they dare not even take up their own challenges. Holding up his spectacle frames, Chu Yan smiled and said, Mr. Xiao Yu is afraid of losing his reputation, he. Don't worry, there are very few other people here, say it's a power plant, and most of them are just me, the factory manager, who is on duty here. So, Mr. Jinwoo doesn't have to worry about the future. Mr. Chuyan, you really want to have a fight. The meaning of Chu Yan's provocation is obvious. Jin Yu is not an idiot, how could he not hear Fei Lu's reminder? 3 things to read. Chapter 147. Chu Yan who doubts his life, 2nd. The rules of the game are 3-on-3, whichever side's elves are all incapacitated, the game is over, the orthodox way of fighting, and at the same time, Mr. Jinwoo can exchange elves at will during the game. After Chu Yan finished speaking, he took the lead in raising the Pokeball. It's the first Pokemon on my side, Shock Beast. Gah! With a tiger-like yellow background and black lightning stripes. It has 2 things that look like conductors on its head, which can help it store electricity. Boom! The electric shock beasts collided with their fists, and the conductors above their heads shot out a lot of sparks. Electric shock beast qualification. Blue level upper limit. 50 level. 40 attribute. Electric characteristics. Opponents who are in contact with static electricity have a chance to fall into a paralyzed state. Judging from the level of Chuyan, this Chuyan's strength is indeed not as good as that of the veteran gym owner. Those old gyms are always at level 45 and above, some are hidden deep, and even the quasi-king spirits of level 0 may not be absent. To be honest, Jin Yu is not very interested in high-level battles, and even keeps actively avoiding it all the time. Rather than fighting high-level elves, he prefers to slowly exercise the kamis and pull them. But no matter what, there are always people who hit the head of the gun, and the key hits it. Compared with Jin Yu's high-level elves, their elves seem to be so weak, so even if they win, they can't gain much experience. With a sigh, Jin Yu muttered in a lack of interest, it should be able to warm up the Pheramite to some extent. Go, Philomelas. Philo. Ah. Xiaoya was on the sidelines as a spectator, and when he saw Philomelas appearing, he immediately worked hard as a cheerleader. Ho-Oh is really a rare Pokemon. This is Mr. Jinwoo, your hidden trump card. It looks like a... Chu Yan originally wanted to say that he didn't look that strong, but when Philomelas raised his head, he was dumbfounded. He swears that he is a serious gym owner, Well, even if he is a bit arrogant, his temper is twisted, and he can't see others being more showy than himself, but he is still a serious gym owner. This white elf in front of him, how can he look at it so that he can't resist the urge? That's it. Otherwise he is a dignified Radio City gym owner. How could he think so? Chu Yan couldn't help but look up at Philomelis. Repaired. Why would I have thoughts on a Pokemon when Chu Yan was muttering to himself? Pheromaria has already taken action. Although the electric shock beast was not tempted by pheromones, it has no master's command at all, and it is also in the level. Pheromuse, trample. Just one move, it was solved by Philodendron, and Chu Yan was sluggish on the spot. Defeat the 40-level electric shock beast, the Pherometis will get 109 experience points. This experience is for Lalu Lassie and them. It is estimated that they can be upgraded to 2 levels, but for pheromones, it is only a small increase in the experience bar. The next game, Xiaoyu replaced Pheromero, and Chu Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He believed that Jinyu just used Pheromu to deliberately target very interesting elves, but they still can't make it to the table. Characters, Mr. Jinwu, your strength, shouldn't that be the only thing? Quote. Jinwu. Is this a line from someone who just lost a game? With a sigh, Jinwu just wanted to make this farce over as soon as possible. Go, Reggie Locke. The second elf was also something Chu Yan had never seen before. He was stunned for a moment, but soon smiled proudly. So that's the case, I'm going to restrain my electrical department in terms of attributes. Regilock does look a bit like a ground plus stone elf on the outside. However, my elf will eventually exceed your imagination. Come out, 3-in-1 magnet monster. Beep beep. Along with the throwing of the Pokeball, a Pokemon that looks like 3 magnets spliced together appeared on the spot. 3-in-1 Magneto qualification. Blue level, level 41 attributes. Electricity, steel features, magnetic force can attract steel attribute sprites. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket steel attribute close black lens bracket elves, in a sense, were indeed beaten by Chu Yan, and had the attribute of restraint. However, Regilock can also use the ground attribute skill, and the ground attribute skill also has 4 times the attribute damage to the 3-in-1 small magnet with steel plus attribute. Let's call it a head-to-head confrontation. Because he had lost a game before, Chu Yan didn't mean to give in, and as soon as he came up, he let the 3-in-1 magnet monster launch a fierce attack. Use the cannon. Beep beep. 3 magnet monsters gathered 3 pairs of 6 magnets together, and as the light of their bodies gathered at one point, they immediately blasted out a light cannon skill. Cannon light cannon, it is also considered a high-level skill in steel attribute skills, and its power is comparable to that of jet flame. From Chu Yan's point of view, under the coercion of this move, Jinyu can only avoid the edge for a while, so that he can also be considered to have exposed the previous embarrassment. Which one? Regilock did not avoid dodging, and when he opened his mouth, the 7 red dots on the top of his head flashed rapidly. Electromagnetic gun. Following Jin Wu's order. Boom! A monstrous beam of laser light spewed out. The Trinity Magneto with electricity plus attribute. The skills of electricity attribute should be double resistance, but at this moment, this electromagnetic cannon bombarded, but it instantly defeated its cannon light cannon. Then the 3 magnets were bathed in electromagnetic light waves all over their bodies. They were clearly electrical spirits, but they had no resistance to the current. It was like a small boat in a torrent, instantly overturned and lost consciousness. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 148, Unmanned Power Plant 3rd. Level suppression is also the suppression of skill quality. Just like Ace's flame lost to Akainu's magma, it is originally the same thing, but when the power differs by a certain degree, there will also be a situation of mutual restraint. I mean, it's an instant kill. The 3-in-1 magnet monster's 3 eyes all turned into mosquito coils, and one fell to the ground. Defeat the level 41 3-in-1 magnet monster. Regilock gets 199 experience points. Chu Yan is embarrassed. If you want to talk about the previous fight, you can also attribute the reason to his own carelessness, but this time, the two moves are correct. Fighting, he lost completely, which no longer needs any explanation. The elf level of the opponent is completely higher than his. How is this possible? How old is the young talent on the opposite side? This should be just a coincidence. It should be that my 3-in-1 magnetism is not in good condition, so the other side has drilled into the gap. After some self-comfort, Chu Yan regained some confidence. This is my last elf, go Thunder Beast. The last elf in Chu Yan is an elf whose mane is orange and yellow, standing up like thunder and lightning, and looks like a wolf dog. Lightning Beast qualification. Blue level, level 43 attribute. Electric feature. Electrostatic lightning protection can attract electric attribute attacks to itself. Within the range that can be tolerated, it will not be hurt, but directly increase the special attack. This should be Chu Yan's strongest elf, compared with the first two elves, is much stronger. But, Regilock, lock. It's useless. This time my Thunder Beast will kill your golem in an instant, just like yours before. Chu Yan is full of momentum. Thunder Beast, frozen teeth. Wong Wu. Thunderbolt Beast showed its fangs, and the teeth were covered with extreme ice. When it opened its mouth, the extreme ice turned into a huge virtual mouth, and hurried to bite at Regilock. Crack. Hit the target, and a thin layer of ice suddenly appeared on Regilock. The Thunder Beast's luck is very good, and this move also activates the freezing effect. From the bite of the Thunder Beast, shards of ice continue to spread across Regilock's body. Course, neither Regilock nor unmoved. Arm hammer. One arm was bitten by Regilock, and the other arm was raised high, and the hammer hit the Thunderbolt's wide neck. Ouch! Thunder Beast screamed, its eyes turned white, and it lost its ability to fight. You didn't say a word, received Regilock back, and didn't mean to say hello to Chu Yan, and walked towards the depths of the power plant without turning his head. Xiaoya quickly followed, and on the way, the humane revealed a bit of sympathy. After Jinyu entered the power plant, he scattered and released the naughty bombs in every corner of the power plant, so as to prevent one of them from exploding, implicated in the other, and then a chain explosion occurred. During this period, Jinyu also practiced here by the way. There are a lot of wild elves in this power plant, but most of them are not high level. After all, people often come and go. The elves in the power plant are too high level, and accidents are prone to occur. Ghost, use flash. Gauss. The ghost photo shoots a flash in the face of positive electricity. Of course. Then came the thief. Then there is a faint shot and a fatal blow to the positive charge ++ pat. Positive electricity ++ pats the eyes and turns into a mosquito coil, losing the ability to fight. Defeat the level 10 positive electricity ++ pi. The Ghost Stone gets 190 experience points. Ghost Stone upgrades to level 9. With a flash, the Ghost Stone is successfully upgraded. Goss hee hee. DC not only successfully defeated his opponent, but also successfully stole a prop from Jungdian ++ pi. At this moment, he handed this thing to Jin Woo with a smile. Jin Woo took it and looked at it. It was a one-time item, rechargeable battery. Rechargeable battery. A one-time use item. If the elf carrying it receives an electric attribute attack, the attack power will increase once. Elves like positive electric ++ clap and negative electric clap often carry this kind of props. Well, talk is better than nothing. Let's just sell it for a few bucks. Jinyu continued to wander around, and trained Gisi's level to level 10, and then also exercised a little Kiras along the way. In this power plant, the young Kiras of the ground system can completely fight across levels. In addition to this attribute skill, the low-level electrical attribute elves only have some simple collision-type, general attribute, low-level moves, which will not cause much damage to the little guy. Young Kiras successfully upgraded to level 6. Acquire the skill Tit for a Tent. Open black lens bracket evil attribute close black lens bracket physical moves. If you attack after the opponent, you can double the power of your own skills. Originally, I wanted to exercise it, but unfortunately, the little guy was an elf who was born not long after all. After fighting for a while, his spirit became a little sleepy, and he shrank into a ball and went to sleep on the spot. Jinwoo smiled bitterly and had no choice but to take it back into the pokeball. Just as he was about to continue walking around, he suddenly found that a strange coordinate position appeared on the system map. This is the secret portal. This secret realm portal is very hidden. It is in a pipeline, different from the normal secret realm gate. This portal is more like the lake bottom portal that Jinwoo encountered before entering the Route 14 secret realm. It's no wonder that some people say that they often see new Pokemon in this power plant. Since Jinwoo bumped into them, there is no reason to let them go. After rubbing it for a while, he got into it. Xiaoya saw this, and was not afraid, and jumped in curiously with Jinwoo as well. As the space distorted, the scenery around the two did not seem to have changed much. The surrounding environment was also similar to that of a power plant, but it was a bit more dilapidated than the power plant in Radio City. Ding! The scan is complete, the unmanned power plant is found, and the simulation map drawing is complete. That has been abandoned for many years, and some of the facilities seem to be still there. It is running automatically. I don't know if it's man-made, or it's running because of the influence of the surrounding electricity-type Pokemon. In short, it seems that, like the current Radio City power plant, it is the home of electricity Pokemon. Looking at the coordinates at a glance, there are electric-type Pokemon everywhere. Chapter 149, Intimidation, Fourth More. Jinwoo's eyes widened, and he suddenly realized that this place is somewhat similar to the unmanned power plant he knew in the red, green and blue version. You must know that in the original work, the unmanned power plant was the home of the lightning bird. Updating several generations of game versions, this kind of divine beast spirit that was encountered in the original version has a place in Jinwoo's heart after all. But unfortunately, after Xiaoyu checked it, he didn't find the figure of the lightning bird in this secret realm. It's a pity, but maybe because of the hidden entrance and exit, there are a lot of props left. Xiaoyu even found that this place is actually 2 more skill books. Immediately. Start a scavenger hunt. Not far from where Jinwoo came in, at the first corner, a bottle of speed enhancer was found. However, there is a small magnet guard nearby. Magnetic qualification. White level. Level 18 attributes. Electricity. Steel characteristics. Magnetic gender. None. This is natural. After all, it is an elves similar to mechanical parts, and it is normal to have no gender. As for how to reproduce, it's really unclear, and the composition is unknown. I only know that it is an electrical type. Apart from putting it together with the Duma variety monster, I really can't think of any other reproduction method. Cami Turtle, it will be handed over to you. Click. Level is close, although the water attribute is restrained by the electrical attribute, but as long as you are careful not to be attacked, you should be able to win. Cami Turtle, High 5 Surprise Attack. The tactic that Kamui has always used, quickly deceives himself to approach the little magnet, and takes a picture. Taking advantage of Magneto's flinching state is an immediate set of operations. Water Jet. Close attack again. Follow the water oath. Crack. Kamui Turtle now has the Sea Tide Incense booster, and the power of water attribute skills is doubled. After a set of attacks, even if the small magnetic, shrinking, state recovers, the general trend is gone. Finally in a water oath. Defeat the 18th level Magneto, Cami gets 870 experience points. Cami Turtle upgrades to level 20. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket Cami Turtle acquires skills and keep it. Close black lens bracket Jinwoo snapped his fingers excitedly. Cami Turtle has been silent for so long, and finally he has been upgraded to the ranks of 2-star elves, because it was cultivated from the beginning, and Jinwoo has achieved success at this time. Feeling overwhelmed. Recover, speed enhancer, and move on. Then, Jinwoo discovered one after another, physical strength enhancer, and a bottle of booster. The former was used to temporarily increase the stamina of the elves during the battle, while the latter was a bottle that Jinyu had obtained from the Sosisa sisters. This item can permanently enhance the energy of the elf attribute. I still have no intention of using the bottle at the beginning. Now that I am getting a bottle, Xiaoyu thinks about it, and plans to use a bottle to try the effect. Permanently increase the energy of the elf attribute, which means that the amount of moves can be exceeded, such as destroying the dead light, Regilock. At present, I can use about 3 rounds a day. Well, if you want to continue to use it, you must get enough rest. Some skills are not worth increasing the energy value, such as Big Explosion. After using it, the elf will die immediately, and one shot is enough. Similarly, if you use enough energy, you don't need to improve, such as Lalulis's Psychic Power, Zeraora's Lightning Fist, and so on. Jinyu hesitated for a while, and finally decided to use this trick on Regilock's electromagnetic cannon. The electromagnetic cannon recoil was not as exaggerated as that of Destruction of Death Light. The energy is improved, and when the time comes, a few bursts can always improve the hit rate. Regilock, come, take this thing down. Jinwu handed Regilock open black lens bracket booster close black lens bracket. When Regilock took it, Jinyu suddenly had a doubt, in what form will this guy take this bottle of medicine? You know, Regilock has no mouth, and currently it eats. They all directly stuffed the ore into the body, so this time, facing this bottle of potion, under the curious gazes of Jinyu and Xiaoyu, Regilock started to use the potion, only to see that he directly crushed the bottle, and then went to a shot on the body. Jinwu, Xiaoyu. Does it work? Jinwu is worried that this potion will be directly wasted by Regilock. But fortunately, worry is unnecessary. When the medicine flows on Regilock for a moment, it is quickly absorbed. In Regilock's body seemed to be mixed with new energy particles, and those particles were absorbed on the genetic chains that Regilock used electromagnetic cannon. Then, the genetic chain suddenly lengthened a bit. As the brilliance of Regilock disappeared, Jinyu felt that the 7 rock beads on top of Regilock's head became even brighter. To let Regilock test to release a few electromagnetic cannons right away, but it was obviously not cost-effective to release it empty, so Jinyu found a place where stinky mud gathered. That's right, this is an unmanned power plant. Except for the electric Pokémon, the stinky mud is the most smelly mud. Sludge Pokémon, I heard that it is a spirit born from the mud after bathing in the moon. Well, it is related to the moon. There is no moon in this power plant, but there is a moonstone, Xiaoyu observed. The quality of the moonstone collected by these stinky muds is not bad, and it is on the same level as the high-grade moonstone that Xiaoyu collected at Crescent Island last time. Okay, let's experiment with them. Regilock, the railgun. Quack quack. The first shot went wrong, leaving a scorching current fluctuation in the air, passing the stinky mud. Well, although it has increased, the quasi-head still can't be changed. It's okay, let's make a second shot. The stinky muds looked at Jinyu with a face of horror and shame, saying no, big brother, can you give me a way to survive? Please download the ununderlined version of the novel. Chapter 150. Overlord 3-in-1 Magnetic Monster, First Update. Didn't wait for Regilock to use the second electromagnetic cannon. This group of stinky mud immediately took the initiative to enshrine their treasure, Moonstone. A lot of inside. The meaning is self-evident, it is to implore Jinwu to raise your hand. Jinyu scratched his cheeks and stretched out his hand not to hit the smiling person, always feeling that he was shooting at the stinky muds, and was a little embarrassed. No problem, let's find another one. Jinwu then found a place where a group of thunderbolts gathered. Still without saying a word, an electromagnetic cannon was sent. This time, it didn't hit the wrong way, and the 2 thunderbolts lost their fighting ability on the spot, and they didn't even have time to explode themselves. The other thunderbolts were dumbfounded. Very well, go on, third shot. Without waiting for Regilock to charge up, the Thunderbolt electric ball also made the same action as the stinky mud. Pass the knee to the boss, and at the same time, present the props to the boss. Thunderbolt is a top-grade thunderstone, and the effect is similar to top-grade moonstone. Stones that can make specific elves evolve, and at the same time have a chance to increase the elves' aptitude level in the evolution stone, and have a high probability to increase the elves' attribute values. Close black lens bracket. The elves that can use the thunderstone are roughly Pikachu, Eevee, and Mama Eel. Insect treasure. Thunderbolt electric ball cannot be used to evolve. It is a rare treasure for most electric-type elves when it is close to the lightning stone. If it wasn't for the fact that their opponents were too strong, how could they have handed it over so easily? This happened several times in a row. Jinyu didn't take any shots. These small group elves took the initiative to send the collected items. Of the Regilock electromagnetic cannon has been tested, which is about 7 rounds. For the previous use of only 5 shots, this is undoubtedly a big improvement. Don't underestimate the simple 2 shots. In terms of the power of the electromagnetic cannon, adding 2 more shots is equivalent to an extra 20% chance of winning. Then, Jinwoo finally found one of the skill books in this secret realm. Open black lens bracket, charging beam, close black lens bracket. As far as the power is concerned, it is only a medium-level electric attribute skill. However, after it is used, it has a high probability to improve the special attack of using elves, which is equivalent to an improved version of the charged skill. This trick, in the electric attribute elves, still quite popular. Jinwoo immediately released Zeraora, intending to let him learn. As expected of Zeraora, it was easy to learn at first glance. Not only that, but also infer other things, and also use the charging skill. Open black lens bracket, charging. Make yourself into a charging state. Has an electrical attribute skill. The power is doubled in the charged state, and at the same time, the special defense is improved. Close black lens bracket, charging is a traditional energy booster. In fact, it has its advantages compared to charging beam. Would be great to be able to learn all of this set. Jinwoo is here too. The center of this unmanned power plant. There's a huge generator here, a 3-in-1 magnet that's a little bigger than a normal 3-in-1 magnet, floating in midair, enjoying the current leaking from the generator. This 3-in-1 magnet is the overlord spirit in this secret realm, and when Jinwoo discovered it, it also discovered Jinwoo. As an overlord, it naturally has its own arrogance. Seeing a human being violated its territory, it immediately made a harsh metallic sound, and then attacked Jinyu. You snapped his fingers. I'll leave it to you, Zeraora. Zeraora had a fight with Wujitai Na before, and the injury has just recovered. This time the battle, even if it is a rehab match arranged by Jinyu. Zeraora is very light to avoid the 3-in-1 magnet monster's collision. This 3-in-1 magnetite battle experience is also experienced. Immediately turn over in the air, and take advantage of the situation, and use a trick to watch the house triple attack. The 3 kinds of rays bombarded together, and it has a probability to paralyze the opponent into burning and freezing. Status. This is a high-level special skill in general attributes. When Zeraora waved his hand, the mane all over his body expanded, and a layer of blue arcs surrounded himself. It's charge. The skill that I just learned. Zeraora immediately used it in actual combat. And the effect is outstanding. Triple attack hits this charge, and all are dissolved and invisible. Originally a skill that only added a layer of special defense, in the hands of Zeraora, it directly turned into a real defense skill. This is the level, and the difference in strength. The 3 eyes of the 3-in-1 magnetic monster all showed a look of astonishment. Zeraora stretched out his hand, aimed at the 3-in-1 Magneto, and a charging beam lost away. Seeing this, the 3-in-1 Magneto immediately responded with a 100,000 volts. This wild overlord 3-in-1 Magneto was even stronger than the Gym Master Chuyan's 3-in-1 Magneto in terms of combat awareness. 100,000 volts and charging beam collided together, and for a while, they couldn't tell the difference. You must know that 100,000 volts is a sign of high-level skills in electrical attributes. Relatively, Charging Beam, although it is a mid-level skill, but it is not much stronger than the low-level Electric Shock skill. Beep Beep. The Overlord 3-in-1 and a small magnetic monster became ruthless, and the power of the whole body increased sharply, and the original electricity more than doubled. This is its strongest skill, Thunder. In a blink of an eye, it disappeared on the spot. With the blessing of the Charging Beam and Charging attributes, its attack power at this time had already exploded, and the familiar Lightning Fist burst out. Boom. Immediately, the 3-in-1 Magnetite had no resistance, was blasted out by the Thunderbolt Fist, and landed on the ground. Its 3 eyes turned into forks, and it lost its ability to fight. Wu stepped forward and found the skill of Thunder from the back of the 3-in-1 Magneto, which was engraved on the 3-in-1 Magneto.